Hello everybody and welcome back to the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE as we are heading over to the second day of the playoff stage to find out what teams are going to be marching on to the upper bracket final side. Only 2 best of 3s up for stakes today, so let's see what our 4 teams are up to as our panel has been increased with some handsome looks here. We got Rezo, we got Harry Freak. Guys, how you doing, Harry?
Oh, doing pretty good, right? Because now we got another person here helping us with the drafts, with the games. I'm quite pumped because of it.
Rezo, feeling good?
I'll try my best, guys. No, I'm feeling pretty good. Like the games today are gonna be so exciting for me because these teams are like they're amazing. They're getting back in their forms. They're just improving with every game. Yatoro is getting back to the scene as well. It's just I don't know. It's just so exciting for me to see all of this happening.
Yeah, I mean the teams have already played 1 round of the playoffs, and we had 12 games of Dota yesterday. A bunch of action all the way from morning to late night. So all of you folks that have been watching the games, I hope you have the same endurance with you. Today, with only 2 best of 3s, we see our matches here in the upper brackets. We have Tundra Esports versus Team Spirit and BetBoom team versus Team Falcons. Of course, the teams knocked into the lower bracket. We'll see on Friday here in Belgrade, Serbia at the Sava Center, Heroic Paravision and Talent versus Liquid. What do you think about these particular matchups here, Rezo? Did everything go according to plan?
Before, you mean?
Yeah, based on the results of this first round.
Yeah, I mean the teams that are in the upper bracket, they're just they're just amazing, you know. I like the what do you say, the 33 inventions again. Like you get to see like more of you know, summoners coming up to the meta again. It's just pretty cool.
The Zoo meta out there as well. Harry, are you an enjoyer of Zoo Dota?
No. Rezo is a core player, right? So he doesn't get murdered by all the wolves and all the boars and whatnot. So I'm not that big of a fan, but I can enjoy it from time to time. I mean, it wasn't that present all the time. It's there, but you also have something else that's in the meta. So I'm quite happy with where the state of the game is at the moment.
I'm still waiting to see some Visage coming from 33 as well.
He played 1.
Literally 1 game.
Yeah, it was the
all.
first game, and they lost versus Yakult's brothers. So I'm not sure that he wants to play it again.
Yeah, we're missing on that hero, but I'd also like to see some more Visage.
Yeah, you don't lose faith in here just with 1 game.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you. Okay.
Keep trying, you know, especially if you have like a strong phase from the pubs, like if you're winning with the pubs with it, so you just keep trying with it.
Yeah, I definitely like to see it. Unfortunately, it was their first game on the tournament, and Rezo, I think he highlighted it perfectly. These 2 teams are getting better with every game, right? Spirit from the group stage, day and night difference to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, they have been showing on the board. Their numbers throughout this tournament have been good. For Team Spirit to punch a ticket earlier on from the Swiss stage to the upper bracket and then winning a series. Same thing for for Tundra, who did have to go to the last day of the Swiss stage to pass forward. And our storyline here, whose crits hit harder? And again, it is the carry matchup comparison.
Yeah, I like to see how this team is gonna play out because they're like from the carry perspective, they have like different play styles, right? Yatoro is like this #1 carry that is gonna like absorb all the farm right on the map, but for Duracho, he's more of a playmaking core, so he's gonna like create all of these highlights. He's gonna be Bristleback that's gonna go to your triangle alone and just try to steal stacks, and it makes 33 games so much easier, right? But Yatoro is not the same type of player. He's gonna make pressure, but only when he gets to his timings and with the team, not like some solo plays that Duracho always makes.
Yeah, in addition to our analysis on these players as well, make sure that you're following our social media sites here with FISSURE because we do have some cool storylines. We've been having Duracho interview out there as well on YouTube. You should head over there and check that one out if you haven't already. And a bunch of more player stories coming out. So make sure with !F you are following all of our social media here at FISSURE. So picking up on that play style, Harry, we saw Duracho also end up in some pretty awkward positions every now and then. Like, wait, what is Duracho doing there?
Yeah.
Like, the rest of his team is looking for a fight, and he's dying in front of a tier 3. It's like,
yeah, I liked when Rezo said in the enemy triangle. That would be good, right? Because he was behind the enemy tier 2. There were still some tier 1s on the map, and he's dead. And we're like, why the hell is he there? Our observer had no idea, and we just weren't sure what's happening. But you know, it is that pressure that you have to expect fact that it is happening that gives this space to 33 to do what he likes. Farm, get to the timings, and then win the game. So I think it actually fits quite nicely into Tundra.
Yeah, I'm sure he's enjoying this playstyle way more than he was enjoying with Nightfall before, because Nightfall was all, like type of carry like Yotaro, right? He wants to absorb the farm, but Duracho, he makes all of this, you know, when you want to go to your triangle and farm your stacks, people don't have time to even deal with it because they're reacting to Duracho plays.
Do you think the Team Spirit core players are less selfless or more selfless compared to the Tundra Esports one then?
That's a good question.
Oh, it's hard to say, right? Because I'd say that Tundra's cores are more selfless overall. But Larl overall isn't really a selfish carry, and I couldn't even call Yararo. But if you would really have to compare, Durache and BZM, I'd say are definitely less greedy. They move around more. BZM moves around a bit more than Larl, and Duracio definitely moves around more than Yataro, especially for the solo plays directed towards the enemy. So yeah, I'd go for them. But I wouldn't really call Yataro and Larl selfish anyway. So it's you know, feels unfair. But if you're putting it one versus the other, then yeah, I guess so.
Also, some pretty blunt statistics and numbers you could bring up that Team Spirit kills more and Tundra dies more. Do you suspect these games are going to have a lot of deaths and a lot of kills? Or are we going to have that very conservative gameplay, very calm and trying to read the opponent's plays, and then we end up having like 5 kills in 15 minutes?
No, I don't think when Tundra plays, you're going to expect some calm games. It's just not going to happen. Like these teams, they're so aggressive in the way they play. Saxa is making a lot of rotations happening like early on. He knows his heroes pretty well. He knows his timings. He knows when to rotate, how to rotate. Ryu is kind of like he's new to the scene, so he doesn't have that much of a confidence.
True.
But he's still like on his line. Like I was amazed how well he was positioning himself, like with the spikes, like how he was using it. It was pretty good. So I don't expect these games are gonna be like stale or, you know, with the farm.
Absolutely, yeah, I think so as well. I mean, there has been so much fighting with these Tundra games that they push their advantage early, and they have had this trend of choking their opponent. We call it the boring Dota, but it's the way you win Dota, where you are choking your opponent out, increasing your net worth. They're not getting as much farm out there, and Tundra has been excelling at that gameplay style for now. But how do other teams not approach that type of play style?
Oh.
Is it very Tundra specific?
They know how to close you out, and I think that probably 33 is like very tries to make his team very disciplined, even though it's a lot harder right now. But overall, I think versus Team Spirit, it's not gonna work. Team Spirit are the type of team that always thinks what they should be doing. They almost never turtle, almost never. They go for that one unless they are waiting for a certain item. So I'm expecting, if they are clumped up in their base, the Team Spirit are going to be coming out. They're going to be making plays, putting aggressive vision and going for it. There is very low chances that we are going to be seeing that choke out part, even if Tundra take control of the game.
What do you think about the support side then? I mean, maybe I should ask Harry more about that, but you did bring up Rue as well, that he's not as experienced compared to maybe the other players here. But we've got Whitemon as well, bringing a lot of experience for Tundra, has been excelling in multiple regions. He played in NA, DPC as well, back in the TSM roster. What do you think about the support play styles? Is there something that varies between these two?
Yeah, I rarely see Whitemon ever make mistakes. Like, I'm amazed by his game style and the way he's like positioning himself, and like how he's finding these heroes. Like right now, Warlock, I think, is one of the best position 5 heroes, like, you know, besides the Lich and all of these meta heroes. But he's the only one who brings it up to the scene. And I think like he also plays Undying. He plays like not the casual position 5 heroes. And on top of that, like he's like he never has like, you know, 10 deaths or something like that. He's always like very low on death.
Yeah, I like that. I like that as a point for sure. But if I would have to compare them, I always look at Saxa as this guy who, nowadays everybody gets it, but Saxa was always the guy who gets a lot of farm, right? Top 10 on the leaderboards. He plays his Batriders. He gets a lot of farm. He wins some of the games on his own, right? Something that you would expect from a core player. It comes out from Saxa. I think Ru and Miposhka are definitely not those types of players. They can make plays, but they are not super farm hungry. Yeah, apart from when Miposhka, let's say, plays a channel. Obviously, he's gonna have a decent amount of farm.
Orange. That also.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's hero. I think the Ench and Chen are gonna be contested in this series because both teams like they like to apply pressure. Maybe Tundra even more like in terms of like how they apply pressure to push him towers. So they like summon heroes, they like Chen, they like and they like Beastmaster. But for Team Spirit side, they like to team fight more. So it's gonna be like team fight against the push. Kind of like scenario.
I'm gonna love the drafts here because I think both of these teams are very good at preparation. And they have, Team Spirit has a wide hero pool and Tundra has a specific hero pool. And then Team Spirit are with that wide hero pool gonna have to find out exactly how to deal with Tundra. Are they gonna let the Bristleback Beastmaster? Because, you know, that would be maybe foolish, but also I think Team Spirit are the type of team that might find a solution to deal with it.
Do you guys feel like this is a potential grand finals matchup already here in the upper bracket semifinals?
I don't think so. I think Falcons and BetBoom are also like really good contenders for the finals. So it's still uncertain for me.
I mean, I think a lot of the people in the crowd would be hoping for that, right? Spirit have been living in Serbia for 5 years.
Years now.
And then you have Saxa, right? Whenever people say, is there a player in the Balkans that is good, right? We kind of want to clump ourselves together because there's really not a lot of people in Serbia, Croatia, Macedonia, or whatever individually, right? So then we have to be like, yo, we're gonna claim Saxa for ourselves, right? So people in the crowd would be cheering for him as well. So it would actually be a cool grand final to see. Are they the best teams? I think actually that that we have a good chance that happens, but it's not certain for sure.
Well, let's see what kind of thoughts the players have at the start of this series. We're going to be heading over to the gorgeous Nats. Who do we have at the interview?
Standing next to me right now, Lal. He's getting a little bit distracted by his team because we're about to jump into this series. But Lal, for you in mid lane, people always talk about, you know, stable side lanes. But for you, having your Toro and Collapse back, does that open it up? Do you get to play mid a little bit differently?
I mean, maybe it's just more easy to play game, not mid. So my teammates can carry me. Okay. So that's only the reason I can feel like more comfortable. If I fit, so my teammates can carry me. Yeah.
Hey, look, sometimes you have those sorts of games. But I've also been looking back. You have been playing so much Lina in pubs, but you've only played it once here at FISSURE Playground and a bunch of Monkey King. So when are we going to see the Lina? Why isn't the Lina coming out more often?
I mean, it's need to ask my coach and my cap. If they give me Lina, I'm gonna play. But they always give me a Monkey King. You need to play Monkey King, so I always practice because it's a annoying hero, like in competitive. So and I enjoy it. It's very fun.
Is there any other heroes you really want to play mid that you have to convince your coach and captain of?
Maybe Shaker. Shaker or Bounty Hunter is also fun.
I was gonna say I could hear Collapse there. He's just shouting out Bounty Hunter.
Yeah. He wanna play mid lane Magnus. Maybe sometimes he gonna play mid. Yes.
All right, I like it. A little bit of snickers there, a little bit of fun. Look, Lal, thank you so much for joining me. Let's check in with their opponent, Team Tundra.
That's right. I'm here with Big D.
Hello, hello.
Доброе утро.
Доброе, доброе.
Как дела?
Пойдет.
Нормально. Okay, that's good. Are you more nervous for this game than, or more nervous for the front row seats to the LA Lakers?
LA Lakers.
You were more nervous for that.
Yeah.
Did LeBron James, did sweat driplets come off of him and land on you?
No, he's done. No.
It didn't.
No, he didn't.
So was it worth the money that you spent on it?
It was for free. It's a gift. That's why I got there.
Because you're Big D.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, who's the LeBron James of Dota, would you say?
LeBron James, Dota. Miracle, of course, Miracle.
Really? I was thinking like Arteezy.
No, it's probably not.
Fair enough. What do you think about the carry meta right now? Okay, actually, let's do another question. If you're playing against Team Spirit and you're playing pubs, are you practicing different heroes to play against them? Or are you just playing the Duratio heroes?
I think second. Playing just Russia heroes.
You just always play your style?
Yeah, kinda. But heroes it doesn't matter. Any hero can fit my style.
Right, because you're going to just die Fountain anyway.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, well, let's see if you do that in this game, my friend. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Nat and Jenkins. And of course, interesting answers there. We have already highlighted that Dacha can be found in very interesting places. So hopefully not too often at the enemy fountain unless they're winning that particular game. But to jump on that Laurel interview, they were talking about Shaker and they were talking about Lina. I did see that this Lina has been picked once for him in the last few weeks. Hasn't won with it. No Shaker. Their opponents have played one game of Shaker. But what's the reason we're not really seeing this? How do you see the mid heroes? Because Lina is a pub stomper. Shaker is annoying to play against.
I mean, I think Lina is just like more farm heavy hero, and Monkey can make more plays early on. And I think Team Spirit relies on Lara being really active and play with the supports. And Lina, like, it just takes time. You need to find your aghanims. You need to, and it's more of a like a solo pick-off hero than like, you know, really like initiate. So he's like, Lina is a follow-up, right?
Yeah.
And they need from Laurel something like Tiny, something like Monkey King, something like Shaker. Shaker fits that pretty well as well. That can start fights and, you know, and be able to make the plays while Collapse and Yator are farming.
Yeah, they did play Alina, and it was versus Heroic, I think. They lost the game. He played a hell of a game on Laurel, but as you mentioned, he was constantly farming, right? He didn't get caught. I think it was 4-0 for like 25 minutes, but in the end, it wasn't enough. They couldn't win the game. So yeah, I guess that probably is the reason these players aren't going for it. And Panda, look at that in the chat. More Tundra fans.
Well, that just means that the Spirit fans need to wake up because chat has a vote going on right now. Exclamation mark T for Tundra, exclamation mark S for Team Spirit. If you want to root for your gang to win this series, or at least this game number 1, we have votes for every single map. But going back to the mid matchup heroes that we potentially might be seeing as well, the Monkey King is a pretty interesting one to bring up because in total for cores, both safe lane and for mid and potentially for support, as we've seen Rue play before, they have picked 8 Monkey Kings, 87% win rate, which is really high. The Tiny is undefeated in 7 games, 7-0. And maybe if they pull off something like that mid-Magnus they were talking about there a bit as well, 100% win rate, but just only from 1 game. So interesting mid-picks could be showing up, but maybe they're just going with the standard tournament meta.
Yeah, what do you ban, right? Like, there's a Monkey King, there's a Tiny, there's like Doom, there's a Alchemist, there's so many heroes, so like you gotta let something go. And I think for BZM, he's always aiming for something like Invoker for them because they like this hero a lot. So it might be a decent matchup against Monkey King.
Do you think they let through the Alchemist, both of the teams? Like, Tundra are pretty aggressive, and I'm not sure if Team Spirit would want... Okay, there's my answer.
Yep.
Yeah, it is. I guess Spirit doesn't want to play versus the... Look at that. They have the first pick, and they got rid of it. We don't see that too often, so they probably wouldn't want to play it versus Tundra. But for Tundra's playstyle, I'm feeling like the Alchemist could probably fit quite nicely.
Yeah, Tundra actually chose the road that they ban all of these 3 heroes that we were talking about just now. So they led through what? Like Lich supports, OP supports, Lich, Batrider are in the pool.
Yeah, those are the common ones. Bristleback is also in the pool, which has been frequently first phase picked.
Yeah.
Tundra could also opt for something like a Lycan in the first phase, but 33 doesn't seem to care too much what are the supports in the game. He'll just pick up Pack Leader.
That's interesting that they banned TB because I don't think Collapse really plays TB, so it's only for Yatora.
He plays it in pubs so much.
Yeah.
Insane.
Oh,
Right? He didn't pick it in a competitive game, but he plays it in pubs like some insane number. Let me find it, right? It's like 15 matches in the last 7 days and 73% win rate.
Oh,
So
73%.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
That makes
competitively,
sense.
you are correct. They've only got 2 TB picks. Both are wins.
For Yatora, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And you banned the Beastmaster, you picked the Bristleback. So Tundra, what are they gonna be left with? Maybe Tundra are finally gonna show the other teams how you deal with this hero.
I think you just pick a Viper here. I think it's a decent overall counter pick to Bristleback. You either go, like, you need some break mechanic, right? You either go for Hoodwink, which is not very picked right now. You go for Viper, you go for Shadow Demon and buy Aghanims. Or You get the Doom.
Yeah.
Pretty simple answer, yeah.
What about the? How do you feel about the Primal Beast? Right, it is a BZM hero. I'm feeling like maybe that's the one that the Bristleback would hate to play against the most.
Yeah, I think Primal Beast is pretty good, but I don't see like why people are not going for the Saganim early on the Primal Beast. They usually like prefer to go for SNY, like Blade Mail, SNY, BKB, and only then they can choose to go for Aghanim. But it's like it's way too late. This Bristleback already got what he needs from the game by that time already. So you're gonna like need to make sure it gets earlier.
Yeah, we were sitting with Blitz and we asked him like, why is everybody buying SNY? And his answer was pretty simple. He's like, because it's freaking OP, right? And then just everybody wants to have it. And I'm thinking when I see a Doom in the game that even on the heroes that we might not expect to go for the SNY,
yeah,
we're
like
gonna be thinking about.
Chen is gonna build SNY.
Yeah.
Batrider SNY. Why not? Let's go.
Everybody's gonna
Let's
get it.
do it.
Tundra Esports turn to
On the
bat.
topic of BZM's heroes as well, alongside the Primal Beast, he has been successful with his Nature's Prophet in the last half a year. I've seen him play it multiple times, had good success with it. Is a Silver Edge builder versus the Bristleback. Do you think there's a possibility for this hero to finally show up on the stage?
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not sure about the Nature's Prophet, just purely because it doesn't bring as much of a team fight and utilities to the game. It's just like a very heavy farm core, and I don't think they can allow this right now with their playstyle. Like with 33 being really greedy, especially right now with the Doom. Like they need something more active.
Because I like the build on Furion where you have Blade Mail Vessel, which allows you to fight early, get pickoffs on the map. That could maybe enable 33 to activate early too. But I feel like there are reasons.
Scale, right?
Yeah, he still needs to scale.
I'm looking at his pubs and how he's been building Furion, and it's mostly Mjolnir, right? There was a Mage Slayer in one of the games, and he did go Blade Mail in one of them, but again, as a second item, he was just crushing that game, so he went for it. So I wouldn't think that is a build he would want to go for. So now I'm thinking about if they want to go for that BZM Primal Beast, that Shadow Demon is going to be somewhere in this draft. Either Tundra get it for themselves to make sure that Spirit can have it as a response, or maybe they're gonna wait for the 2 picks of Spirit. If they get the 2 supports, then you won't have it. I actually can't believe that this hero made it through.
I wanted to say that Nyx is gonna be in the game for sure for Saxa. He likes that hero a lot, and it just makes it so much easier to play the map. People are like, they have to climb, right? Like they have to be together to prevent that pickoffs happening. And right now, I think Invoker is gonna be the next pick for the BZM to just land on the Sunstrikes and make this pickoff even stronger.
So yeah, Invoker would be great. And then how do you prepare for that Invoker? I've seen so many mid laners just not have a way to deal with it, and Bristleback already doesn't like dealing with the mana. So Spirit,
I don't really think you can deal with it. You just have to pick the good hero that fits your lineup pretty much.
Yep.
The Laurel here.
Yeah.
So you're aiming for Shaker, you're aiming for some Earth Spirit, which is not having so much success these days.
It hasn't. He has played the mid DK at least, so if you want go-at-you heroes with a lot of melee potential, Bristleback, Clockwork, you could consider picking DK for him in the mid lane, but we all have also seen Spirit played from the carry position too, so that could be a 1-2 flex. If they don't want to play carry Bristle, that is.
I love the DK. Just makes it hard for Nyx to find those pickups, because those tanky heroes like Bristol and DK are going to be pretty hard for him to get. And they're also choosing the melee supports and these beef tanky supports too. And the Chen as well.
Yeah.
With the auras, it's not as easy for Nyx to play the game this way.
Yeah, the reason why I would favor DK is because when you're playing against the Doom, you want to have either multiple Doom targets that don't feel good to Doom at. If they put a 3 Bristleback, it's not your carry that you just take out of the game. You have a mid DK who still likes to build Sanjan Yasha. He has over 3k HP. Does it still feel good to Doom that target when their carry should be the one that we should be focusing on?
Yeah.
I'm thinking now I was thinking maybe they could go for a Primal Beast, but I'm still when Rezo said Invoker, it just looks much better, especially for this Clockwork. And they got the Clockwork specifically to deal with the Nyx, that is one, and then potentially if a Primal Beast does come out, it is a really good counter to it. So I really love this support duo from T-Spirit because it covers a wide variety of heroes. It's just pretty much nothing covers the Invoker completely, in my opinion. And as you mentioned, Rezo, it just seems that you have to have a good lineup overall to be able to deal with him.
I think it's like Warlock Invoker or something like that was going to be for Tundra, because they need to compensate the Nyx weakness in the team fights with some really strong team fight hero. So it might be Phoenix, it might be Warlock for Whitemon this time around. And yeah, I still like the Invoker. I think it's amazing here.
How is the Zeus? Would that be a decent one?
I think Zeus against Chen is kind of weak because too much heals to remove all his damage.
And they also have to watch out for a Spectre coming out from Team Spirit, which has been great versus Doom. Nyx does nothing to the hero.
Yeah, I also like the PA for Yatoro this game.
It's banned out, yeah.
Oh, no, never mind.
Yeah, but a PA-like hero, I think that could maybe fit in. They got the Phoenix, though, on Tundra.
Ursa, yeah, Phoenix to compensate for the team fighting.
Yeah, and Phoenix is a little bit easier to play versus a Clockwork and the Chen than, let's say, a Warlock could be. Maybe the tempo would be a bit too much for him. The Phoenix is actually quite good versus these two heroes. He doesn't care about the Bristleback either. None of these heroes have good attack speed. So, is Morphling in the pool? Is this or is the Doom just way too strong?
Doom is very nice.
Doom is
against
prime.
Morph.
Yeah.
It's very nice right now.
But I'm surprised this Phoenix went through, because in the last 12 games for Team Spirit, they've banned it 10 times. They just don't want to play versus Phoenix, so they let it go for Tundra.
Yeah, okay, the puck. What do you think about this puck? I don't really like the puck pick here.
Oh boy, last time when they picked the puck, he had the perfect game for Larl.
Not that
and
one.
He was like versus
boy.
a Zeus and I don't know, something like that doesn't have a stun Coddle, and they just killed him 10 times. Now
It
he's
was
playing
the Tidehunter Ravage.
Yeah, now he's playing versus a Nyx assassin, right? So I'm not 100% convinced, but other than the Nyx, if the Clockwork can keep tabs on him, I think it can work out. It's just that last time when Lara played it, it just didn't look good.
Yeah, it was the Tidehunter Ravage that caught him every single time.
Yeah.
He had 5 deaths, and every time he showed up in a team fight, he never got the phase shift off out in time. So that was a rough one. But maybe things are better this time around.
I wonder if Tundra is ready to put Doom on the Ratio just to keep the flex going, and have some 33 hero coming on the last pick. Maybe like, Lycan or something like that. Still.
Would you play how is the Lycan versus the Chen overall? But also, we all know how it's gonna be in our arena here at the FISSURE Playground here in Belgrade, Serbia. Guys, exclamation mark ticket in the chat. Join us. The playoffs have started, but the last 3 days, starting from the day after tomorrow, we are gonna be there with the audience. So come join us. It is gonna be a very, very big event and an awesome stage as well that is waiting for you.
Yeah, I think to me the picks that are left for like carries this time is like Bloodseeker. This is also very strong in the meta right now. I think it's Spectre that they might consider. I think it's Ursa, which is pretty good for both teams. I don't know even like who's better with it.
I really like Spectre on Spirit.
I like both Spectre and Ursa. I think both of them can work. But if you pick an Ursa, does that open up for, as you mentioned, maybe like a 33 hero like a Visage or something?
With Nyx?
Yep.
Sounds like a pretty weak lane, but could work.
Yeah, what is the ratio hero pool here that's left? Magnus is out, PA is out.
TA?
He played the Slark,
TA
right?
is out, yeah.
Yep.
But this is not a Slark game,
It's not a Slark. I mean, it's alright. Against Bristleback, people love Slark, usually. But I don't think he enjoys Slark that much.
He plays a little bit of Morphling, so that could be a
Morph.
way to go.
Morph could be good this game, yeah.
He does have a last pick, so he's probably gonna still see what he's up against. That could be actually a ban for Team Spirit if they don't want to be playing versus the Morphling. I'm surprised they banned out the Lifestealer. I feel like a Lifestealer would be decent for Team Spirit, but there's still a chance that this is a carry Bristleback and that we see a Collapse hero.
You know what I'd like to see? Viper on the Raichu. That would be sick.
Tundra Esports.
Slark.
Oh, the Broodmother.
Okay.
For Yatoro.
Probably, yes. He does play it. I don't know if I've seen Collapse play it at all.
I think he was trying to add Broodmother into his pool, but it didn't work out well.
10 seconds remaining.
But Broodmother, that's an amazing Broodmother game, to be honest. Nobody can touch spiders right now. Their bottom lane is gonna be pretty hard against Brood Chen.
Funny thing about the Brood, I can't even find it in my notes that Spirits even played this hero.
Yeah. We were talking yesterday on the panel about like what are the last picks that are left, you know, that are cheesy, still in the meta because Tinker got nerfed. You cannot play it core. Nobody's playing Meepo, like very rare. Nobody's playing Arc. You know, only like Huskar was. We saw Huskar yesterday, but the Broodmother is another one that is pretty good. DK.
And they go for the DK.
Hero.
Yeah, we've completely forgotten
I'm
about
surprised that this hero is still in the pool. Yeah.
Yeah, we were thinking about DK for Spirit earlier on in the draft, but Tundra are the ones to grab it for themselves for Duraccio, 33 for the Doom, and indeed Yatoro playing the Broodmother here for Spirit.
it. Oh, looks like a really good DK game, right? In the early stages game, maybe level 1-2. When you're lacking armor, the Bristleback can slightly like push you back, but it's two melee heroes versus the Dragonite. He should have a good lane, and generally a pretty decent pick there at the end for Tundra.
I really like the balance that Tundra lineup has. Like I think they cover all the angles. Like besides this Broodmother, it's gonna be a problem if they can deal with it and not like really get pressured too super hard. I think this game is gonna be like completely theirs.
You know where I see a problem for them? Usually Tundra is the team that has better wave outpush. And now it is Spirit that are going to be better at controlling the waves. You have a Puck, you have a Brood, you have a Chen, even the Bristle, even the Clockwork, all of them are pretty solid at shoving out the waves. And I don't know if Tundra are used to playing versus something like this, because it's always them who are applying pressure.
Yeah, they're usually the ones with the initiative, the speed, but Spirit has also been a team of speed. So who do you think out of these two lineups activates faster?
I mean, definitely Spirit lineup activates faster, and I think they have the auras, which nobody can, I think, build on the Tundra side. Only Phoenix can build some auras, but other than that, maybe 33 is gonna be like, you know, pipe, drums, Crimson Guard, same type of, you know, style.
That is a plan. What about predictions here? Harry, let's start with you.
I think I'm gonna go with Spirit. I just still haven't. I've always seen Tundra be the ones applying pressure. I feel like if they are the ones being pressured, I'm still not sure if they're gonna be able to deal with it. So I guess that's why I'm leaning Spirit.
I'll go with Tundra because of the balance they have in the lineup.
I'm also going to go with Tundra. I do feel like they have a pretty solid roster coming into this game. Maybe the fact that I'm shaking a bit more about Tundra and Spirit is the fact that Spirit has been playing more from behind, and I feel like Tundra has been making less mistakes. But I guess this series will, or at least game will tell which one of these two teams came more prepared. Thank you, Rezo, for your input. You can go in and enjoy the games, pile your notes. Me and Harry will continue with the commentary.
Thank you, guys.
Well, so we are taking over Panda. We're taking over. We have let go of Rezo. We are now on our own. But we're gonna get ourselves into the game. I think it's unfair. The production put that Rezo has only 2 predictions. He should probably be given like the number from yesterday, the lowest that somebody had at the start of the day. That was probably
You mean like a Rezo audience vote that he can always vote even if he's watching chat?
that
A
would
separate one?
Yeah, that would be fair because he wasn't here for the Swiss stage, right? We got way too much of an advantage over
Yeah, he's
him.
got some catching up to do.
Yeah.
Looking at these facet choices here, we got the Hellbear convert coming in from the Chen, so something has changed from the usual Saturn.
Yeah, I mean, you want the Hellbear to die in the lane so that your Broodmother can attack more, right? It just makes sense. And maybe when there's gonna be the Spiderlings, if you send those Hellbears to die, you're just gonna be buffing everybody. So that might be the reason that he's going for it.
Just wondering how they are planning to set up the lanes, because at the moment, Chen is bottom and Clock is top, so they don't even get the benefit of that Hellbear for the Broodmother, by the looks of it. So a support swap.
Yep. So it's who's gonna be getting the benefit? It's gonna be the Bristleback.
Just the Bristleback then, yeah.
That's still fine, right? This hero does pack a punch, minus armor as well. We'll see how it works. They moved Saksa to the bottom lane. They don't want him versus a Clockwork, it seems. Or no, they want him versus the Chen. Makes sense, right? So he's just gonna be running around and trying to kill those converts.
And that's probably why Miposhka also picked up the Hellbear convert, because you don't want to really kill it. So I like this idea here with the lane swap, right?
Yep. Really,
and
really
the
smart.
facet choice change as well, because I think that makes a huge difference. If it's a Satyr, you just eat the Satyr, and Nyx is going to be very happy with that, but you kill the Hellbear, suddenly your enemies are buffed.
Yes.
Cool idea.
So the Ratio did play for Team Spirit. So this was 2020. That was a long time ago. Yadro has been the staple carry for them for a long time. Also, I mean, I went for Spirit here, but if I look at the Invoker, BZM for me is the X factor. His movements to the side lanes could completely destroy this idea of how Spirit wants to play Dota. So I'm thinking you're really gonna be needing some wards close to your lanes. The one on the bottom for Spirit I like, and I'm assuming that the next one they get there is gonna be placed somewhere in the path from BZM going towards the top lane.
33 taking some hits from Radon and from Rue. It's going to be all right here. Some hits back and forth. While the mid is starting to build up here with 10 and 6 in favor of the Invoker.
There is a couple of creeps going towards the puck, so if Laurel gets those CS, it's still gonna be fine-ish for him. But the Phoenix has 9 CS. You know, that is something that you definitely don't see every day. But definitely some of the creeps in the jungle went to Whitemon.
Yeah, Whitemon's been farming pretty actively.
So Doom went for the created the creep that reduces the heals. That's actually quite nice versus the Broodmother once you get the insatiable hunger. If you can reduce those heals, it does help. The Wool Assassin is the name of the creep.
3-minute Lotus. Whitemon and Aracho, they both go for Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, on the bottom lane, you've got no chance. You don't have a stun, and their enemies do.
Nice harass. Sunstrike coming in, but Mampochka's not going to walk into
One
this
more.
one. However, one right click required. Collapse is trying to zone him out, but the moment Chen turns around for a hit, trying to help with the Saksa kill for Collapse, he drops.
Nice.
And a Dragon Tail just in time.
Very nicely done. He went for a Spike Carapace, then they got the Dragon Tail, and he did manage to get his distance away. Also, Radon is being pressured. That's a Blood Grenade. He's gonna drop low.
Ooh, one more connection from Fire Spirits needed. 33 is going to go for the chase here, popping the Scorched Earth. Not a desperate one, at least, to try and find the Brute. He's still pretty fast on his feet. Brute does have brown boots, 402 movement speed.
They're really applying the pressure to Radon. If these lanes continue to go this well for Tundra, it's gonna be easy for BZM to make those rotations, right? Because if you win the lanes quite heavily, the Invoker, who is already doing well in the lane, every single rotation will turn out to be a kill, unless Spirit are playing super defensive, which in turn will also hurt them. So Spirit should be afraid a bit right now. But Rue, well, he does clockwork things. This hero is just insane when it comes down to level 3.
We're kind of talking about the lineups activating for Spirit, maybe to hit those timings faster, but with this laning stage being this rough, Radon will go down to Whitemon. 33 will get the assist. As this Broodmother drops, they are increasing their lead here in the top lane.
They're really putting the pressure onto Yatoro. And I'm not sure how you change that. I mean, yeah, the puck, once he gets the level 6, any kind of dive is going to be met with a response. But that is the one thing about Team Spirit, is they're not that great at killing you. They're very good at controlling the lanes, but you still need to come out of the laning stage somewhat strong to be able to make that happen.
Those little moves happening here and there, Spirit needs to connect them perfectly, because it might just be that Tundra getting themselves a better laning stage. Spirit suddenly falls behind, and they don't want to be too behind with this lineup, don't they?
No, you don't want to. But overall, I mean, Spirit have been very good at reactions. And if you react once or twice versus Tundra when they're applying pressure, at some point you will open up the map in a way that that this lineup is meant to play. So at the moment, things are definitely looking bad for them. Well, we'll see if they can take it back. It has to be Laurel that starts that slow comeback, so that they are at least close to even to Tundra.
I just get worried seeing pucks being, playing from behind. If they don't get their item timings, that they have no playmaking capability around the map, and then Tundra can just roam around the map, do whatever they want. They have the XP advantage, getting his level 6 on the Nyx Assassin early. And I think he might even contest that Wisdom rune, as 50 seconds time for that. The shield rune got denied by BZM.
Yeah, this is the thing. The puck really needs those power runes. The Invoker, not so much. Invoker moves fast around the map anyways as Duracio. He is just applying pressure onto Collapse, but you have to be careful when that many Quill Spray stacks are on you, even with high armor of the DK.
See what they can do here. Sunstrike's off the mark. Well, as it won't end up being Collapse chasing him down. Soxa's dropping quite low too. He's got a big one for himself and the Mind Flare, but it's straight into the raindrops and the Breathe Fire at almost maximum range for Duracio. It's a good setup of spells there, using the first one for popping the raindrops, the second one to secure the kill. Whitemon also found a kill in the top lane of the Clockwork. So 2 more for Tundra, 2k ahead, and now the 7-minute Wisdom spawning. Radon will get the kill on Whitemon. He will not be able to deny himself.
Yeah, finally he gets something. Overall, that Mind Flare wouldn't have done enough damage if there was not a raindrop.
This is one way to farm.
Yep. I mean, with the Chen, we'll see if it works out that he is the one just getting all the farm. But overall, I really liked how Tundra played that thing in the bottom lane. If it was Breathe Fire then Mind Flare, it wouldn't have been enough because the Nyx wasn't doing any damage. But because it was the Mind Flare, just a little bit to break the raindrop, and then the Breathe Fire to kill him. That was beautiful. While Ru, he still steals the Wisdom Rune. It wasn't the puck, but the Clockwork makes it there in time. Pretty huge. As 33, he's chasing onto Radon. He does have his level 6, but
no mana.
Yup, no mana at the moment.
Just the Mango that he's holding on to, and he's burnt his spells. Radon disappeared for a moment, so burning off seconds of the Scorched Earth does not allow the Doom to go for a chase.
He has the Speed Aura now, 8 at the Cobbled Foreman, so this Doom is going to be very, very hard to catch. Soxa, I thought for a second that he was level 6. Like, what the hell is going on when they didn't have a Wisdom Rune? But
oh, Sunstrike there coming out as well on Meposhka, and another secured kill. Duracio for the killing spree here. 3 up, maybe even a 4th one as well off of Collapse.
Still has one
There's
raindrop.
no help coming out here for him, so he's going to try to stretch this all the way to the end versus Whitemon, hoping to get a Phoenix kill, but no such luck. It's going to be Soxa picking this one up. 6-1 now for Tundra. And a moment ago it was 2k, now it's 3k net worth lead here. And their cores are getting away from Spirit with every passing minute.
Yep, they are really making a big gap between themselves. I mean, look at the Dragonite. Nobody's even close. He's 1,000 ahead of the Broodmother and the Puck. It's definitely not looking good for Spirit at the moment.
But of course, as we are in the second day of the playoffs, we've got on Friday the main event beginning here in Belgrade, Serbia at the Sava Center on the 31st of January to the 2nd of February. Exclamation mark ticket into chat. You'll get information and a link to click to find what kind of tickets you want to buy. There are several different types that you can consider for yourself. We hope to see you here this weekend here in Belgrade. Duracio now being
PM is probably the only one who plays this Exort Invoker early on, right? A lot of the people would just go for the Wex Quas. Nope, he wants to have a Sunstrike with the Nyx on your side. It is going to be an insane amount of damage, and that is one weakness of this Tundra lineup, is they don't push out lanes or towers, but the thing is, Nyx might not need to do it if you have enough damage. Meanwhile...
Uh-oh.
Okay. It seems that...
Server is acting up apparently for a second, so we hope to get back into game pictures as soon as possible. The classic Kale, as we like to refer to the situation to. So we'll get back in. 7-1 on the scoreline. Things looking pretty good for Tundra at the moment here, building up speed versus this Team Spirit draft. What are maybe the next few minutes that we should look out for? Because Team Spirit, I mean, could they have had a better time in the laning stage?
They could have. But overall, I think Tundra played it really well, right? They put the lanes that they wanted. Yeah, it was kind of annoying to kill the Hellbear and then give the attack speed, the damage to your opponent. But overall, it didn't change the outcome of that lane much. Yep. Then you have a double melee lane versus a Doom who's just running around. It's actually hard to play versus that one. I think Tundra understood the limits of the Spirit lanes and they capitalize them onto them perfectly. So with the way that Tundra played, I'm not sure Spirit could have done much better. Maybe focused on shoving out the waves a bit more. But now the time is coming where they're gonna have the Chen army, they're gonna have the Spiderlings, and they can start shoving out those lanes and finding opportunities for themselves. So you do that, you get level 6 on the clockwork, and under the current circumstances, you search for support kills, right?
Yep.
You do not try to get cores. Shove out the waves, play more aggressively, kill the supports, rinse and repeat. That is the only way back into the game.
As I can see, players are slowly reconnecting back to the server.
Yep.
So nothing too drastic happening. Probably just a minor shortcut. I mean, what's it called? Short circuit. That's what I wanted to say. So
At Valve headquarters, I think we were...
who knows?
yeah.
We'll never know. We just know that players are coming back and dropping again, apparently. So we'll just have to wait a little bit longer to get our game running again. Though, for Team Spirit, I thought that they might have a bit of a faster start, you know, with this Brood Mother. The ones that we've seen, at least before, rotate through the Twin Gate, find early kills, punish their opponents, take towers fast, and that's just not happening for Spirit now.
If you look at the Tundra heroes, they're actually very hard to kill, right? How do you get to the Invoker? Well, before the hook shot, it's going to be very hard. How do you kill a Dragonite? Very hard. How do you
They
kill
tried
a
the
Doom?
DK, that didn't work.
Yeah, you tried to go for a Doom. That's hard as well. Maybe they could have focused a little bit on the Nyx. I think that was a kill to just alleviate the pressure a little bit from yourself. But I also think that Saxa was playing really well, and he was just searching for opportunities when he goes for a kill. In other circumstances, he was playing pretty passively, wasn't even trading, just from afar, uses the Mind Flare, secures the creep, gets himself away. But then when the Dragonite and him are going forward, then it happens, and, well...
Let's jump straight into action. BZM in the middle of a fight will take down Rue as Whitemon got denied by the neutral simultaneously, and maybe Laurel gets his much-needed kill here off of BZM, deafening Blast TP out, but he was able to get out of that disarm as he will finish off the Invoker. Not sure, did he have his phase shift already on cooldown, or did he manage to use that very short duration to dodge the deafening blast? But it allowed him to right-click.
He has only one level in Wex. The Wex is the thing that gives you disarm, so it's 1.25 seconds. So
it's just a second. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. So that's why he was able to attack. People would assume that it's Quas that is, but I think it's the
Right.
Quas gives the knockback, and the Wex gives you the disarm.
So a kill for Team Spirit, but a lot more needs to be done here to activate the cores as this Brood Mother's going down. Doraccio sucks the 33, the help of the Sunstrike from BZM as he's just respawned back into the game. And now they can start pressuring these towers more and more. The top T1's already down to 50%. They also want to fend off Miposhka here.
Well, if they get close to him with the stun, Miposhka, with the way he's moving, yeah, he doesn't have boots, only the wind lace. He's so slow. Yeah, they
Well
got
played
him.
by Saxa here. He's able to dodge the Centaur Stone as he's at the same time lining up his Mind Flare. He will probably die to Team Spirit, but Larl and Rue are going to try and make a play onto the egg, but here comes Doraccio. The egg's taking hits, and one more will do it. Whitemon will drop. Doraccio has to turn around. Couple kills there for Team Spirit, despite the Chen falling.
This is the timing for Team Spirit, right? Just outside of the laning stage is when they are gonna start moving, farming the Ancients. They've been stacking. We saw Collapse there with the smoke, doing exactly that. But the thing is that you always have to look at it. Did you lose the laning stage too much that these moves aren't gonna be making a difference? Because the Doom is pressuring the Broodmother Tower. Under different circumstances, that wouldn't be something that would be allowed. But under the circumstances that we have currently in the game, he might just be getting this tower without any contest.
At least Radon is moving around the area. He's got his presence nearby. If Team Spirit wants to defend this T1 tower, if they do, it might feel a bit rough to go against 3 heroes. At least they're glyphing it, but it does look like no response is going to come out from Team Spirit. They don't want to send too many heroes here just to defend a tower that's probably going to fall anyway and risk losing heroes more.
They're just gonna stay defensive for now. You still don't want to allow your big jungle to get overtaken. I know it happens a lot in the current meta, but with the Brood Mother on top and with a lot of the nets, you cannot allow it. You have to protect the top side of the map. And Saxa, well, they are They're going to be looking towards him. The hookshot connects. He's out of the cogs. Does look like he will survive with the drums being used. Radon gets the stun, and it will be a dead Broodmother. Spirit understanding that they need this side of the map, but they won't be able to protect it. And Tundra are already in a smoke, moving to the other side of the map.
Dire's middle tower is
What
under
they're trying to do right now is get the Bristol back, open up the bottom side of the map, and if you're able to do that, that ancient farming, which is also one of the ways for Spirit to come back into the game, isn't gonna be there. But Collapse, he reads it perfectly.
Tundra's lead continues to grow here
They're gonna get the wisdom
with
rune.
every moment, and yeah, getting that wisdom rune as well is going to help a lot, but not for Team Spirit. Feeling a bit pressurized here. Collapse has got multiple hostiles in the area. They'll start with the DK stun, and just look at the amount of damage that they have. It's so hard to fight back. Laurel will try at least to with this coil to
He
kill
needs more
Daracha with the help
heroes.
of the tower, but he definitely would need some backup for this one. Team Spirit is feeling a bit disarmed at the moment.
They even use the glyph for the extra damage. They're hoping that they're going to be getting some return kills, but no such luck. Both of the wisdom runes will be going towards them. Okay, Spirit, they got both of the 7-minute runes, but of course these ones are more valuable, and Tundra just continues to control the game. Spirit has to find a way to shove out those waves.
The thing with that early armlet build up on that DK, seems like it has spoiled quite a lot of Team Spirit's confidence to find kills on the map. Like we already talked about how tanky they are to try and kill either one, the Doom or the DK on the side lanes. Can they even get to BZM's Invoker without both supports rotating in? Pretty rough, pretty hard. But that armlet timing literally changed a lot. Now again, when they were diving the tier 2 tower, he's just able to armlet toggle his way out of that one and not even lose a hero, wasting a glyph on that technically.
There is one more item that Team Spirit are looking forward to, is this Orchid, but I mean, that item is so powerful if you are the ones that are taking down towers, if you're the ones playing on the opponent's side of the map. If they're constantly running at you, doesn't happen.
Setting up on 33 here, they can get this Doom. That'd be a pretty worthy kill, and looks like they will. Radon securing it. Much needed gold for the Broodmother. Looking at the net worth on all these 3 cores, they need every little bit.
Very smart that they're protecting that top part of the map. A lot of the times you would just move towards bottom, but Spirit there, they left vision, and they're playing on the top side, already walking into the pit, while Collapse is taking a bit of a beating in the mid lane. Oh, they scanned this out. Well, they're just gonna die.
They're just gonna let this one go and let the Collapse Bristleback fall. Larl is coming in to help him. Collapse is dead. Soxa might fall, but looks like he's also going to be able to get out. They focus the egg instead, so they'll get Whitemon. Soxa's TPing home.
Yeah, so they scanned the ocean, knew that they couldn't get there in time, so they just dove the Bristleback. He does have his Aghanim Scepter, but Bristleback hates dying at the 15 to the 20-minute mark. It's kind of like with the Timbersaw. This is where you're at your strongest, and it's really, really bad if the enemies are able to completely down your timing.
Let's see what they can do with this this Aegis. Probably going to be a farming Aegis, most likely. Team Spirit has to play catch-up.
Yeah, you have an Orchid on the Brood, so I think the plan for Team Spirit doesn't change no matter what the game state is. It's always gonna be shove out the waves, go for pickoffs. Shove out the waves, go for pickoffs. There's not gonna be any...
Yeah, with an Orchid, you're not going to spend time farming just.
Exactly, right? You might have to if Tundra are able, because of their lead, to shove in the waves towards you, then this lineup of Team Spirit just cannot fight. If you go for a forced out fight, you're gonna lose. There's no doubt about it. You're versus a Doom, Invoker, Nyx, Egg. Like, there's so many things that you're gonna die to. And you're, on the other hand, the only thing that you have working for you is the coil, and it's not really that big of a deal.
Yeah. Getting closer to his BKB2. 33, picking up the plate mail towards his Shiva's guard. We'll have some tankiness versus the Brood and the Bristle. Don already scouting aggressively here with the 3rd point, Insatiable Hunger.
They should have glyphed that. That was the first tier 1 dropping. Definitely could have refreshed the glyph. Tundra even forgot like what's happening versus a Chen and a Brood. They didn't take a single tower for 18 minutes, but you have to start somewhere.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They decide to smoke up again. Whitemon is in a good position to pop those smokes. Actually looking for that 18-minute rune steal will cost his life. Spirit were ready for this one with numbers.
Yeah, just has to be speed, right? Because obviously at the moment, Tundra are playing in a way that they are shoving out the waves. Okay, so...
Interesting. All right.
Oh.
Voice leak.
Oh, yeah, they probably just left the headphones there, the extra pair. And it's just...
Yeah, that also works. They just needed time to quickly mute and continue going. And off we go once again. So towards the mid T1.
Yep. This is their timing. They might be 6k gold behind, but with speed, they can shove out the waves and find pickoffs. It's the way. So what are Tundra waiting for to start preventing this? You need to be strong on one hero that can just posture aggressively and be fat enough that your team can almost always respond. I think that's why this Doom is going for a Shiva's Guard. That might be an item. Just makes you tanky enough so that your team can get close to you in time.
Sox are quite deep in the triangle here, trying to read where Team Spirit are currently.
It's dangerous.
Will spawn in the triangle again. Just thinking maybe is he planning to block some of those with his sentry placed down, but it looks like it's straight under the outpost position.
They're in a good position on the side of
Larl is going to show himself, and Dyrachyo is nearby, but Puck already manages to slip away. But there's only 1.5 minutes left on that Aegis for Radon.
He is pretty deep. So he's using this Aegis to play a little bit more aggressive than usual. And he's hoping that the enemies won't even try to go for him because he has it. So far, it has worked out, but Tundra, maybe they should have responded to him.
Well, Team Spirit's only found 1 kill with this Aegis. It's still 1 more than nothing as the Broodmother goes past the Invoker in net worth for the first time since the laning stage.
Yeah, this is the first time that a core from Spirit is ahead of a core from Tundra ever since we saw the net worth at 5 minutes in. They get a nice shard. I guess would have been probably better on the Chen just so that you have the Ancient Creep to shove out the waves a little bit more, but it's still nice to have even the one.
B3 and Whitemon setting up with the Doom right on top of Larl.
Is this the first Doom that we see? I think so.
It feels like it at least. It's been a while. It might just be the first one. But it's a pretty big target to find because now that the puck is dead, Team Spirit won't be able to push another tower as 5 with the Aegis, which they were probably maybe considering that bot T1 they could still take. Now that opportunity passes.
Yeah, overall, I think the idea of Tundra now is gonna be to place lane wards. That will probably be the smartest way for them. Place lane wards and catch the heroes that are going for split pushing. They're gonna be shoving out the waves. That is 100% the best way to be catching Spirit. Look at that, they caught the puck on the lane ward. If you get a couple of those, it's gonna be a problem. Spirit are already ready in the mid lane. They understand just how important it is not to be caught there by the Nyx or by Vision.
Oh, Radon walks into 33, but this time he does not have the Doom available.
This is the Shiva.
Chewing through the Shivas down to half. Pops his BKB. 1v3 Spirits coming in to help from the north side of that T1 tower. Getting to the occasion here.
Help is coming.
Tundra, there's the hook shot from Rue. Nice tornado from BZM by some time. Soxa will die. The eggs at the back, and Team Spirit can just move away. DPs are going out. Whitemon will just jump away. And they'll trade the Nyx. And that's a 9-second BKB from Radon as well. Dyrachyo, though, gets dusted as he goes in. And then we've been highlighting a bit that he likes to go in, sure, but
alone.
He does not have the backup at the start of the fight. He is dropping quite low, and he will not survive this fight. Team Spirit will take down this DK. And not only just that, but Whitemon will follow as well. I think that was a bit unnecessary from Tundra. But it all starts off of Dyrachyo wanting to take that fight.
Think about going for more.
I mean, there's not a lot of heroes remaining, right? But they'll give a bit of a warning there for the Invoker to back away. So you got a T1, you got a couple kills.
No
you
glyph.
Get tier 2.
Not only that, if there was a glyph available, I wouldn't be super like on point, super happy about this push. But the thing is that because there was no glyph, you take it down so fast that you have time to shove out the waves. Tundra are not out of the problems just yet. They're gonna have to come back to the map, shove out the waves, and in those situations, Spirit could strike again. At the moment, though, they are moving back, but it is gonna be some time before Tundra are able to make a move of their own. Though I'm curious, Panda, don't you feel that maybe a Nyx would have done better with a Force Staff, early Ghost Scepter or something? He went for a Dagon, and I feel like with an Invoker, he already had enough damage to bring down a lot of these heroes.
Well, the way you're asking me, Force Staff versus Clockwork makes total sense, but I guess they were playing that much ahead, feeling that they
probably
can do what they want, right? We go into these situations where you can build a not ultimately necessary item needed because we're doing better.
Yeah, I guess so.
And all Nyx Assassins always get a Dagon. When I was looking at Pro Tracker Nyx Assassin games,
yeah, like 99%.
it's like 99%, yeah, pick up the Dagon. So there's barely any who skip it.
That is true, but I like that he's going for a Shard and a Ghost Scepter. These are definitely necessary items. One to break the Bristleback, the other one to save his life, because you're not surviving the silence, and every single time you want the Nyx Assassin dead. It is just annoying to have to pop the BKB as a Broodmother versus the Nyx, but if you get the Orchid, he's just out, and very nice item for Radahn going for a Lincoln Sphere.
He has really good farm on this Broodmother.
Yep. That's gonna be double Lincoln Sphere, so Doom is not gonna be as scary. You don't have too many things to break the Lincolns, and even if you do, those are pretty big spells. Dragon Tail especially.
Ratio scouted by the Sentry Ward Collapse is already running away, and as his teammates around, so that's an instant turnaround for the DK. But they will smoke up, seeing that Dragon form active. Soxa also pops the Vendetta, takes a longer route in. Whitemon and Ratio in for a bit of a surprise if Collapse gets in there. Radahn wants to TP into. Team Spirit want to find any kill that they can find.
They know where he is at.
Can they cancel that TP?
He's gonna try.
The coil misses. It's a close attempt from Larl. I really like the read, but it's just not close enough.
Yeah, so they know the waves were in a good position there for Spirit, but this chase gave time for Tundra to get the lanes in at least a decent position. If you get one of the lanes over the river, and now both the bottom and the top are somewhere there, you can go for moves, or at least you won't feel like Team Spirit are gonna be killing you.
And a reminder for all of you folks out there who haven't picked up their tickets yet, we have our LAN starting on Friday at Belgrade, Serbia, here for the Fissure Playground 1 Dota tournament, starting on the 31st to the 2nd of February. So make your way here, !tickets, write that command into chat.
I'm curious, I'm clicking through Tundra heroes and I'm thinking, what are they waiting for? BKBs are very, very important. They have one on the DK. The Invoker almost has his done. Okay, it is being delivered, and the Doom has a 9-second BKB as well. You don't have anything else to wait for. Now, even if the waves get shoved out towards you more, even if you're running towards a worse position for a fight, there is a really good chance that even with bad initiation, you're going to be winning it. You just need to make sure that it is your cores that are starting the fight.
Shot is used here onto the Nyx Assassin. Duracio's nearby. We cannot get near that Clockwork.
And look at the top wave. Yadaro is pretty much in your base.
33, just get the jump on him. Waiting for the Doom for a second here, waiting for backup to arrive. Tornado comes in with the meatball, forcing his BKB. And 33 can't get the Doom cast off, and now he finally does. So Brood is done for, and he won't get the deny. That's going to be 33 picking up a big bounty. And a pretty awkward time to die as well. Roshan's coming up in 20 seconds. Brood's gone for 60.
Yeah, you're going to go for it. Tundra getting the Rosh is a huge deal for them. This was a really bad time to die for Radahn. He could have just let his Spiderlings do the work, but he showed himself, and 33 was ready. The time has come. They do have the tankiness to go for some of these heroes on the side of Tundra, and at this point, Invoker and the Nyx are just so fast to move around the map.
Straight to the pit they go, but Team Spirit, they do want to reply. They do want to respond. You've got the Clockwork who can be sent in. The puck can also follow. Tundra's coming out of the pit, going to face them. They're going to get this jump straight onto the Bristleback. Focus Collapse. Forces BKB. Duraccio will keep pressuring the Bristleback.
15 seconds for the Brood. You need to buy time, but he also doesn't have a BKB, so he's not going to be the strongest Brood in the world.
Tundra will back again towards the Roche pit and continue their work. He only did a little bit of damage to the Roshan, or to Roshan. And Brood is coming back up now. Spirit, look at where they're coming from. Behind the gate, the TP coming in from the Brood. DZM in between, Sox is in between. Roche is very low, they see with the Rocket Flare. They need to get in position to try and steal this one. Tundra's coming out of the pit now.
They're gonna be losing their Dragon form soon. You have to fight now if you're Tundra. It's like 1/4 of a duration left.
Feels like maybe it's just down to getting the Roshan. Now Rue is on the south side looking for a hook shot inside the pit. Then they got the Aegis for Dyrachyo. He's picked it up. Radon will be empty-handed. Laurel is going to die to the stuns once again. And the egg will explode in the background. So Team Spirit have to move away from this area. Rue being chased by Dyrachyo. Sentry down on the ground. They will slow him down by Miposhka. Collapse.
Maybe they can take the
Radon
Aegis.
are surrounding him. Dragon Tail straight into the Lincolns, and now Dyrachyo is stuck, but he's getting healed up by the Sunray. He's going to be very tanky here. 33 charging in as well, and as you mentioned, the Doom's going to be up in a moment of seconds here. Rue will go down to Soxa. Soxa's TPing away from the fight. He's going to be okay. Radon trying to charge in with Collapse, and Tundra with 4 heroes are making sure they're going to win this fight. Collapse is pushed away, down to 200, and runs out of HP. Whitemon, I believe the dying lights on him gives him the final tick to take the Bristle down. They win Roshan, they win the fight on Roshan, and this is where Tundra is going to be looking the strongest.
This was just perfect from Tundra. Not only this fight, but everything that led up to it. Killing Yadro just before going to the Roche pit, when you had your 3 9-second BKBs, and we talked about it, Spirit, going into a straight-up fight versus 3 BKBs versus Tundra that already is a huge problem. Maybe if Radon was faster on the click and able to take the Aegis, maybe he could have gone deeper and made a difference in this fight. But after the Aegis was taken, it was just over.
Oh, yeah. And this being the second half of the fight, too, where
Meanwhile,
Laurel was already stunned up in next to the Roche pit. Tundra is fighting again. Team Spirit trying to capitalize on these ones. BZM so damn low on
He's
HP.
alive.
And he lives for now. Laurel is right next to him. And they keep chasing this puck down. And he's got his Lincolns popped. He's got nowhere to go. And Tundra, 18,000 gold ahead. BZM somehow survives this entire engagement. It was happening simultaneously with our replay playing, so Team Spirit almost felt like, well, they've spent their ultis pretty much. Can we fight them again right away? And it just doesn't work out.
And they also found Collapse once again. Soxa, he's just going to be waiting for somebody to come over. Only the Phoenix, though. So he's going to be fine on Collapse. But overall, Team Spirit now, their lineup at this point of the game doesn't really work much. The only thing that you can do is hope that you're going to be running around the opponents long enough for those BKBs to get low, Ghost Scepter used, Egg used, and that none of your heroes die while that is happening. In a situation where you're versus a farmed Dragonite, 20k gold behind, Doom as well, 1 or 2 of your heroes are gonna die in your attempts, and then the chase is on. So without being able to shove out the waves, this lineup does seem very weak.
And it all comes out of the early laning stage. Tundra was ahead in all 3 lanes versus Team Spirit. And they have been playing catch-up ever since. Dyrachyo, well, last time he was found alone, he was a lot squishier than the one he is right now. And now he turns things around onto the Brood. Forces Radon away, but he'll just instantly regenerate.
That was a nice force of the BKB. You could see that Spirit were trying to get something out of it. Rotation, reaction, BKB.
That's the story of their whole game, right?
Exactly, pretty much. That's what they've been doing for 30 minutes. Okay, 20, right?
20 minutes sounds about right, yeah.
Right after coming out of the laning stage.
Always looking for something, but never really getting anything big. That big relief. The relief package is still not received on the Team Spirit side. Tundra pushing out the wave, but not going high ground just quite yet. Having the discipline to wait it out.
And look at that. Spirits are not the type of team that are going to get clumped up in their base. They've shoved out the side lanes quite a lot, even under the threat of losing their lives, which will probably eventually happen. Oh, scan connects.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Dawn chilling there in the triangle. Laurel has been spotted by Soxa, and they're bringing in the DK. Can they do it, just the 2 of them? 1800 HP, and a Lincolns needs to be spot. The stuns are there, the Dragon Tail, the hook shot from Rue's gonna save Laurel, but the silence is there too. I'm not sure that soul burn's gonna be enough. Yeah, the puck lives. The puck lives, the clockwork gets out.
That's Team Spirit for you, right? Usually you would see a puck die there, but somehow he has a support in the vicinity to save his life. That was all nicely done by the side of Tundra. It's just that you do not expect that a Clockwork is on that part of the map as well.
33. Oh, he's playing so
Second
much
Lincolns.
Radon, but the Lincolns is just too much for him. And the coil misses on Whitemon. He'll TP home.
So that was Larl using his Lincolns onto Radon. The Doom went in. They broke the Lincolns once, and then he went for the Doom, but
Yeah.
Larl put the other one. So very very nicely done. Who broke that Lincolns though?
Doom Force Staff. That's the one he had. Oh, he sold his Force Staff away, actually. He doesn't have it anymore.
Not sure.
Classic Doom facets.
Niposhka? Ooh.
Close call there with a stun.
They're really doing a good job on Team Spirit, but it still doesn't...
Oh no.
Nice
Phoenix
silence.
is going to get brought straight back with the Bloodthorn from Radon. And they'll get Whitemon this time around, so he already managed to get out once. He won't get out twice.
So he did go for the Feeding Frenzy. These Spiderlings, they really do a lot
Arl
of-
spotted.
Once again.
And they were thinking about the Doom there for a second, but 33 with the help of BCM then has the damage to finish him off. Bit of vengeance for losing their Phoenix 20 seconds earlier. Now to Rachio.
Oh, he breaks the Lincolns with the... no, he doesn't with the with Infernal Blade. Shouldn't. Okay,
It shouldn't work that way.
I still don't know with what they broke the first Lincolns with on.
Oh, the Rachio does have plenty. Look at that damage onto the Brood. Oh, that's DK for you.
Yep. Both of the carries have their Bloodthorns right now, and I mean, whoever gets caught by that item is gonna get bursted down, no matter who it is. The only problem with Spirit is that just use the Doom.
Yeah, both cores gone, and the one hero that's doing all the saving, get him out. Now Collapse is feeling comfortable, even if he is alone. Poshka is there around him, but the Rachio's pushing in mids. You've got Doom pushing in top, the rest of Tundra down the mid lane.
They're just pushing all three of the waves. They're even putting down the banner. Every single lane is pushing towards Team Spirit.
That's your high ground glyph used. And they're going to go straight for another. Good night, Maposhka. And there's not a lot that Team Spirit can do anymore at this stage of the game. They still have team fight and damage, but they're just not getting to use it in a way they'd like to. Tundra is getting too strong. And I think they might have already gotten too strong to deal with.
Yeah, even if you would go for a team fight right now for Spirit, it would have to be straight up going towards Tundra. And what their lineup is good at is finding angles from the side, getting the back lines, and then maybe collapsing onto a core hero. You cannot just straight up go onto this Dragonite. He's gonna rip you apart, and plus he's gonna have the backup of everybody else.
There goes another one with the Clockwork falling. And 30,000 gold now separate Tundra and Team Spirit. Rachio standing in the front, gets Bloodthorn, but he has the backup of his teammates. They're trying to draw Team Spirit in.
Still has the BKB, doesn't even have to use it. When you see a Dragonite and you don't see the rest of the team, you just can't go for him. You can poke maybe a little bit, but if you try to go for him and there's a turnaround, he's gonna kill every single one of you.
Absolutely. No simple thing. And it hasn't been given easy for Team Spirit at any stage of the game, right?
No, not really.
The theme has truly been trying to get something.
Exactly. And Tundra are still leaving those lane wards. They know what they are gonna do, right? If Spirit go out to split push, we want to be able to catch them. Now this Brood, let's say she moves to the lane, instantly Tundra have the info on what's going on. And not only do they have the info, they have insane items, Panda. There's already a refresher on the Doom. It's 35 minutes into the game. They're just controlling everything and have way too much or way too many resources.
And here comes Tundra. That ward has given info on multiple heroes. They're thinking that they're in the Roche pit, but nobody is in there.
Roche is alive. He just came back, so at least Spirit scout that.
That's probably what they're fighting for. But there's a Radiant scan right on top of them. They know where they are. Rachio's trying to close out the exit.
Yeah, he's just gonna go forward. He's gonna make Team Spirit come back, so then you're gonna have to face him head on. You're not gonna be fighting without good positioning. Now Team Spirit, the only thing they can do is go from the back.
And that's what they're going to try. 33 is going to walk in and get the info with the Shivas and his BKB pop. And they push
just
Team
getting
Spirit
megas.
back. And they are indeed just the push from Duracio's DKs. Too much to deal with. 33 refreshes up, gets another BKB to dispel the silence of the Bloodthorn and everything. And you'll be all right. Rue, not so much. Finding Saksa in the back. Or more like, has Saksa found the enemy? Whitemon about to die to the coil. He'll pop his Phoenix Egg to stick around for round number 2.
Nice Lotus.
Ratio still hammering at that Bristleback. Broken for now, but that break runs out on the Silver Edge. And BZM, he's closed the other exit out. Collapse is dead. Radon is dead. And that's going to be GG. Game number 1. Clean execution coming out from Tundra.
That was just beautiful from them going for the Mega Creeps, right? After it, you didn't really need to fight, because as we mentioned, the Spirit lineup just doesn't work if the lanes are being shoved towards you, and with the Mega Creeps, that's always going to be the case. So Duraccio, he just knew, okay, I get Mega Creeps, we won the game, they're going to have to fight us head on, that's where they lose 100%, and he just finishes that one off, then no pressure, you go for a fight. You could see that in that last fight, Tundra definitely weren't sweating.
We're just chilling and vibing throughout the game, playing a very standard game of Dota. No real sweat was torn, or however you put that. My English is not always the best here. But for Team Spirit, obviously, a bit of panic, maybe, considering that this game one in no way was going in their direction. You had Radon catch up to the top 3 cores from Tundra, but that's about it.
There was one point, right, just before they killed Radon, just before the second Roche, and I think Team Spirit got carried away, right? They were doing what their lineup is supposed to do, shoving out the waves, but obviously you're behind, and when you feel like you're behind, you always think that you have to do a little bit more. And in that little bit more, you die just before the Roche spawns. That is like the worst time to lose a hero, because then every one of your heroes is being put into a bad position,
right,
just because of that. He's not shoving out the waves, you don't have your carry, you lose a huge team fight, and after that team fight around the second Roche, they never came back into the game.
Is the problem here with Team Spirit's draft that they were supposed to hit their quite early timings versus Tundra, that they never did, that there's no coming back from that?
They lost the lane so much that they had to play the rest of the game perfectly, right? And even a slight mistake like that, I mean, in this tournament, we've seen some carries die in split push, and it doesn't necessarily immediately mean a loss of the game. But you lost the lane so much that you had to do everything perfectly, and they were doing a lot of it right. But at some point, a mistake will happen, or Tundra will find you. Tundra still were doing a great job. They were leaving heroes to stop that split push. They were leaving the wards on the lanes, and once the opening presented itself, they punished Team Spirit for their split push, and then just pretty much won the game.
I mean, the industry standard in Dota has pretty much been, if you lose all 3 lanes, it's very almost difficult, almost impossible to win that game. Not fully impossible, as both of these two teams have already proven that games that you are 99% won have been lost, and the other way around, those 6% comebacks have happened. But on the Victor side, the MVP picked up is going to be Saksa from Tundra. I feel like this Nyx Assassin was all over the map, making it so easy for this BCM Invoker to activate. Every single time he found someone with a stun, it's going to be a Sunstrike following, and BCM finding a kill. His net worth increases, and the Nyx Assassins as well. And you can look at that inventory, then that Dagon truly starts to pay off.
His movements in the, I'd say even the laning stage, even before he got level 6, is what got them to a position where it was very hard to lose the game. Later on, he just did normal Nyx things, but in the laning stage, he really made a difference.
Normal Nyx things and normal ticket announcements as well for you folks. On Friday, we start the LAN, so ! ticket into chat if you haven't already picked up yours here at Belgrade, Serbia for the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament. Our LAN is going to start building up towards the weekend with today's games, and Friday everything will be there for you to see here at the Sava Center. So we hope to see you there, but we're going to be taking a quick break until we head over to game number 2 of this best of 3.
Tundra East.
Hello everybody, this is T Panda and we are here in Belgrade at the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament. We've already shown you the broadcasting studio and the stage construction team, but without the players, this would remain as an empty venue. That's why today we want to introduce you to the people responsible for inviting the teams to the tournament and taking care of our players during the competition.
I'm David, I'm a deputy head of Esports at FISSURE, the bridge between the teams and all our departments in FISSURE. So mainly for inviting teams and how we decide to make the close qualifiers and we directly invite. It depends on the team results before tournaments, trying to attach all the regions to kind of progress for helping Dota. It's mostly a modified switch system that came from the chess and other tournaments. So there is no random matches playing against each other. We're using initial seeding to understand which team who's gonna play the opposite team.
Всем привет, меня зовут Кирилл, я ивент-менеджер компании FISSURE. Я начинаю свою работу, когда мои коллеги передают мне информацию, что команда приглашена. Подготавливаем для них презентацию, где рассказываем о том, какие удобства будут на нашем турнире. После я передаю данные travel-менеджерам, и мы начинаем покупать билеты. Долгий процесс, так как у команды часто бывают изменения в составах на этом этапе. Всегда берем билеты максимально комфортного класса игрокам. Из необычных запросов они любят просить ванну шампанским при победе, а также засыпать с кубком, обнявшись в своем номере. Мы придумали специальную концепцию. Каждой команде мы предоставляем личного travel-менеджера, который встречает игроков и сопровождает на протяжении всего турнира. Он помогает им заселиться в отель, подготовить специальные снеки по их запросам, показывает все локации на турнире, сопровождает во время медиа-дня и, в общем, находится с ними на протяжении всей их жизни на нашем ивенте.
A Dota 2 team doesn't function without its captain or its coach, and most importantly, the coach is what keeps the package together. So we had the opportunity to discuss with some of the coaches here in this tournament. Let's go hear what they had to say.
As a coach, my philosophy is I feel like the team has been closely knit. Different people have different vibes. Some people you can be really cringe with, like BZM. Some people you can keep like a distance, but you're still good friends like Saksa.
Я бы не сказал, что мы в плохой форме. От прайме вообще тяжело вообще быть, даже и без перерыва. Стараемся как-то найти слабости у соперника. Я бы не сказал, что мы такая команда, которая строго от себя играет.
My purpose is just to create the best team. Instead of trying to try hard and force everything, I just let the life flow naturally and just go with the flow.
Тини и МК выглядят очень сильные мидеры, такие немного даже uncontestable, и просто они могут флекситься и на других ролях играть. Вот как будто чересчур, как будто сейчас в мете выглядят эти два героя сильными. Мира с радостью бы еще поработал в будущем, что сказать.
I won't say we have any rules in general. Probably the biggest rule we have is no taking a shit in the practice room because it sinks up the whole room. You're gonna take a shit, go back to your hotel room. So yeah.
$1 million on the line, but who's going to win that prize pool for themselves? Come and find out. Get your tickets and make your way to the Sava Center.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We're heading over to game 2 of our best of 3. We did get the chance to talk with some great coaches and also the people responsible building stuff towards the broadcast, the venue, getting the teams and everything part of this FISSURE Playground 1 tournament. And as we bring in Rezo, once again back to our desk here, our predictions were correct this time around with Tundra, but maybe they overexcelled a little bit as well because Team Spirit's draft, it was all right, it looked good, it had potential, but they never got to play it.
I did not expect lanes. Sorry, I did not expect lanes to go this well for Tundra this game, but they stomped like 3 lanes completely, and I thought they were gonna be playing from behind and making all these pickoffs and delaying the game, but they're actually the ones who were, being aggressive in the early game, and it was like also the build from Doracio. I'd like to mention that usually people go like after they sell Mask of Madness, they go for Satanic, but this guy, he goes for Bloodthorn. He goes for this more aggressive approach, and he finds this pickoffs on Yator that gives them even more advantage in the game. And yeah, he had like this one death that kind of like put the game into a middle position during the mid game, but like after all, like he still excels.
Yeah, that one death was pretty classic from him, right? When you saw him, it was like, wait, okay, he's going in again, like all by himself. Where's his teammates?
Yeah, he has to have one, right? It doesn't screw up your KDA score, so he's completely fine with that. But yeah, I also liked when he went for the Bloodthorn. It just gave them that opportunity to go for pickoffs, because I think Tundra didn't really think that Spirit are ever gonna team fight them, and I mean they were right. If you try to, you're probably gonna lose.
Yeah, and I think for this game, like Yatora plays Broodmother and Duracho plays DK, and I like from the before, from beginning of the game, you think that Yatora is gonna be playing DK, and Duracho is type of player that's gonna be playing Broodmother. So it was like kind of weird to see Yatora on the different hero this game.
Did everything go according to plan for both teams? Well, we can say that for Spirit, it was a loss. They didn't quite make it work out, and it was difficult for them. But did they expect to maybe be in that position based on what Tundra was drafting?
I mean, you and me talked about it in the game. I think they didn't expect to lose the lanes that much. I would have expected Spirit maybe to lose the lanes slightly.
Yeah.
But we talked about Saxa rotations and BZM, his Exort Invoker. I think that made that huge difference that made it almost impossible to play the game.
Yeah, I agree. They definitely expect the lanes to go way better than this, and they should have just be snowballing with their pushing draft and have this timing on the Bristol back being at 15 negatives, Broodmother taking over Roshan, taking over the map, but just purely from the lanes, it just did not go completely as they were planning. But at the same time, they still managed to came back. They still managed to dominate this mid game a little bit for 5-7 minutes. But after that, it's just I think after that point, since they didn't have the good early game, Tundra draft is just way better.
Yeah, it's too many problems to address already at this point based on what happened in the laning stage and after. But now that we set our sights to game number 2, players obviously have to go for a quick reset, talk with their coach, and get themselves ready for game number 2. What are the most obvious things you as a player as well, the things that either you've heard a coach tell you or you specifically have been thinking about between games when you've lost game 1?
No, it's just basically forget what was happening and understand the mistakes and just remove all of that from the previous game and just go with the new flow, with the new ideas. And I mean, basically for the team spirit right now, they just need to give Yatora more confident hero that he has in his hero pool, his white hero pool, which is not the golden Broodmother.
Do you think he felt uncomfortable on the hero? I mean, let's say if you would think that he doesn't really fit that well with the hero, did you see a part of the game where it really showed?
Well, Broodmother, I think it shows from the laning mostly, but I mean, he still was getting a lot of networks and he was moving around the map pretty nicely, but he did not apply as much pressure from the lane, from as Broodmother usually gets to apply.
Yeah.
So. And you have to really understand the hero, you have to understand the hero nuances, especially hero like this, where Broodmother is not the casual hero that you can play out of nowhere. I think you have to practice it a little bit.
Do you think it was his call for the Broodmother, or was it more of a team decision?
I mean, I understand the idea because 4 of the Tundra heroes could not really deal with the Broodmother, so they thought if I have a great lane, I'm gonna just completely destroy the early game, and we have Bristol and Broodmother, 2 really good cores in the mid game. But laning issues.
Yeah, I really liked also when they were interviewing Silent when he said that we don't have a style of Dota, we just try to prepare for each team individually, and I feel like that is team spirit, and this was their idea of preparing versus Tundra. Do you think they have do you think they have something else in their preparation, or are we again gonna be seeing this approach with banning out Beastmaster, getting the Bristleback away from them, kind of the similar start at least?
I think Bristleback is fine, to be honest. It's just the other picks, they have to be they have to address the lanings to make it more stronger, because Team Spirit is usually the beast on the lanes.
Yep.
So they have to address that, and I think they can be fine, honestly, in this game too.
Phoenix didn't really feel like an issue for Team Spirit to play against, but as mentioned in the draft previously, they almost every single time banned the hero. I think that might be showing in our bans, despite it wasn't the most high impact hero in game number 1. But is there another hero that Team Spirit should be maybe watching out for based on game number 1 that they should ban, and vice versa? Did Tundra feel threatened by any Team Spirit hero, really?
I mean, I think Doom is always a certain ban for the 33 because he knows that hero very well. He knows how to lane with it. He knows how to find those pickoffs in the mid game. He knows how to itemize well as well. Like he can go for auras. He can go for this BKB refresher Shiva's type of build. It's just way too comfortable for him. But at the same time, like he has way too many heroes that he's comfortable on. Like you name Beastmaster, you name Lycan, you name Bristleback for himself as well. So you can't really. But I like the approach that Tundra had this game, where they banned Tiny, they banned Monkey King, and they banned Magnus. I think that puts Laurel in a very strange position where he has to play Puck into even like heroes like Nyx already, Nyx and Doom, which is pretty good against Puck.
Well, they did the same again, right? So it's it's gonna be rough for him to find the right hero. Maybe if that Dragonite makes it through, and it did, maybe that's the way for Team Spirit to open up the draft. Maybe let them have the Bristleback and just to get a Dragonite, or if you don't want to ban it and get the DK. But with the PA ban, I'm leaning more towards that Bristleback opening.
And there you have it. Also, a little fun fact to note here: in the last 19 competitive games for Tundra, playing second pick Dire, they're undefeated.
Undefeated.
Yeah, not 19 games, but in their 19 games that they have had second pick Dire in, they are 100% win rate. So what kind of heroes would you expect then maybe for the Tundra side?
Well,
are they still like, okay, let me rephrase that. Are still some specific Radiant to Dire compared heroes, like the mid Coddle rather played on Radiant versus Dire? Are there any in the current meta that you could potentially consider as a core that could be easier to play on the Dire side compared to the Radiant side?
I don't know, I guess it's just like the stacks that, in the triangle, they're just like more convenient to farm from the Dire side. And the Tundra just decided to stay with the same Doom.
Yeah,
it was pretty good.
Because I was thinking, yeah, okay, the Beastmaster was banned out in the very start from Team Spirit. That could have otherwise been a really good opener maybe for Tundra. But they go for the Doom, it worked.
Yeah, I haven't seen many teams talk about the Radiant versus Dire right now. I think it just sometimes feels convenient maybe for the Roche to be on one or the other side. But overall, inside of the drafts, very rarely do teams think about it. There's just so many things on the map right now that thinking about if maybe you are going to be fighting the Roche on the 15th minute or the 20th minute inside of the draft would be way too many things to think about.
Yeah, Team Spirit is definitely going to change their approach and ban and Walker this game, maybe even Nyx. I would like to consider for them as well. Because that, when you see Nyx, you have to change your drafting. Because you can't really pick your squishy supports anymore. You really have to like more, take approach of like climbing up more and go for the pushing strategies. And it's really hard on this big map to play against Nyx who can, there's not enough sentries, basically. He will find those kills.
Yeah.
What about the Phoenix here?
I think they had a good way of dealing with the Phoenix, right? But that is just the thing. Team Spirit didn't want to play a teamfight lineup. That is why they weren't afraid of the Phoenix. The Phoenix was there just to, I think, secure that Tundra are going to be winning the fights. That's why it didn't look that great in that game. If Team Spirit were going for fights, it would have looked amazing overall. So I don't think it is a ban that you need to go for versus Tundra specifically. If you're afraid of team fight, it's gonna be if there's a Warlock. A Phoenix probably you're gonna let through versus.
Yeah, Whitemon Warlock, yeah.
And for Tundra side, do you ban Chen? Do you ban Clock? I mean, those supports did not really feel like they had a big impact on the game.
Yeah, now when there's no Nyx, I feel like the Clock isn't something that Team Spirit would want.
They also created the weak laning for them somehow.
Yep. Yeah, somehow. They couldn't. The thing is, they couldn't get the Clock versus the Nyx, right? And then the Nyx was laning versus the Chen, sure, versus those Hellbears, but either way, it's still annoying that he can kill your creeps.
Yeah.
And I think they could maybe keep the Clock in the pool if they suspect Collapse to go for something like the Enigma, the Primal Beast that he's been playing, and keep that option open if Whitemon wants to play it himself. What else would there be to target here?
Tundra Esports.
Just Yatora heroes? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anti-mage. All of a sudden,
Good
maybe
guess.
they're aiming for Storm. But that's maybe Medusa. Shadow Demon.
Okie
Shadow Demon, as I said, the break mechanic. When you get to the Aghanims, the Bristleback is not going to enjoy his game.
And they might also be preparing for that BZM Primal Beast that we talked about in the previous draft, because Team Spirit, if they would get it, it would be very, very hard for him to play it. So
5 seconds remaining.
when you have a Bristleback in the off lane, you're not great at catching these squishy supports. There's no Tiny. Something that comes to mind is a Night Stalker, but I'm not sure if they want to put themselves in a position where already you're showing that that the Bristleback is going to be played by Yatoro.
Yeah, I think Tundra aiming for the idea to like stack a lot with the Shadow Demon, and since Doom cannot really farm the ancient stacks that well, so they're aiming for some hero that can do it from the mid or safe lane, which is gonna be like, you know, Duza, Primal Beast could be the one, maybe Timber. So, but since I see this anti-mage ban, it should aim for like, you know, something like Storm or Medusa, I would say.
Maybe they're just afraid for their Doom to get countered, because they banned out the anti-mage in the previous game as well in the
it was third phase, right?
Yeah, in the last phase. That is true. I still want to see something that catches the backline from Team Spirit.
Maybe even Spectre.
It's something I've been thinking about for Spirit. The Spectre would be a pretty solid pickup. I was bringing it up in the previous draft too. When we last saw Doom versus Spectre, Doom was dying really quick in BKB versus the Desolate damage. But they're going to bring up the Clockwork here. They will continue to pick him. Maybe look for a combination with this hero. I mean, you could always swap this Bristleback into a pause 1 role.
Yeah, they could.
Collapse hero.
I'm not sure about this Clockwork. I don't really see a big point for it, unless they can switch it like between 5 and 4. But I'd like to see something like Lion for Rue instead of Clock.
Yeah, I'd rather see Miposhka on the Clockwork as well. Just have something, but okay, we're probably not going to be getting it. I think Phoenix is something that Miposhka does play. Rue does play Phoenix as well, but it is not a catch type hero. So this time around, Team Spirit, they're focusing a bit more on team fight.
Which is good. I think it's good to have team fight against Tundra.
Yeah, he does go well with Team Spirit overall, and they've banned in such a way that Tundra don't really have their heroes that classic just shove in all of the waves and not allow you to fight. So Tundra are going to be forced to fight at some point.
It's like, you know, when you're playing against Tundra, like there's always these little mechanics that they know and you don't know, which is annoying. You know? Like they bring up this, oh my god, Alchemist is in the pool. At this stage.
Yeah, last time they banned out the Alchemist in the first phase. This time around it was the Nyx Assassin, so he made it through.
Oh yeah, I see. They switched this way. I mean, it's kind of free game for Alk for now.
Alk is a new hero for Tundra, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's new for any team because it was already picked only twice.
Yeah,
out of 42 games, it's only picked twice. Now it's the third time.
Doesn't really make it through a lot.
Who plays the SD on their side? Yeah, we're probably gonna get the answer now. So we get a Muerta. That's actually quite nice versus the Phoenix. It's sometimes annoying. You dive in, there's a calling. You cannot use an egg where you would want to. Also, it is a great hero to secure an awesome lane for a Doom.
Yeah.
I like this, but a little bit of lacking in the lockdown department. You know, your classic stuns are not what they have.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Whitemon for SD and Muerta for Soxa.
Is this now a Morphling pick? Look at these three heroes. Morphling is so good versus them, and then I see the Doom, and then it sucks versus that one.
Spirits turn to bad.
And there's a Lina for Laurel. Yeah, I don't think you can pick Morph here. I think it's just way too annoying with the silence from Muerta and Doom just being, you know, counter big.
Too big.
Removing your health regen.
They might be setting up for that Spectre. Like, I'm not sure if it's too slow versus the Alchemist, but if the Lina crushes her lane, if the Bristleback does okay in his lane, a Spectre could work. Shadow Demon doesn't like playing it, Doom doesn't like playing it. Muerta here and there, she's fine.
Yeah, they have to remove now mid laners that are gonna be creating space for the Doom and Alchemist, since they're very greedy, like super greedy.
10 seconds.
But at the same
remaining.
time, like Team Spirit lineup cannot really apply pressure that much themselves.
5 seconds.
So Lina wants to
remaining.
farm, Bristol wants to farm, and
Yeah.
I don't think they can afford Yatoro here to be
That
super
greedy.
aggressive.
Yeah. Maybe if they play the Bristle as a 3 and group up early, they could do something with their supports. But Bristle 1 sounds like exactly that. Like a hero that's just going to spend time in the jungle, not really participate in fighting too much. They need a 3 who plays with supports to have 3 heroes versus one of the best defensive heroes being the SD. You can always turn around things with Doom. More to SD, like can you ever even play into these 2 heroes early on with what Spirit has? I feel like we're just in for a farm fest, 15 minutes, and no kills are happening this game.
I feel the same way. Unless they will find some hero for collapse that the Primal Beast is out of the pool already, that can apply pressure to the Alchemist early on, which is gonna be something like Timbersaw, I would say. But he doesn't really like that hero.
Yeah.
No, not really. If you pick a Mars, your lane isn't gonna be the greatest,
Turn to ban.
and they get rid of it anyways.
Well, while we're skimming through the draft, you guys at home, or wherever you're watching from right now, you have a moment to hunt some tickets for yourself with !ticket here to Belgrade, Serbia for our FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament LAN happening this weekend, just 2 days from now. We only have 2 best of 3s, this one and the one played after this one.
5 seconds remaining.
And then we're going to have a break day tomorrow. Who knows what kind of interesting special stuff we're going to be doing with FISSURE in the meantime, and with the teams and players, until we start on Friday for the main event.
What about a Night Stalker? I feel like a Night Stalker could be a good one here for Spirit. Just make sure that the Shadow Demon doesn't have a game.
I mean, I like the idea to kill the supports because they need somebody to jump on the back line, which is going to be like something like Spectre or Night Stalker this game, yes. But at the same time, it's going to like give the free farm to Alchemist.
Yep.
And I think for now, Tundra, like they're just like, if the map is stale, they're farming way more.
And so collapse for the Bristle and Yatoro Radon to take the DK.
DK makes their lineup is very, I mean, you can say it always. DK makes any lineup is pretty like
Pretty
balanced.
brain dead hero, right?
Pretty balanced. Yeah. Like,
I always keep saying the same thing.
you can build any stuff on him. You need blink. You can be you can do blink. You need a carry that farm a lot. You can just go like SNY Armlet, Mask of Madness. Just gives you everything.
What is a BZM hero here though? Like
Shaker.
I think, yeah, it's not the best Shaker game, but Earth Spirit. Shaker, yeah.
You may now select your hero.
Because I've been thinking about that mid pick for a while. I was like, I can't really see Earth Spirit working here against. Now that I saw the Deke, I was like, nope, I don't think ES is going to be the other ES is going to be a thing. But BZM Shaker, you guys happy with this one?
Whenever I see a Shaker versus a lane dominator, the Lina is not as much of a lane dominator as she used to be. I feel it's gonna be a hard Shaker game, right? I don't know how fast he can get his blink. It's not good versus the Clockwork. Generally, it's not good versus the Phoenix. It's not an awesome pick for sure. They just wanted something that's gonna be able to move around the map.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this pick as well. I think it's gonna be really hard for them to be aggressive, and they're gonna stale the game until Alchemist and Doom is gonna come out. And he's like at the same time, Shaker, he can't kill DK solo. They found the problem.
Who was the problem? Invoker win rate at 83% and 7.3 KDA the last 6 times.
Yeah, maybe that's the way that you beat Tundra. You banned the Invoker. This time around, they don't have it, and I think their draft is it's not as strong as it was in the previous game for sure.
Yeah, I think I like that lineup on the Team Spirit way better this time. Even though they have Alchemist, which is kind of like an imbalanced hero, but at the same time, it got picked twice and it lost twice.
Yeah. Well, guys, we've got one more segment before we start the game. It is prediction time. And now think carefully. So Tundra is still 100%, undefeated on second pick Dire. Do you think this draft can work for them? Is the 100% magic going to work? And what does chat think about that?
Well, stats don't lie.
Stats don't lie, right?
Yeah, I understood it yesterday. So you gotta go with the stats.
Really? Really? You're gonna go against this lineup of Spirit that just looks so awesome that you praised so much?
No, I'm gonna go with Spirit.
Yeah, I think I'm going with Spirit as well.
I'm going with Spirit.
I believe in Tundra. All right, so if I look at numbers and I'm bringing them up, I guess I have to stand behind my words. So I'm the lone Tundra fan here with 52% of the chat also agreeing with that. Chat's already built up 17 points so far in predictions. So well done, guys. But let's see if that one holds or if we're going into a game 3. Once again, Rezo, thank you for your input here. And Harry, we're going to be taking over in towards the game. I think this is going to be a pretty interesting one. But if this goes into game 3, what do you want to see happen from Team Spirit?
In terms of drafting or gameplay?
Gameplay.
Gameplay?
Because they got pretty beaten in the laning stage last time.
Yeah, just improve the laning, improve the team fight, and I just show what you're... Like, last game, they were still, like, super down, but the way they're team fighting, they're so good at it, so they managed to come back even in that game. So if you have a better lineup for them, it's just gonna be easy.
All right, well, let's see if that works out here for Team Spirit to tie the series up, stretch this to game number 3. And Harry, you know, Tundra fans out there have been pretty loud in chat, but I hope that Team Spirit fans are going to be loud as well. I do want to remind about community drops that we have had during the course of this tournament. Already a couple pretty cool cosmetics given away. So if you have some thoughts about the Fissure tournament here, Fissure Playground in general, the players, the talent, the teams, the coaches, production,
they started off.
Or our lovely admin there as well watching the game, give us some comments into chat as we are already fighting for first blood here with the bounty spawned, but somehow miraculously everyone makes it out alive.
Still, that is a big victory. The Phoenix having to start off with the Icarus dive is so annoying, right? For it has happened to me in pubs. I'm not gonna mention which professional player it was. I got forced to get the Icarus dive, and he really wasn't happy with that. So yeah, it makes it really hard in the first 2 waves for sure.
Yeah, not really the most useful ability at level 1.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything basically.
You'd need to have something like literally a Visage or something who wants you to deal damage and go in to get benefit from it. But right now it's more about just securing CS and preventing your opponent from getting farm. Hence the Fire Spirits, but. I'm still waiting for my 33 Visage. Honestly, I want to see it at some point during the course of this tournament. I think I need to get you Tundra fans out there to beg for 33 to pick that hero. I really want to see it.
We'll see if he does go for it. I mean, we've been getting a lot of DM Visage. You and me didn't get to cast it, but probably people aren't gonna be wanting to play versus that any longer. We'll see if in the lower bracket it will be allowed for him. But overall, already, if you start looking at the CS in the lanes, you can feel the Team Spirit have prepared better for the laning stage. Very, very important for them, though. I think the weakest lane for Spirit might just be the one with the Clockwork, and that is bad because the Alchemist will be getting a ton of farm. I don't think you stop the Bristleback from farming, but Alchemist, you want to slow him down in the laning stage. His laning stage is very important for his later progression, and I don't think you can do it.
And you really need a big improvement from the previous game, absolutely. So for Team Spirit, that is. Can't let this one slide or go as easy. Dyrachyo with Whitemon trying to punish the Clockwork here. Dead shot in and still stays in the acid spray. 56 HP will be enough for him to walk out, but a good attempt there. Dyrachyo loading up the stun and hitting level 2 there. Oh, giving a bit of an opening.
A lot of the times we were going to see a Muerta on 4 and a Shadow Demon on 5, but I think what they were gunning for here is in the later portions of the game, you do not need a farm Muerta here, but you need a Shadow Demon that is going to have really good positioning, so he's better off having items. And also, when it comes to the laning stage, the Muerta is just more annoying. You have more range, it's easier for you to move, better stats overall, turn rate and all of that, you know, with all of the new heroes, all of those things are always nice. So I'm glad that Tundra made this decision just to make it a little bit easier for the Alchemist.
Yeah. I know that when I was saying Whitemon's probably the guy to play the SD, but we know Saksa plays Shadow Demon as well. But now that we really see it in action, I think it was a good point brought up during the draft that who actually wants to play it and who gets the most out of it.
Speaking of Saksa,
bit of body blocking there from Baposhka. Saksa's able to walk past him, but the Dragon Tail stuns there, and they are not going to chase for too long. Bit of poke here and there. pretty awkward playing a Clockwork versus Alchemist when he's eating your cogs.
Yeah, you don't want to use them. You don't want to be staying in them because there's an acid spray. You're most definitely going to be losing the right-click battle. So
And the extra gold from Greevil's Greed just in general, right? Because
Yeah.
it works with the cogs.
I mean,
Even though they don't have souls.
how do you know they don't have souls, man?
Because SF doesn't get any.
Oh yeah,
That's how I know.
Yeah, they used to have.
They used to have souls, and now they don't. They're soulless machines, but they're still worth money.
That does make sense. Overall, though, I think Rue's job in that lane in particular is just to make sure that the Bristleback doesn't die. If they maybe try to go for him, that he places those cogs in a way that he just saves his life. And that's pretty much it. While he was stacking, he came to help with the water rune. But overall, the Bristleback should be able to farm relatively okay in the top lane.
Just want to point out the mid shaker for BZM. We're used to seeing pretty much the same cosmetics on these shakers over and over again, but this one is holding on to an anvil. So not, I mean, obviously cosmetics don't matter that much, but I have to say something different for once.
Yeah, you want to see an Arcana on the shaker, but BZM seems to not have it. Fans out there, send it to him, or maybe he can be nice in the chat to get those community drops.
But maybe he just wants to be different and have that one out there, right? I mean, I'm also a person who mixes a lot of sets together. I'm not going with one particular.
Yeah, maybe he wants to be unique. Who knows? Who knows? Either way, though.
He is.
Laning phase going still okay for both of the teams, right? The Alchemist is getting a ton of farm. You're not slowing him down, but I think Team Spirit, they knew that this was gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's nothing happening in the laning stage right now, to be honest.
Yeah, that is a very good read of the situation, pretty much. Yeah, no, literally nothing is happening.
What do you want to talk about, Harry? Here,
we can.
I mean, we can discuss laning exit maybe as an idea here, because Shaker's going to spend time farming, Lena's going to spend time farming, DK wants to farm, maybe play one or two aggressive moves here on Radon, especially when you have Dragon Form, you can group up with your teammates. That's still at level 6, right? But you don't have to. If you don't see an opening, that's fine. You are pretty fast farming in the jungle on this hero.
Well, let's see. They're rotating towards Radon. I mean, we can talk about guys here close to the venue. There is a street that is pretty much called Street of the Hungry. Everything works from for the entirety of the day. So when you're here at the Fissure Playground 1, you can most definitely go. And even when the tournament ends, we're gonna have food here, of course. Just go out and get something to eat, and that is
for the first kill of this game. Sorry, not Waimon Miposhka, of course, on the Phoenix game. Sorry, not Waimon Miposhka, of course, on the Phoenix, as Duraccio will get first blood, and as extra brought up as well off of Rue. Both Team Spirit supports falling in the top lane, and Tundra 2 kills, and look at Alchemist's net worth already.
Yep, it is getting out of control. We talked in the even first draft about how the Alchemist could be a really good hero for Tundra, not that much for Spirit. The Spirit decided to play against it all the same. Let's see if Collapse
Yeah,
can
3
get out
versus
this
1. 3 versus 1. He just hit level 6, so he's gonna get some extra movement speed, but he's silenced and he cannot get his quill sprays off, and he will go down just because of the calling in between. Otherwise, if he wasn't silenced, he might have gotten a couple quills off. The supports would have felt threatened. Maybe Collapse walks out of that one, but just well played by Whitemon and Saksa together. Miposhka in the pit as well. Duraccio sees the Icarus dive. He's gonna load up his stun. Just needs to see him, and he does, thanks to the SD Shadow Poison. And now there's a Rue also showing up out of nowhere. So Miposhka's gonna go down. And are we gonna get another kill here for Tundra? At least Team Spirit trade off Whitemon, and uh-oh.
Yeah, that's 7 minutes.
Looks like the same Kale issue strikes, unfortunately, as we're gonna leave that in anticipation of what is gonna go down with that fight. But already a couple of pretty important kills for Tundra there.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of them. This is the thing that Spirit heroes don't have a lot of early armor. Bristleback hates playing versus minus armor, and then you are just staying inside of that acid spray and you're dying over and over again really, really fast. So I'm kind of surprised that Spirits are going that aggressively towards an Alchemist. I mean, I can understand that you want to pressure him, but if you're doing it, I would assume you start doing it once the Dragonite hits his level 6 and you come over to that lane, push him a little bit into the jungle. Maybe just use this time to set up wards in the well area, because sorry, the mine area rather.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm just looking at the clock, right? I mean, you would suspect during the nighttime that you have rotations coming in from the gate, but looks like the DK just not wanting to join in just quite yet, and isn't even level 6 as well either. So not very a good position to be in to rotate. But I wouldn't say desperation, but these fights do look a bit desperate.
Yeah, they're just running towards the Alchemist, and that is not what you want to do. This reminds me of like maybe 3-4 years ago when, maybe even more, like 5, when people were playing also like today, a lot of Monkey King mid. People would just be running towards him, like trying to kill him and then feeding heroes over and over again, even in Tier 1 competitive Dota. This kind of seems similar to what Spirit are doing, and unnecessarily, sure, you want to slow down the Alchemist, but there is a time and place for it, and this definitely wasn't it.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say, like, I do like Miposhka's posture on the like when he's playing. Everybody's always so like centered straight in the middle. Maybe he's just having a conversation, but it looks like that's his natural gaming posture.
Yeah, I
tilted a bit to the side.
My posture is really bad, right? And I'm looking at a lot of these players have decent posture when sitting and playing. Okay, now they're resting.
Half of them are going to the gym as well, so they've had their backs fixed.
Yeah, that does help. That does help. I feel like, guys, if you're gaming at home and you're sitting too much, at least try to stretch a bit, maybe go to the gym, go do some yard work, whatever. Just get some exercise in. I mean, we heard it, that the players are putting a lot of emphasis on at least going for walks and having a little bit of time exercising. It does help with your mind as well, with your thinking.
But most importantly, you want to play Dota. You want to get yourself straight into some good games here as we are once again underway. Alchemist has already hit 5,000 net worth at the 8-minute mark here for Tundra. Things are going all according to plan. You got Doom following up as well. Shaker maybe has the least right now, but he's not the one who needs to thrive. They've already made some time for BCM to farm up with this draft, right? Because the Doom can take over, start playing aggressive. The Alchemist is a pretty early timing hero. Shaker doesn't need to be involved.
Not at all. And I think that's actually quite big for them, because the Shaker, as I mentioned, I really don't like him when he's playing versus the lane dominator. Speaking of which,
33. He's being chased here by Team Spirit.
Nice low.
Laguna Blade Force in as well, and Larl will get the kill here.
Not sure if Whitemon wants to be there. He'll get himself out, so they do run him down. But overall, the Shaker, when he wins the lane, he can just do so much, get the Blink Dagger early. But if he loses the lane, it really does destroy his game a bit. However, under these circumstances, you rush the Blink Dagger after the boot. So you're still gonna have it at like a decent time, maybe like 12 minutes into the game. Not the worst thing in the world. And your side lanes don't need that much help.
Pretty calm stage to be in right now, but again, another, I would say, somewhat rough-looking laning stage for Team Spirit, though maybe this time around they can activate, knowing that Shaker's going to be out for quite some time. They can pull in their cores together. They already used the double level 6s there to kill the Doom. It's already a good pick-off. But you are going to be reliant on this Lina being active maybe a bit earlier than suspected. Radon's being pressured with the Doom. There is the Phoenix nearby, but not close enough, and Radon will just die to 33.
He knew he was gonna die. Pierce the Veil, Doom. There's no way you're getting yourself out. He's actually building a Mage Slayer on the Dragonite and wants to blink. Very rarely do we see that on safe lane Dragonites, but Rezo was talking about it. You have the Bristleback, you have the Lina. No way that they're going for like a super greedy carry, and then they pick a Dragonite. But if he changes his build, it's actually not that greedy.
The thing is that the timing you want to play for early or have that late game security, because we have seen Team Spirit do it time and time again that Yatoro doesn't play the mid game timings. He will farm the big items that he needs outside of the base, even if they're losing racks potentially, and then start to turn things around. That has kind of been the Team Spirit we've seen this tournament long, at least in the Swiss stage.
Oh, Tundra are crushing it in the way that they're playing as well. Just getting a clockwork kill from afar without much commitment at all. That was That was beautiful coming out from them. And I can see that there's still a bug on the Shadow Demon, that his little rhomboid is showing green when his ulti is on cooldown. It works for a demonic cleanse, I think.
Oh yeah, true.
Yep. It's pretty annoying.
Yeah, at least they're spectator side things. Mostly.
There's a nice ward coming out from Saxa. So what you want to do right now is have an opportunity to go for Lina. The reason why people don't pick Lina is because she's a clear target to bring down. And, well there it
it's going to
is.
be pretty easy here. BZM could just unleash with an Echo Slam, but it's not even needed here. Drops the enchant totem into the Fissure follow-up. Larl is dead.
Didn't even need his
And they're
dagger.
setting themselves for Duraccio, but
should be able to get him.
He has a courier flying in, his Radiance, and he's not going to get much benefit of it. At least he's got it. But if he got it a moment earlier, maybe Radon would have missed a couple right clicks. That was flying in so slowly. And it will not really change anything. But at least he's picked it up and his courier doesn't die. That could also be another thing, that you're a couple minutes behind your Radiance. Just not available to pick up.
Pretty similar moves coming out from both teams, getting the ward behind the tier 1 tower and going for a core kill. So we'll see if Team Spirit are going to be able to utilize this top side of the map. The Bristleback definitely wants to play very, very aggressively.
Certainly does. But of course, a reminder out there for you folks who haven't still picked up your tickets here to Belgrade, Serbia for our FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament. ! Ticket into chat. We're starting the day after tomorrow with the main event here at the Sava Center. Whitemon fighting versus Maposhka. Popping the Pierce the Veil, but not getting any right clicks in. Duraccio's coming in from the side, though, and that's done. That concoction's going to follow all the way through to where
It's going to take
lands.
some time.
And he's got no TP either, so it'll take a moment, but they'll get the kill anyway. And Alchemist, 9,000 net worth at 13 minutes. Ooh. It's going to be a very fast timing for this Alchemist to activate around the map.
And he also has 5 assists. Imagine what would have happened if those were all kills. I mean, there was a good chance in the laning phase that he was going to be getting them as well. It was very close between him and his supports. Obviously, Alchemist just farms so fast that he doesn't need it, but he will have the Blink Dagger in just 500 gold. And then you have the Shaker and the Alchemist Blink. It will be go time for Tundra, leaving, again, space for 33 to just farm. And guess what item he's going for? Of course, an SNY.
Duraccio having the time of his life with this Alchemist. 33, yep, the SNY lined up for him, and the drums as well. He's got, and with that Wind Lace on top of the drums, even if he doesn't have phase boots, he has a ton of movement speed when combined with the Scorched Earth. So they can keep following the DK. They can find the Lina and the Bristle pretty easily with just him. Rue will use the hook shot here onto Whitemon. The Pierce the Veil will not save him. Echo Slam from BZM to finish off the Clockwork. Trade supports.
We're again going to be seeing this. The Shakers just echoing the Clockwork just to get him out of the way. Because that hero is so annoying to you, you cannot play versus it. So you want to get rid of it.
They might get here in time. Doom is coming in. We just talked about his movement speed. And Saxa drops the ult on Radon. BZM's going to be there. Larl with the LSA stun does not have the Laguna as it was just used. And they cannot bully BZM away. Good read from Tundra. And now finding another from Peposhka with Phoenix dropping low. Drops the egg. Here comes BZM to help him destroy that egg. And Saxa's going to be there to help him out. So the egg is gone and out of the way. And now we're at 10k net worth on this Alp.
He has 10k, he has that Blink Dagger, it's go time, and Spirit, they're just not ready to fight. They're gonna have the Aghanims on the Bristleback, but usually you need at least one more item, at least to have that shard, to be a bigger threat towards your opponents. At the moment, Spirit have no way to deal with the Tundra aggression. In the previous game, at least they had a good lineup at shoving out the waves. Now that is not the case. I actually think Yadro might want to skip that Blink Dagger. I don't know how much it changes if you get it. Now, I understand it might be too greedy to go for something else, but let's say you get the Blink. If you don't get a couple of kills, it's going to be a disaster.
Yeah, Mage Slayer Blink is kind of the go-to in hand-to-hand pair-ups when you're playing a DK. But since you've already made the decision to go Mage Slayer, I guess there's still time to move away from the Blink. I mean, Tundra are kind of... Yeah, he bought it now. I mean, Tundra, of course, are spending a lot of time running at Team Spirit, and Team Spirit are not the ones actually looking for pickoffs actively. They're not ready for that yet.
Spirit and Collapse are going to have to be playing together. He just is limited on the damage between him and the supports.
Spirit
Maybe
and
you
Collapse?
bring the Lina. Yeah, Yadero and Collapse. I feel like, you know, Yadero is the face of Team Spirit for a lot of people.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, he certainly is. Now that he's also back with the team. Folks coming over here to Belgrade, Serbia will also see him play on the main stage. So every team that, especially the ones that are playing also today, will be also seen at the main stage. These are not elimination games that we have today.
Yep, everybody who
reminder.
made it to the playoff will be going to the main stage, so you can see every single one of their teams.
All right, they'll find Whitemon here, but the bigger goal right now in the triangle is them farming those quad stacks. And it's all for Doraccio, so even if Whitemon dies here, that's a kill for Team Spirit, but an increase in net worth is happening on their side anyway. I was getting excited for BZM to unleash the Echo Slam to farm these stacks, but it's all in this Alchemist.
Yeah, that's going to be an SNY.
Look at the amount. Oh, Mike, I want to see that stacking number stat again. That was insane. 24 stacks, did I see that correctly, in 17 minutes on Tundra? Yes, it's even more. It's 25. Ooh, 26 even Doom has won. Holy, I'm really surprised
This is
about
what
that.
the Shadow Demon gives you, right? But of course, Alchemist is going to be stacking for himself. Shadow Demon, the best stacker in the game overall, and Saksa doing a great job. In the past couple of minutes, he's been focusing a little bit on going and maybe trying to get a couple of kills, so it probably would have been even more. But Tundra are focusing on the farm so much. This is getting to insurmountable heights very fast.
I just wanted to point out that because lately, like the last few weeks, I have just literally been playing Naga support and doing triple to quad stacks with the illusions and the hero all the time, averaging about 14, 15 a game. Now that I see 25 stacks in 17 minutes, I'm just super impressed with how well they're activating the Alchemist. They had a great laning stage. They had time to stack. Team Spirit's not able to invade them at all. It's just win-win-win for Tundra.
And not only that, right? They've been getting a lot of kills. You would assume a team that is leading in kills that has been applying pressure slightly wouldn't have that many, but for the past 5 minutes, the game has definitely slowed down, and they've utilized the strengths of their heroes in terms of stacking quite nicely. Now into the Roche pit. Spirit are usually one of the best teams to fight you after the Roche, but at this moment they're just so weak and out of position that there's no way that they can in any way capitalize off of this.
And there's just a lone Clockwork in the triangle. He's scouted by Tundra's vision, and they're TPing in to find him. Already got the Muerta coming in right behind and the Shaker from the side, but nobody is around the area as the entire Tundra team was pretty much taking Roshan.
You can see how much also Team Spirit heroes are good at farming, because there was a 10k gold lead, and while they were killing the Roche, sure, they took some time. The gold lead swung back to Team Spirit by 2k, right? You wouldn't really expect that, but then you see Lina, you see Dragonite, you see Bristleback, you understand that these three heroes farm really fast themselves, which makes it even more impressive, just the difference that Tundra were able to build.
All right, so we saw a quick glimpse of the quick buy list on this Lina. We saw the Boots of Travel came at 10 minutes. Aghanims is almost ready. That will already help you get those surprise kills.
Yep, I guess that's when this Blink Dagger on the Dragonite will start making sense. I mean, he bought it and nothing was happening. That's why I thought maybe just buy Yasha, increase your farming speed slightly. Blink Dagger is an okay farming item as well, but you don't generally buy it because of that.
Guess both work okay, but it's an 11k lead for Tundra. This Alchemist is almost doubling net worth compared to any other hero in this game. You could say casual Alchemist things, but I feel like this is a pretty exceptional amount of GPM Doraccio is building up. I'm actually curious how much is his GPM currently as BZM finds Laurel. Good night, Lina.
Yeah, just no hesitation whatsoever. The lanes are in a good position that he can continue to go for more.
Farm some cogs, get some extra Greeble screen out of that. There's the Doom. used on the DK. DK is able to get out. Rue trying to run away there. Dyrachyo doesn't actually get the vision for the stun. He got stuck behind the fissure wall for a moment and didn't move his hero. Radon survived, and they are, gonna continue going. And there's nothing that Team Spirit can do to respond. There's a Phoenix also dying thanks to Collapse taking the Tormentor, so something for Team Spirit. But again, trying to get something out of a situation that feels pretty darn difficult.
And they want to kill him. They know that he is on the other side of the map. They're going to be finding the Bristleback, who's quite low. Phoenix gets himself away, but the Bristleback won't. Oh!
So gets stunned by it, and Alchemist is going to get recovered from that stun faster because of the SNY. He'll lose his Aegis at least. A Collapse unleashes quite a lot of damage. Laurel will find Whitemon. So Team Spirit, Aegis out, a kill on top. It's not entirely bad. I mean, these are the first few kills that Team Spirit's been able to pick up. They'd be happy to pick up some more. 33 and BZM, they're both two big cores. Radon loses vision of them for a second.
Yeah, both of them have Blink Dagger, so they're going to be able to get themselves away. And also there's the BKB now on the Shaker, so that doesn't really make him that good of a target unless you Blink Dragon Tail him. Then maybe you can hope for a kill. A hook shot from afar isn't really going to be enough to take away his life. Overall, Team Spirit have stopped the bleeding. So usually in terms of comebacks, this is the first time, but Radon found again.
Another cut. Sometimes you can't fix your wounds or stop the bleeding by cauterizing with a flamethrower.
Oh, nice.
At least he got to deny somehow.
Unreal. I think also that the big creep was dead there, eaten by the Doom.
Okay, they tried to drop the egg, but that's level 1 egg, so.
Even if it was level 2 egg, I don't think it would have been enough. The level 1 to a level 2 is like a 6 to 8 jump. It used to be 5 to 8 jump, so level 2 was quite important. And they're looking towards the Lina. He has an Echo.
Sees him. Echo comes out. He's in the fog somewhere. It's like, oh, there she is. Collapses around, though. And with the Flame Cloak on, BZM takes some big hits of 33. Looking for the Doom onto Collapse. And thinking about it, posturing aggressively. Whitemon on the low ground. The hookshot comes out from Rue. Team Spirit gonna take the fight to them. LSA Laguna used on the Muerta. Whitemon is on pretty much 1 HP. BCM comes in between, and Rue's the one to die first. Whitemon finally falls to the Dragon Slave. And now Collapse on the side will try to push 33 away, but he is again just baiting with that Doom. He's like, come on, come at me. He gets his unleashed Axe Quill Spray. And this Bristle's just not taking any damage whatsoever.
Glimmer!
33 will burn, but the Glimmer is keeping him alive. And Doom gets out.
Yeah, for people that maybe haven't been watching Dota for the last 2 years, they're like, oh, Glimmer, it's just gonna be some minus damage taken in terms of percentages. No, it is a shield that is given to him, a magic damage shield, so the Sunray couldn't finish him off. Spirit, they were this close to getting a core kill finally, but while all this is happening, the Alchemist is just getting more and more farm. He's 10k gold ahead of everybody else.
Pretty much still at 950 GPM, so once you start taking down objectives and when you get that high ground push, I'm pretty sure we're going to go over 1,000 easily on this Alchemist. Sox is spotted, bobbles himself, and they're just going to leave this SD. He can blink out with a Glimmer, dodges the hook shot. Sox might be able to get out of this one. Beautiful moves there. From the disruption to the blink Glimmer and just dodges everything.
Get outplayed. Sure. Are we gonna see 1,000 gold per minute Alchemist? We haven't seen that in quite a lot ever since they changed this hero, but Dyrachyo, he's getting quite close to it. There's the Silver Edge. That is a huge deal. You're up against the Dragonite and the Bristleback. The timing of it is also a big deal. You're not gonna be having any BKBs anytime soon.
Not just them, but also the Lina Fiery Soul disappears if she doesn't get any spells cast before that Silver Edge connects. Usually she will have her stacks up most of the time, or like almost all of the time. But it's definitely a very scary item to have this game. And now for Tundra, Roshan is up in a minimum of 150. I think they could just push without the Aegis. But for now, I think it's more of a waiting game. Play it safe, as Tundra usually does. Maybe find a pick off here and there, but not really start to force objectives. BZM with Soxa, they spot Laurel. Oh, the Lina's gonna get evaporated, maybe. Radon comes out, and they might just turn it around on BZM. So with the backup showing up in numbers, Tundra gets surprised by Team Spirit. The reinforcements were too much to deal with.
Yeah, he didn't want to use the Echo, and I think I'm in that situation because the Clockwork was in a good position. Maybe it wouldn't have made a difference, but if you blink BKB Echo, you're killing the Lina. So
Yeah.
overall, I think Tundra should be focusing on just getting those kills. And also, you guys, you should be focusing on following our Twitch channel here, !F in the chat. Follow us on social media, on YouTube as well. We've got great content for you. This tournament still has 3 more days after this one, and that is going to be the main event in the arena.
That is right, folks. We're getting closer to the main event on Friday. There's a couple interesting player interviews and coach interviews already posted on YouTube, also on X. Some cool potential sneak peeks of the venue might show up on the Instagram page, so keep an eye open on those. Still, back in this game, with game 2, 11k lead for Tundra, 9-15, so not exactly the high amount of kills, kind of what we were discussing in the draft, that probably could end up being a game where nobody's really getting killed. I think we got first blood during the night time as
Even
well.
more than expected, though, right? Because Team Spirit were running towards that Alchemist lane and giving away a little bit too many kills in the early laning stage. So you could say we got more action than one would have hoped for.
Saxa.
Vision.
Oh. Doesn't really matter that the hookshot stun doesn't connect, but Saxa takes too much from Team Spirit. They find another pick here, but Roche is coming home right now, and Team Spirit is on that side of the map.
And there's no vision from Tundra at all towards the top side of the map, so you can most definitely take this one down. You still have the Dragon form going strong. No reason not to just straight up walk into the pit. And if you force Tundra in a fight, in a 4 versus 5 fight around the Roche pit with you having the egg, you're definitely at an advantage there, especially because Tundra see nothing.
And they're going to secure this Roshan, so Team Spirit. Small victories. Things are going a lot better than they were in the previous game, at least considering they've hit their timings on the Lina now. The Aether Lens is going to, of course, buff her up even more, but the core items are there. The Boots of Child, the Axe, the BKB on this Bristleback, already pretty difficult to deal with. Not an ideal Doom target. And for Radon, well, there might have been a phase of a game where getting that blink felt pretty bad, but I think they're kind of over it at this point with Team Spirit.
Yeah, I definitely have not been impressed with the way that Tundra have been warding in this game. I like that they're buying a gem now. I think that they are understanding that it is a problem when it comes to vision. And Dyrachyo just bought an axe and gave it to the Shadow Demon.
Sure.
Okay.
That's a pretty big one to have in this game, right?
He's already 6 slotted, so what the hell, why not?
I think that's a pretty huge axe to give to your teammate. We've already brought it up during the draft. But let's see what they want to do as well. They are going up against an Aegis, so Tundra are playing pretty much together the whole time now, suspecting Spirit to come in numbers.
Yeah, I think when they see this Aghanim's on the Shadow Demon, that the Bristleback is definitely going to be thinking about that BKB.
We might run into our first proper 5v5 if Team Spirit decide to take the challenge here. Tundra living next to this bottom lane, keeping the lane pushed out. There is the DK Fireball at least cutting away, but they're mass deeping top. They see the Bristle. They might be able to get this Aegis, and he doesn't have to back up early in time. He needs to get out, but Dyrachyo already going to jump on top of him, and they're going to finish off the Aegis. And now running into the Phoenix as well. They've got SD in between. They interrupt their escape. Meposhka just dies to BCM, and Collapse is dying to the rest of the squad. They use the Doom just in case. They're not going to take any second chances. 2 heroes gone, and Tundra, they still have the Echo Slam. They still have SD's. Okay, I don't even know if they have SD ult or not. Probably they do.
They do. He didn't use a single one.
Yeah, it's hard to say from the Diamond, right?
Yeah, it's always there.
But they've got they still got a pretty big teamfight ulti to go with. And Spirit's actually showing in mid. They were hoping to catch BCM, but this guy he's too smart.
And also, Tundra are not done. They're still in a smoke coming from the side with 2 heroes being dead. Spirit are not ready for this.
There's the break on the DK by Saxa. Here comes Dyrachyo finding room, walks away from the LSA stun, pops his BKB, so he's pretty much untouchable. The right clicks from Laurel, tickling this Alchemist. And the other ulti from Saksa again. This Lina might be flying in the air with the Flame Cloak, but her BKB runs out, and she will try to retaliate on BCM, will get it, but they will lose Laurel to Dyrachyo. Radon trying to poke this Alk, but doesn't really have the damage to do so. There's 8,000 gold between these two heroes. There's 3 entire levels
Nice
just
dodge.
focusing on the Muerta. Dyrachyo with the 33 just jumped collapse. He just got here. He's out again. Whitebot finally taken down by Radon. As the DK TP's home, the Egg's gonna get hit and destroyed. And another win for Tundra, just outplaying Team Spirit there. From the river, BZM dodging that arcane rune, sorry, the rune challenge, dodging the hook shot, and then the reinforcement from the south side crossing through the jungle right behind Team Spirit, and a very costly defeat for the Radiant side.
Yeah, ever since they got the gem, the game has completely turned around on its head, right? Spirit they stopped the bleeding. They were around 10k gold deficit for 15 minutes. And then suddenly gem comes out, you clear out the map, you go a little bit more aggressive, you know that you're not under enemy vision, and the opportunities just present themselves. Also, you have 3 ways of breaking the enemy cores, and all 3 of them, Lina not so much, but the Bristleback and the Dragonite really hate being broken. And yeah, he did change his mind. Now he's going for the BKB on Collapse. It's definitely necessary. You cannot live even for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, pretty rough for BZM at least to be the collateral of that fight. Never got his Echo Slam off. But when you're trading yourself for 4-5 kills, Collapse dying in the top lane with his Aegis, so he died twice, then he TPs to the outpost, he dies again. Oh, well, not as tanky of a Bristleback as we were saying a couple of minutes back.
Yeah, he definitely was tanky before the Silver Edge and the Aghanim Scepter. Now, he's just food for his opponents. But this is the downside of the Bristleback. When you have that bad of a lane, and then you have very, very greedy other 2 cores, you just don't get enough farm to get to that critical mass. Bristleback is definitely a timing-based hero. Yes, in the ultra late game he can be a beast, but I don't think he's gonna be getting there. And even if time does pass, still the Lina and the DK are gonna be taking away his farm.
There's a Clockwork pretty deep in here. He's found. Mainly thanks to BZM.
Just looking easy at this point, right? If you're Team Spirit, one thing is on your mind, we have to get this gem away from them. Now it is Spirit that have to go for defensive vision, and their heroes need to be on the aggressive getting kills.
Oh, Laurel, quick reaction on the BKB here, but Dyrachyo's got one of his own. 33 is also here. He does get hexed up at least, so he's slowed down for now. They're done trying to throw in some. Dyrachyo has soaked up quite a lot here. The bubble save from Saksa. The Egg's getting destroyed in the backline. And now Redon's like, hell no, I'm TPing out of this one. I'm
barely.
I'm dropping the Echo Slam onto the BKB. It doesn't really do too much to him. Now Collapse gonna get dove under the tier 2 tower. Dyrachyo looking for another. And he'll get it. And Lina does the 33 in the end.
He got a lot of distance, and the Doom was close to expiring, but in the end, it's just not enough. At this point, Spirit, they don't see anything on the map, they cannot choose the fights, they don't have enough damage to burst down the Alchemist, even though they got quite close. And we've gotten to a point where Saksa can just always position himself well, has both the Glimmer Cape and the Blink Dagger. There's no way you're killing his score without him getting the disruption off.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Starting to, I mean, this is not really a team that wants to just hide in their base, Team Spirit that is. They don't want to wait for their opponents to walk up there. They've been trying to get out on the map, trying to make some moves here and there, keep Tundra chasing, buy some time, but is that still the right course of action?
Yeah,
Sack your supports by pushing out the waves?
You have to shove out the waves. Team Spirit are, as you mentioned, and we kind of talked about it, not the type of team that are just gonna turtle. If they see that they're turtling, they're just gonna smoke out and die and call GG. And I think this is that move. They do find Dyrachyo.
All right. Dropping quite rapidly, but he'll be released from his prison.
Demonic Cleanse as well.
And Saksa to help him out. Get Dyrachyo away from trouble.
there's just no way. There is just no way that you are getting on top of him without Saksa being in position. It's way too easy for him to do it right now. And overall, it's easy for Thunder to play. As soon as they see a hero, they don't care. Core support, they're just gonna go forward. And Dyrachyo, with this much farm, he's just giving Aghanim Scepters away. The Shaker didn't even have to buy his own. He gets given one.
Pretty nice for BZM to play. Probably asking like, hey bro, I'm not gonna build Ags. You wanna make one for me? Sure thing.
When you have that rich friend, and then you're like, yo, dude, can you buy things in the restaurant, please?
Honestly, I think it was maybe Dyrachyo. He might have offered to build an Ags for BZM, and BZM's like, nah, bro.
I make my own Ags.
I make my own fortune.
Didn't go for that. He does have 1,000 GPM. Right, so not something that you see too often, but 1,056 GPM, 60 actually on the Alchemist, quite nice. And also people tend to forget about the extra 50 damage that he's gonna be getting from those 2 Aghanim Scepters that he gave away, and also 10% bonus spell amp. Which I guess it's nice. You have the Flame Cloak, you have the Radiance. He does hurt him a lot.
Extra Radiance damage. That's very, very poggers. But the right-click damage does continue to increase. That is true.
He is approaching on the level 25, so that is gonna be a big deal. I'm guessing he went for the movement speed. That is just the classic one. Wants to run him down while Spirit are coming out of their base. Roche is coming. If there's one thing that Spirit are good at, that is Roche fight. So Tundra, this is one last time. They have to be very careful how they approach this, and they can just end the game here and now.
Oh boy.
They're missing some of their heroes.
They do see 33 at least. He's caught. Radon jumping in. Saksa staying at a safe distance, waits for the silence until the bubble comes out. And Team Spirit, they're so pumped up at the back here. They will get 33. BZM waiting for a moment. 33 buys back for this one. And they're actually fighting here against Dyrachyo and Collapse.
That is a nice force out of the 9-second BKB of Collapse. You just break him once now. The ultis from the Shadow Demon are going to be such a big deal.
BZM on the hunt. He jumps straight in, finds Laurel. He pops his as well, tries to TP away. And that might just leave everybody here, as they won't get the Lina, but maybe Rue might fall. At least Team Spirit makes it out without casualties, except maybe the 9-second BKB could be listed among them, while 33 did buy back on the side of Tundra, but still going to be Roshan going their way.
Interesting read coming out from 33. I mean, you should expect that there's going to be an LSA waiting for you out of the disruption. So I'm not sure why he didn't just straight up go for a BKB. The plan stays the same. They got the Roche, they got the Aegis. They are going to be getting the Aghanim
Another
Scepter.
Aghanims, even with the Alchemist in the lineup.
Yeah, who do you give it to the Doom most likely? It makes the...
It's on the Muerta.
Oh, they give it to Muerta. Okay. The parting shot, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've not seen parting shot in a while.
Yeah, definitely not. Not something that you get too often. It is a solid stun, let's say, right? You disarm somebody, you make them invulnerable for 4 seconds. So, but they still take damage, but it's reduced, so it's
so maybe on the DK.
It's an interesting one,
or
for sure.
the Bristle back, right? I mean, okay, the Bristle can still cast spells, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
No, you're muted. No, yeah, you're not silenced, right? Yeah, so it makes sense.
Yeah. See what they're planning to do on the side of Team Spirit, because again, they are moving away from that base. They're not sticking around waiting for their imminent doom. They want to be out on the map and die like true warriors if need be.
Finally, Spirit got their gem as well. I mean, the game changed when Tundra got their gem. They were definitely not getting good vision of the map because Spirit had good deep wards and a lot of information on what was going on. And since the gem got bought, that just hasn't been the case. So now you can see that Spirit are focusing on the mid and the top lane with their 3 wards, and this is where they want to fight. They're not really wanting to fight on the bottom lane, but that should be easy to recognize for Tundra.
Waiting for a response. Radon's already popped this form as they see BZM jump in. He pops his BKB to protect himself for a bit longer. But Radon's stuck on the high ground. The DK's gone for 80 seconds, and oh boy. Well, Team Spirit, it was not looking good to begin with, but now it feels like it's going to be impossible to come back in anymore. Laurel gonna get doomed up. 33 did want to go all the way for this one. Now Duratio loading up another stun, connecting on both of the supports. The Clockwork and Miposka die. BCM finishes them off. And there goes your Bristle. There goes your series. And Tundra will be one of the top 3 team finishers in this tournament with this 2-0 victory over Team Spirit.
And very easy, right? If I looked at the draft, I'd say the Team Spirit actually prepared quite well for Tundra. They took away a lot of the things that made Tundra what they were in the tournament so far, right? Their Beastmasters, their Lycans, their Bristlebacks, completely out of the way. And I think Tundra, the way that they beat Spirit is the laning stage. Yesterday, Spirit looked a little bit better in that regard from their group stage performance versus Parivision. But here versus Tundra, they were just helpless in that part of the game.
Yeah, they certainly were. The laning stage didn't look any better compared to game number 1, but there were some... It didn't look as bad as game 1, where it felt like they have just no tools to work with and constantly having to play from behind. Here, somewhat of a similar story, but Tundra just looks so damn good. I mean, I would really be afraid for any team that's going to have to play against Team Tundra in the next round. I mean, we're going to find their opponent in the next best of 3, obviously, but this is a really scary team right now. The roster has clicked perfectly. The players are enjoying their time together. They're making some great drafts. I don't really see too many weaknesses on this team. The small weaknesses we've seen were like very minor mistakes, but they're just not making any mistakes.
Yeah, I think that's the scariest part about this team, is that they are making some mistakes that are easy to fix.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
And they're still looking this good, right?
Yeah.
So what will happen when they fix those mistakes? When they play a little bit more disciplined? I think this game was that one when they hit their timings even better in this game. I think they could have bought the gem even earlier, but they probably hesitated a bit, right? When they become more confident and fix the small mistakes, getting to unbeatable territory.
Exactly, like pretty flawless is probably what the word is to describe Tundra the most right now. 2-0 after yesterday, 4 best of 3s going 3 games. I don't know what was stopping them yesterday from not winning their series right away, right?
Well, they were stopping themselves, right?
Yep.
Remember how it went. It was pretty much, we won this game, guys. Okay, let's go and try and lose it, and it did happen in the end. But overall, here in
let's go and try lose.
Yeah, that's what they did. I mean, and here versus Spirit, they didn't want to take no chances. I think they looking at it, they probably look at Spirit as a big comeback team, and then they just wanted to do everything as disciplined as possible and just secure that they're now going to be top 3 already in the tournament.
And here's our MVP as well. This game was really built for Duratio to excel. His GPM in the end, 1,036. So that is even without taking any of the base buildings down. When you start to get melees and range racks, you increase. This could have easily been an 1,100 GPM game for this Alchemist, but not in today's Dota do you see this number often.
No, definitely not, right? But this is just the thing. Team Spirit, they gave up on shutting down the Alchemist in the laning stage. They gave it to him, right? Okay, they knew about it, and they thought, we're gonna stop him at like the 5-minute mark. And I think that was the biggest mistake of them, that it should have been like 6, 7, 8 minutes into the game when Rodan was ready to go and stop him. And they went too early, gave a bit too much for him. Unfortunately, like 10, 15 minutes, the game was already super hard.
Pretty much. Production just gave me a word in my ear that I think we have some lucky winner out there in chat. And let's see who it is. We've got Degavu winning himself a Frosty the Sioux Man from the Fissure community drop. Congratulations. We'll be sending that over to you shortly. Very nice thing to have as well.
Yeah, then people, if they ask how to get these community drops, be nice to the casters in chat, right? You write, casters are awesome, Fissure is awesome, and you might just be getting it.
Yeah, just compliment anything about the tournament that you like, or just give feedback in a constructive way so that we can look to make Fissure events even better the future. So do send us any thoughts that you have on your minds.
I know what are you doing? I'm trying to get them to say good things about us. What the hell?
I'm trying to be realistic. I'm finished, you know? I'm just trying to be realistic.
Okay, makes sense, makes sense. But overall, at the moment, we are waiting for an interview. So we're definitely going to be getting some insight on what happened in that series. Though, you know, what happened? Tundra were slapping like what they've been doing yesterday as well.
They certainly have. Tundra just looks scary good. For Team Spirit, maybe there's some time to think during the lower bracket to see how things get sorted out. But let's head over to our interview. I think we believe we have Jenkins over there with a player waiting to talk about the draft. Let's go.
That's right, guy who threw to me. I'm here with Whitemon.
Hi guys.
Was that stressful at all for you?
Not really.
You look like slightly stressed to me. Not like 0%, not like 100% stressed, but like 10%.
Yeah, maybe 10. Yeah.
Is that the Duraccio factor playing with him? What's it like supporting him in lane?
I mean, I think it's fun to play with Duraccio because sometimes you don't know if he's like going ham and died, or sometimes he's just like going ham and kill them all. So it's fun, yeah.
When I was watching that game, I had the thought that you and Saksa are like the perfect support duo for Big D because he's insane and you're very sacrificial, and Saksa is like too smart to let him go feed and base. Is that accurate, would you say?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe, I guess I'm a bit more greedy right now, and Saksa is a bit more like kind of support, I think. So I think it's really good that we have Anton, because Anton not like the hard carry, you know. He's like a sacrificial carry, and he's like giving me like a lot of space, and he plays for the team. So I think it's really good for our team.
Is that why you're picking Warlock? Because he's like crazy and you can have space to farm on this hero? Explain this. Nobody's playing Warlock but you, man.
I mean, I just starting playing Warlock when I watching the PGL Warlock, yeah. I think I'm watching the Kidaro. He's playing Warlock, and I think this hero can be good. And I try to spam it on pops, and it looks good. And we tried.
When do I use the Grimoire? I never know when to use this thing, so I wait until the end of the game and then I use it for my 25.
Oh, you mean the other facet?
Yeah. When do you don't go for that one?
No, I never.
Oh shit! No wonder I'm losing with the Warlock, dude. You've never gone for the Grimoire facet?
No, I think it's useless.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah, I mean, there is some facet in like Dota heroes is like very useless, so you don't really want to take it.
So another thought that I had pontificating when I saw your game is like the fights look so clean. They look so clean. I'm wondering like who's the person making the calls in the fights? Why is it that your like target priority looks so perfect right now?
I think everyone making calls for the fight, like everyone know what they're doing, like everyone knows their job, and we just like talking about maybe like some team fights. I think everyone's do the calls. Yeah.
Do you think you power up whenever you're in front of an audience? Is that something you're looking forward to?
I mean, maybe. Who knows? We'll see.
We will see. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the win, and we will see you on the main stage. I have another question for you. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
Did you sleep a lot last night?
Not really.
Are you going to sleep tonight?
No, maybe I'm just gonna play rank.
What's the trade-off? Would you rather play 10 pubs in a day and sleep 4 hours, or 2 pubs in a day and sleep 8 hours?
I think 2 pubs in the day and sleep 8 hours.
What's 14 times 7? Thank you, Whitemon. Congratulations on the victory, and we will see you tomorrow, the next day.
Thank you so much, Jenkins and Whitemon. Fantastic interview at the end. And we have also brought some very jolly lad over here to the interview as well. BZM, congratulations on your win. You're in the top 3 of this tournament. How you been, buddy?
Been good.
All
been
good?
Recently, yeah.
With the previous interview, you were talking you've been finishing school and all kinds of that stuff. But I remember actually casting you in Dota Masters Bulgaria. But you weren't able to play that tournament fully through.
I mean, that was just a side thing when I didn't have to do anything. So I just played it for fun.
It was pretty fun to watch, at least. Did you enjoy playing with the Bulgarians back then?
I mean, yeah, sure. But it's just a side thing, like I said. This here is more serious, so I enjoy it more than that stuff, you know.
Absolutely, absolutely. So you take a 2-0 clean victory over Team Spirit. Your performances as a team, as Jenkins and Whitemon were also highlighting, super clean. What's your prep been for, like from yesterday to today? Yesterday, the games were going so long, everyone was playing late series, and now you're done for the day.
Yeah, we had a lot of time to watch and prepare, but that goes for the others mostly. Like I'm just watching replays on my own and I guess trying to fix things because it wasn't going that well the first days.
Right.
So.
Yeah. So you smashed Heroic, or it was, you know, you lost one game, but now you smashed Spirit. Do you feel like there's any teams that you're afraid of in the tournament right now?
I mean, afraid not, but there are a lot of teams that I mean, not about any team you shouldn't underestimate. So, and a lot of teams are to respect, you know. So.
Yep. Do you have a mid laner that you don't like playing against?
Don't like? Probably. I mean, Maurin if he has last pick, but otherwise, don't really care. And probably just Mikoto, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
That's it.
Yeah. Well, looking good. They on your Invoker, you have been unbeaten lately. Do you think teams are gonna be allowing him to get picked for you, or is it just too hard to play versus that?
I mean, we just have some meme in the team that nobody's banning my Invoker, and I'm getting triggered all the time, so they just pick it. But I mean, not to say I'm one hero pool, but you know, I kind of am.
Nah, no. Does it feel good for you when they ban your hero? Do you feel like, oh, they're afraid of me, or is it better if they let it through?
If it happened like once, like if I didn't get to play it and they already are banning it, sure. But me playing it 5 times and winning and them not banning it, I'm getting triggered, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, that works out pretty solidly. I have one more question for you, actually. We've been seeing you bonding a bit with Duraccio in our camera pictures. Is he your new best friend in the team?
I mean, I don't want to categorize best friend, second best friend, but him and I just know each other from before, so it's a bit easier. But I'm making friends with others also.
That's an important aspect. Hey, thank you so much, BZM, for the interview as well. And we're going to be closing things out from our second series as we have, from our first series, we have a second series coming up right after the break. So we'll see you for that one.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Fissure Playground here. Fissure Playground 1 brought to you by Fissure. I am B-Cop, joined here by Resolution and Lacoste, ready to bring you the final series of the day, a fun series, as it always is, because I think at this point I'm just expecting 3 games of Dota. So
70 minutes?
That's it, yeah, 70 minutes, 3 games of Dota, here till 2:30 in the morning. And I mean, Dota's exciting at all hours of the day. For most of us, we play at 2:30 in the morning and then lose sleep, get back up, have some breakfast, get back on Dota, right?
Yeah, I agree. This is a good routine that's been helping me lose my health for good 12 years of my life. Now I'm trying to get it all back.
Only 12 years, you said?
Professionally.
Oh, professional. You played Dota 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like total, I think it's 18 years for me.
Yeah, for me it's like 20 plus now.
20 plus years in the one game. Can you imagine that?
Always by Lacoste, like that's always the name, the moniker for you? Or was there anything else in between?
Well, for the nickname?
Yeah.
There were a couple of other ones, but this is the main one. I wanted to rebrand as well, but yeah, I'm like, screw it, man. It's way too late.
Well, what were the rebrand ideas?
I just wanted to go with the
here?
name. No. I wanted to keep it simple.
How long have you been playing professionally?
Ooh. Yeah, ever since Dota 1, maybe like 2007, 2008.
Till when?
Till I stopped after TI2. Played a little bit more in that year, decided to say it's enough. There are other people that are better than me.
You think you could take the people now? Because I think you could.
I'm in a good form right now.
Yeah, you're in a good form.
Yeah, I could join some tier 2 team, I feel like, and lose a couple of games.
If you had to replace one player in the tournament, who would it be?
In this tournament,
Yeah,
I can't replace these guys. Nah, they're too good.
They're
out of my league
his
now.
idol, Amar.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, Amar, he gets... oh, gosh, guys, I can't... My hands hurt. I can't play this first game of the series.
I have to play.
Can you step in? You said you've been copying the build, so it should be 1-1, right?
I would need my equipment. I need my mouse and keyboard.
Okay.
Otherwise, I don't feel comfortable.
Okay. Just needs the mouse and keyboard. Well, speaking of Amar, we do have the matchup of BetBoom team against Team Falcons. We saw Team Falcons late last night. So they get the second BO3, a little bit more rejuvenated. Saw these guys playing with the end of the gas tank last night on fumes. But they said they weren't even tired afterwards.
Yeah, because
surprising.
for Dota players, the later it goes, it betters. It gets better.
So you're saying we should have the LAN set up? We open at like 10 or something like that. Instead, we should open at like 10 at night and just have the games go through the night.
I think it's like the worst games for the players when it's like at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
They're like sleepy. They're like half tired. They slept like for 5 hours or something like that.
Okay.
So it's just the worst for the most of them. At least.
With the way that the series have been going, we have, I believe, 3 series on the first day of the main stage. It could go till midnight, maybe.
Easily.
See some late night Dota. But right now it's mid-ish day Dota? Well, nighttime dinner Dota?
Yeah,
I don't know. This
like
feels
the prime
early
time.
for... Yeah, this is early for Dota, right?
Yeah, you usually play scrims at this time.
Oh, okay.
Not even pubs. Pubs, it comes after.
Pubs come after, so it's scrims, pubs, or is it pubs, scrims, pubs,
Yeah.
competitive?
Usually like warm up before the scrims, like 1 or 2 games. Then you go into
Right.
scrims, play like 4, 6, maybe 8 games if you're really like into this. Usually 6 games around.
That's the warm-up?
No, the scrims.
Oh, okay.
It's like the practice with the team. And then you go and practice on your own gameplay at night.
Well, taking a look at the stats here for Falcons, their best heroes are the Enchantress, Tusk, Alchemist, and Snapfire. And then for the last draft yesterday night, or this morning, Team Falcons against Liquid, it was Enchantress, Lifestealer, Pangolier, Huskar, and that Bounty Hunter. And then their best heroes of the patch, or their most banned heroes against them in the patch, are Doom, Naga, Sand King, Alk, and Shadow Demon. So the Huskar coming out twice. This team putting it in multiple positions. They also brought the Bounty Hunter into the eyes of everybody. Do we think we're going to see more of that? Because these are 2 teams that have kind of pulled out, the offlane Abaddon, or for Falcons, the Huskar. So we might see a little bit of different few picks here for the drafts, right, Lacoste?
Yeah, this Huskar that they played 2 times, one from the mid lane, one from the off lane. From the mid lane, it looked extremely good. He destroyed that matchup. Malrine playing against Nisha Spuck, unable to achieve much in the game. Then Amar played it, got tri-lane there for a second, and he's like, see you later, nerds. I'm going to go to the jungle and get my farm there. But this is the hero that they know how to utilize. And something that I noticed, that this team prioritizes last pick overall. In their last 10 games, they played 9 games on the last pick.
Yeah, and I think they're developing some new play style here in this tournament with their bounty hunter, with their aggressive play style, and Skitter being able to play like kind of like, you know, semi-core, like life stealer, dawnbreaker type of hero.
Yeah.
And it's been working pretty well for them.
It feels like I would compare it to maybe the old fly emo combination where you don't have to have your carry be the carry of the game. You could still kind of back off a little bit and, you know, give your carry or the most important role to your mid laner.
Yeah, but to me, like personally, the Huskar gameplay from Omar was more impressive than from Mallory, just purely because if you get tri-laned, it's really tough to still like being able to snowball the game like this. And he still was really like, you know, he wasn't dying at all.
Taking a look at the best heroes for BetBoom team, it's the TA Invoker, Shadow Fiend, which we're not seeing too much of this event, but also the Lich and the Magnus. Their last draft against Talon Esports included that TA, but they went to the Queen of Pain, Mars, Muerta, and the Ogre Magi. Ogre Magi getting a couple of games yesterday after being, for the most part, ignored through the group stage or the Swiss stage. And their most banned heroes against them is the Invoker, Bat, Shadow Demon, the Muerta, which we saw them pick up yesterday, and the TA as well. So they are getting those heroes banned quite often, but we're seeing here that their best heroes are also sneaking through in the draft at times. And the Lacoste, it's interesting to see when you have the heroes hit all 3 columns, but there's definitely things that they can work with overall that aren't just those few best heroes, right?
Yeah, most definitely. This is the team that is super versatile. I really like when TA is played by Pure because this guy is really pushing the limits of every single hero. Yesterday we saw him going in. He was shut down in the early stages of the game, had a couple of those bad deaths, going for an extra wave, playing slightly too aggressive, and then managing to make a comeback because they had those Lincoln Sears, they had Lotus Orbs that they could throw on him, and he was using that level 25 talent, meld the bash on the traps, getting multiple hits with the side blades as well. His positioning is extremely good, but I also like that the rest of the team is ready to back him up. They know how he plays, and you're never going to see Pure jumping in and the rest of the team being too far away from him, not ready to back him up.
Yeah, and it's credit to Pure, right? He had 10 deaths in that TA game and was still able to be such a problem for his enemies. And 10 deaths on a carry, that's usually a game where you finish, you go to the post game, you click the flag, you report him for griefing, and get on with your day. But he was still able to do a lot.
One thing I always do is I click, I played well. Like, no matter what, you know, I feel better afterwards. Like, that's it, you know.
You played well, and everybody else played bad, especially in the wins. Well, we do have ourselves some interviews with our hosts, so we're going to throw it over to them and hear what we have to hear from both teams. Let's take a listen.
I have Malrine next to me here from Team Falcons. Gonna have a bit of a chat here. Now, you guys finished your series extremely late, 2:30. What time did you go to bed, and when did you wake up? What's the energy like?
I mean, personally, I went like at 4 a.m. or something, probably even late. I mean, we have to like eat a bit, because kind of, I mean, we could go as a hungry, but it just like depends on the player. I mean, something around 4 a.m. probably. Yeah. And I woke up like 11.
All right, so you're well rested and you're feeling ready for this one. But where is Sneaking sitting exactly? Because you guys, unfortunately, yesterday, you broke his Enchantress win streak. Did you have to console him? Was he crying a little bit about it?
I think it's the guy just blaming me, saying I'm like working with some Russian mafia and trying to ruin his streak. The guy just lost his mind.
He's just going a little bit crazy. And when it comes to drafting as well, outside of the Enchantress, you guys are always opening up with Pango. Can you tell me a little bit about it? No.
I'm Pangolina.
Just you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in real life Pangolina. I just need to back like in Pangolina, I can scroll.
All right, well, Malrine, thank you for joining me for now. Though we're going to check in with our opponent, BetBoom team.
That's right. I'm here with Miro from Team
BetBoom team.
That's right. And you just hit a very important threshold, a very important goal in your life. What was that?
Just win a few tournaments, I think.
No. More important than that, Miro.
More important than what?
Than winning tournaments.
Your
MMR.
No, it's not.
It's not?
Yeah, I think more important to win tournaments.
Is it because you played Io Marcy in your last pub that you're embarrassed to admit you just got 15k MMR?
Nobody should know it.
What impresses me the most is that you guys are actually able to find matches duo queuing.
I think this opportunity was in game from the start, I think. Yeah, so it's fine.
Do you guys always duo queue?
Not always, I think. Yeah, just sometimes.
You're a very smiley guy, you know?
Thank you.
Do you feel like you're happy? Do you wake up happy?
Yeah, I always wake up happy.
What about you, Save?
No.
Okay, because I feel like you guys average out to one like kind of moderately happy guy between you.
I think it's maybe me.
Do you think that's why you guys have such good synergy in the laning stage? Is because you kind of like even each other out?
Yeah, we're just both happy. Yeah.
Tell me, what is the most annoying position 5 to play? Stop face palming, Save. What is the most annoying position 5 to play against right now?
I think it's Nyx. No? Nyx assassin.
Nyx pause 5.
Pause 5. Ogre Mage.
Really?
Ogre Mage very strong.
Okay, well, we will see if they pick Ogre Magi in this game. Good luck, my friend.
Thanks, Jenkins, for the throw over. And do you guys wake up smiley, all happy, or are you more of a save style? Maybe not so much.
I always wake up depressed and I need to come back to happy. I need to come back to happy. I need to push myself to be happy.
Do you think that's a product of how you fall asleep? Do you fall asleep happy, or are you also falling asleep a little depressed?
No, I fall asleep happy. But then
So
I
wait,
wake
what's
up
happening
depressed.
in your
I
dreams?
don't know.
What's going on?
I'm really trying to figure out this problem. Something is happening in my dreams, which is not good.
We're going to need one of those therapy beds
Yeah.
and start to break this down a little bit more.
The older I am, the more I need to sit on my bed for like good 30 minutes just to be able to wake up. I'm like, man, this day, it's gonna fucking suck. Especially if I lost the last game, you know, it really affects my mood. So that's why I need to end on dub.
Yeah, but then you lose that last game. You wake up in the morning, it's me going, breakfast? Are we going to breakfast? And you don't answer me for like 30 minutes. And it's just, now I know what you're doing. You're just sitting there in bed in despair. I get that, though. I do it the same. I usually wake
With
up
crying. Yeah, that's the only difference.
I was about to say, tears are already flowing. I'm crying as I wake up. I don't really know what went on, and it's just despair to start. But then we get to watch some great Dota, so I get the smile on my face, and I'm happy, and I guess life goes on a little bit. Well, you know, what makes me happy is when you guys follow the channel, and you can do that and find out more with !F in the chat. Follow us on all socials, Instagram, Twitter, as well as YouTube and Twitch. Get all the behind-the-scenes action from the Fissure Playground as we get into the final series of the day. BetBoom team against Falcons. We've already heard some information from both teams. Being a Pangolina, as
What's that?
Malrine was saying. So do you
How do you
roll?
become Pangolina in the real life?
Yeah, is
That's
he
what
like
I'm curious
rolling
about.
everywhere and throwing fire?
Probably.
What's happening?
Probably. He's rolling and he's like with the... What is it called?
The Zippo lighter?
Zippo
Yeah.
lighter, yeah.
Just lighting that
lighting
constantly.
lighting
and
up things.
rolling around.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that's how it's going. And you see on the bottom of your screen, !B for BetBoom and !F for Falcons. You can see at the beginning of the game, before we get into the game, what you guys have chosen to predict for this first game. But being the final series of the day, and we already had a 2-0, I feel like we're destined for 3.
I hope so. I'm a bit worried for the BetBoom drafts, to be honest. Like, last series were not really confident drafts from them. Like, this TA first pick made them really, put them in a really tough spot. And, you know, without their DK on the GPK, it doesn't feel like very convincing. I mean, they won the game against Talon, the M3. It was like pure creativity because, like, you know, they managed to came back the really tough lane on the Queen and managed to like rotate their supports pretty well. But other than, you know, these sick plays, like they need to really work on the draft because Falcons, they're ready. I think they felt something in the previous draft that they understood the meta for themselves, like with their Huskers, with their Pet Riders. Crit has a really good hero pool. Like after the Hoodwing nerf, and he found himself some other heroes to play with. Snaking also like just purely eng last 4 games.
There's like if you look at the last couple of drafts from both of these teams, there's literally no overlapping. They're playing completely different style, completely different heroes. Something that Falcons were always I would say, good at is figuring out the meta for themselves and just sticking what they know. They like their hero pools are always going to be smaller because they're playing the same heroes. We talked about them also opening up with Pango last 4 games, but you also see some of the creativity coming in, playing that Pango from the off lane, Pango from the safe lane, and also pairing it up with the Lifestealer, having Bounty Hunter to scout things out, and then Malrina with the Blink Dagger and Fast Bomb. This is not something you would expect when we talk about, you know, the olden Fast Bombs with the Storm Spirit blinking in and stuff like that, but they make it work by picking up the Blink Dagger. And also, I think yesterday they were talking about Pango not picking up early Blink Dagger, ending that Enchantress's win streak. So a lot of blame on Malrine. As he said, there's some mafia shit going on.
Well, speaking of shit going on, we got the coin toss. Second pick for BetBoom as they won the toss, and then Radiant for Falcons. Do you want to see GPK not on DK this series? Because I know GPK doesn't want to see GPK on DK.
He doesn't, really.
he was kind of sad about
all the time.
Just having to be the Blink Dragon Tail hero.
It's kind of the name of the game for the mid players nowadays. Like, I think for Laurel as well, team makes him play the Monkey King every game. He doesn't want to, but you have to.
Has that always been the case with mids where you, like, don't really get the fun choice?
No, usually mids, they were like, you know, this very last pick, I'm going to counter pick him, I'm going to own him in my lane. I know the counter picks, I know the matchups and all that stuff, but now you just get the hero early on, like, you know, Invoker.
Okay, Invoker this time. I got a little worried for GPK, but then I saw the DK was banned first, and I think GPK was like, we're banning it. Stop. I'm not playing it again. But the Magnus hasn't gotten through that often, but you know, it's nice to see here. They made the sacrifice of banning the Dawn, and then also a first phase puck ban, which is not something we were seeing in a lot of drafts.
That's exactly what I wanted to point out. Like, this puck ban, I wonder what it's about, because usually Invoker is pretty good against puck, like overall in the mid lane, and I'd rather see the Magnus ban there instead of puck. It would be just, you know, more stable, I guess.
I don't think puck gets first phase picked anyway. I feel as though
No, definitely not.
Yeah,
No,
so that like that
first.
feels like a ban that you're just kind of
You can
not
skip
wasting,
it for the second
but
phase.
yeah, exactly. You could have waited on that. And Falcons not gonna allow the Io Marcy combo from the side of BetBoom team. In banning the Io, you ban the Marcy essentially as well, right?
Yeah, you want to split up the combo, so just take out Io, because Marcy can't really be played without Io if we're talking about core Marcy. But this Magnus is an interesting one, because Amar plays it a lot. They don't play it from position 4. It could also be Skeeter playing it, but most likely going to be Amar's hero. And looking at the Invoker, he's a really good hero to disengage when Magnus goes in. Also removing his Empower, and we see a lot of these buffs being thrown onto the hero. So now you're gonna have like this 1 giga carry hero with Alacrity with the Frost Shield going in. I know you're a big fan of Phantom Assassin, and I think this might be the hero that they are gonna be looking for. Even though BetBoom, they are still very unpredictable in terms of how they want to pick.
Back to the Bounty and the Enchantress.
Yeah.
Kind of
once they
not
understood,
shocking.
you know, once they understood their heroes, they're just gonna keep going with it every time. Unless it stops working, they're just gonna keep picking it most of the time. And the Magnus pick was pretty nice since already like TA was banned, which is quite a nice counter pick for the Magnus in the lane.
Which here, when watching that ban phase, by the way, it was Nyx, and then without missing a beat, it was that Huskar.
Yeah.
They saw it yesterday. They want no part of it. I was actually surprised the Huskar wasn't maybe where the puck was in the ban phase, considering what we saw from Falcons with that Huskar.
We might see, let's say they win the first game on Falcons, we could see something like that happening in the second game, because they have that 1-0 advantage in a best of 3, so they might want to spice things up a little bit. But this Enchantress, always a good pick for Falcons, especially here. I did talk about Alacrity, Frost Shield, these Glimmer Cape, Solar Crest, something that can be dispelled. And we saw how he plays Enchantress. He plays it super greedy. He does go for the other facet.
Spellbound.
Spellbound, indeed. Yep. And also, if he's having that good of a game, he picks up a Blink Dagger, Hurricane Pike, and starts to go for more kills, like solo kills on the supports.
He's one of the few that we see go Spellbound, because for the most part, I almost want to make, and I don't have the stats in front of me, you guys are the ones with the cool computers, but I almost want to make the assumption that he's the only one that has gone Spellbound in the tournament, and every other Enchantress has gone over Protective Wisp.
It would take me a while to check that stats because I would have to
Which is
do it
why I said
manually.
it, so
I
you
don't
can't-
have the technology, but yeah, I'm sure you're right about that one. Maybe someone else did play it, but most of the Enchantresses do take overprotective wisps.
I gave you a hard enough stat that you couldn't refute it instantly, so I could sound smart for maybe a minute before chat has me in a chokehold of lies.
I'm surprised they went for the Zeus instead of Batrider this game. I think Batrider would have been pretty good this game.
Do you think it has to do something with canceling the Blink Daggers and seeing this Bounty Hunter? Oh god, it's coming.
Yeah, Lycan's coming, and Zeus and this Lich don't exactly do well against it.
Yeah, nobody can deal with the Lycan actually at this point. It's such a nice pick for the Falcons. These wolves are gonna destroy the supports.
Yeah.
Like, none of these supports have anything to do with the wolves.
They're in trouble. You could frost shield yourself, but
That's about it. Just have to run.
Even Heavenly Jump, like, yeah, you get a little bit of distance, but the wolves just hamstring you, and you're dead anyway.
What are they looking for Malrine in the mid lane? Maybe some sniper that could come out against the Invoker? Because they don't have any kind of jumpers. You have... Damage from BetBoom is a lot. It's a lot of burst damage, a lot of global presence as well, but they don't have any kind of a setup for it. If we're talking about some Sunstrike for Invoker, Zeus with the ulti. So gonna be very interesting to see what Pure is gonna be playing with Lich in the lane. I did mention Phantom Assassin. I think this still feels like a really good hero for him.
I think it's gonna be removed for sure.
Yeah, they already went Bloodseeker. What about Primal Beast for Falcons mid?
I think I like Primal actually this game. It's not really good against Invoker and we're all in the laning,
Yeah.
but these four heroes didn't really have good stop for him, like, you know, in terms of stuns. Especially when you get to SNY. I think it's gonna be a pretty good game for him. They need something like Shaker or Primal Beast, I would say.
I'm down for Sniper on Falcons, and I'm also okay if they pick up Tiny. Tiny is still available in the pool. Tiny is also a hero that built... It's an annoying lane when he's playing into Invoker early before he gets Soul Ring, because you never have mana. You're constantly getting your mana burn, but once you pick up the Soul Ring, and they also need to rotate around him if they feel like they need that slightly earlier initiator, because when ATF plays Magnus from the offlane, he tends to go slightly more greedy. He does play for himself, gets that Echo Saber before going for the Blink, prioritizing his own game rather than just playing for the team.
Ban the Razor. Not a hero we're seeing too much of, but it is a Falcons signature. And the final ban for Falcons, we'll see if it is that Phantom Assassin. They banned the Bloodseeker previously. You got two heroes that kind of want to stay pretty mobile and don't want to get ruptured. And they're going to need something that really packs a punch, just like you can punch your ticket to come into the LAN event here, January 31st to February 2nd. Exclamation point ticket in the chat. Find out more information on your screen by clicking the banner below and joining us in the beautiful Belgrade, Serbia. A lot of reserve time left for this final ban.
One other hero I was thinking about from Malrine is Timber, but it's really bad Timber game, so I don't think they're going to go for that.
They're banning out his level 30 heroes. Huskar gone, Pango gone, Lina, Razor.
There's Primal Beast and Timber still left for him, which they're thinking about for sure. Unless they have something good for Amar. But he doesn't really play Mag, does he?
Amar Magnus?
No, the Malrine Magnus.
No, Malrine was also toying with this mid Lycan a lot, so there's a possibility that he does play it, because everybody was picking on the Alpha Wolves in the last couple of weeks, and I saw him play it a lot. Amar didn't really play.
I feel like a mid Lycan can kind of go hard, right? You get the experience, the soul experience, you get to those level 6 wolves quicker, and then you just abuse those supports with those wolves at
in theory,
a much
it
quicker
should be
pace.
good matchup against the Invoker, because
It is a good
like
matchup.
you don't have anything to deal with those wolves early on.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. But what do you pick then? Lifestealer? Yeah, I guess. That could work.
Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It seems like there's plenty of options, and might be why Falcons is taking quite some time here, and they'll end up banning the Lifestealer themselves and going to the Mars. Mars,
and it is mid Lycan.
Yeah, Mars not exactly the hero that we've liked in a lot of its drafts, but what about this one?
It did look good yesterday when, who was it? It was Saberlight that did play it, and he was staying on top of the network, like top 2 with Mars, which was pretty impressive. He was playing on a different side of the map, not going for these like early initiations, which is fine, and it's also a good way for them to disengage. Like, you jumped it to 2 supports with Lycan, they're gonna die. There's literally nothing they can do, so if they get the good jumps, now you have Mars, you have 2 initiators, and it's very easy for them to take a fight, unless they're getting initiated on with the Doom, getting their Blink Daggers canceled by Zeus.
Does this have to be off-lane Mars? Could it be the SA style Chris Luck mid? Never mind. I want to
Off-lane Mars.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd rather prefer Centaur on that pick instead of Mars, to be honest. It's good against Doom. It's just better when you have a bounty hunter, you can leave him alone. And Amar already played this really sick Centaur last game, where he went for the Aghanim's build, which was really quite impressive as well.
It's a nice build. I mean, it's a good point, because he could have bought the Pipe, which would be really nice against Lich, against Zeus Invoker as well. But pure Morphling, in terms of lockdown, they don't really have much.
It's a free morph game.
He can also turn into Magnus. He can turn into Mars, and it feels really good. Like, mostly it's going to be Magnus getting that extra damage, getting that extra chase potential.
Dude, I really like the Falcons build lineup
until Mars.
Until Mars.
Okay,
yeah. But after Mars came up and then Morph came up after that, I like BetBoom lineup way more right now.
Because you're not winning that bottom lane. This is Mars and Bounty Hunter into Lich and Morphling. Mars not being a strong laner, there might need to be some lane shenanigans, or they're pulling the creeps, but it also leaves Morphling with relatively free lane. So I think looking at the itemization, Malreen's going to be playing that Magnus from the mid lane after, because you want to pick up that early Blink Dagger, and I think there needs to be Orchid, but not sure who's going to be buying it. Maybe Skeeter could also get it. The way he itemizes is he goes for Hand of Midas to get that extra XP so that he gets those wolves ASAP, and then maybe pick up an Orchid just to have something against the Morphling. But if Morphling's having that good of a game, you might have like 2-3 minutes where you can maybe get the kill, because he doesn't have Manta style, but it's going to be difficult. I think looking at both of the drafts, I do like BetBoom's slightly more. I was about to say the same thing with the Mars. I'm just not feeling the hero is that strong right now, and you're giving complete free farm to the Morphling in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, unless Pure dies to some random bounty hunter stun from Invis into despair.
Can happen.
Can happen, but unless he dies like 2 or 3 times in this game, it's pretty free game for him.
Well, we've got predictions coming up soon, and you guys both going for Falcons?
Yeah.
I'm going
for BetBoom.
I tried to get you guys there.
Yeah, you got me.
I tried. I tried to get you to go with chat. They're at 65%, but you guys are both with BetBoom, and I think I'm going to trust it. I'm going to go Falcons. I feel like I have faith in what they've been able to accomplish so far. But maybe I'll eat those words as we're making a little bit of a Falcons BetBoom sandwich. So yeah, Lacoste at BetBoom. Rezo, you're with BetBoom, and I'm with Falcons. And before we let you go, Rezo, any last thoughts on either of these drafts?
They have a really good pace on Falcons. They managed to, pressure pretty hard with this bounty hunter before, and now they can do the same. But at the same time, if Morphin gets too farmed, it's gonna be a pretty free game for him. So, good luck, guys. Have fun.
All right, we'll see you for game number 2 of a definite 3-game set. As Falcons against BetBoom in game number 1. I'll watch how it goes. Crit just trying to get some information from the side of BetBoom team for potentially going after this first blood. And it is Spellbound for Snake King on the Enchantress again. No surprise.
Alpha Bulls, this is the big one. Skeeter is going to be playing it, so we talked about how the supports can't really defend themselves. Even some cores are going to be struggling. Morphling, not as much because he has that high armor, but something that he doesn't like to play is the root mechanic. So going to be an interesting one. And I also want to see, because in terms of the team fight, if they're getting the jump with your arena, follow it up by some big RP, and then letting Lycan go in freely, it's like, I think that both teams got the drafts that they wanted. I'm just favoring BetBoom because of their entry to the game, especially coming out from the safe lane.
Talking about how you like the draft up until the Mars, Mars definitely is one of those heroes that's feast or famine, right?
Yes. Mostly not doing too well.
Mostly
in the lane.
famine.
But we're also talking about one of the best Mars players out there, so he can definitely find a way. But there's something that Katomi talked about in an interview yesterday about Zeus, how this hero, and Save also mentioned how this is one of the stronger position 4/5s. They keep it as a flex, deals insane amount of damage, provides you with that vision, de-warding capabilities. The reason why we see Liquid going for position 4 Slark, snaking, keeping Skitter pretty healthy in the bottom lane.
Keeps the map dark for the other team for the most part. Or at least tries to. Skitter taking some damage here from both Save and Miero. The Infernal Blade getting him quite low. We'll see how the Lycan does. We were thinking maybe it would be a mid Lycan at one point, but it ends up being that safe lane Lycan. And when you get to that level 11 point, where you've got
level 6 ability.
Level 6 ability of the Wolves. Things are going to get very interesting here for both supports of BetBoom, and it's one of those things that we saw earlier in the tournament with Satanic was doing it with the Lycan, where he was farming with the main hero, but getting kill after kill with the Wolves once they hit that level 6 point.
Basically having global presence. So as we expected, Falcons dragging that second creep wave behind Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower, getting some extra denies, getting some extra XP, and you can already see it. These are level 1 Wolves. Save still struggling to deal with those. And we've even seen Insania black-holing 2 level 6 Wolves.
That was one of the most interesting black hole usages I've ever seen. Save is dead here to a level 2 snaking Enchantress and those Wolves. So they get the kill, they get first blood, they take out the Zeus, and like you were saying, it's not even level 6 Wolves that are already being a nuisance.
Their vision game is going to be really good. I mean, for both of the teams, but I'm looking more at Falcons. Ooh, Pure getting blasted.
Yeah, dying on this Morphling. Probably not what he was expecting in that situation, but they'll get a kill of their own. They finally kill out Snake King. Save's going to be the one who gets credit for that. And it's, you know, we're talking about the Zeus and the fact that he's going to take away a lot of this vision and take away a lot of those obs. You do have that replacement in, quote, mobile vision from the Wolves.
Bounty Hunter, Wolves, so basically you can go for solo kills. And the thing about sentries nowadays is they're very limited. Like, you don't have as many sentries. You're playing against Wolves, Bounty Hunter, which means that you need to invest a lot. And something that Rezo did mention is maybe they're going to be able to surprise Pure with a couple of these kills, and they're going in aggressively.
Yeah.
Amar misses the spear.
Really want Amar. His spear didn't connect to anything, but it did push back the Lich. Pure, though, under the tower.
They also glyphed.
Creeps in front of Pure. He'll waveform back. They do have Crypt, but they don't have a lot of mana on Amar to really follow this up with anything. Top of the CS chart is the Doom so far. Lycan going to pick up some infused rain drops for the lane. As he's going Midas first item. Midas for the Lycan. We haven't really looked too deeply into mid. But GPK up against Malrine on this Magnus.
A bit of a different build than what we usually see from Invoker nowadays. Double raid band. He did go for one and opted to go for one Null Talisman. Wants to have slightly less attack speed, but wants to have some extra mana regeneration.
There's no sentry over mid, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Crit walk his way over, maybe coming out of the Shadow Walk, gets a right click into a Shockwave and a Skewer under the tower. If you're not too careful on that Invoker, you could find yourself even dying in a mid gank like that. Skitter, for the moment, at this bottom lane, is just sitting by himself while Snake King is off getting a Golem. He's level 3. And just trying to output as much damage as he can onto Miero. Constantly just right-clicking him, and the Devourer will be on that Golem, so a double stun as these Golems are split that Snake King picked up. Not that easy to work with an enchanted creep when you're up against the Doom. Just a fact for you, in 2024, Team Falcons and BetBoom team met 8 times in the playoffs, with BetBoom winning just once, and that was at ESL 1 Bangkok, when GPK was not yet part of the roster. So fresh stats all around. As the Infernal Blade again, and some damage added there by Save come through onto the Lycan.
Yeah, and I have the stats for 2024. total game count for both of these teams, 11 wins and 26 losses for BetBoom team. So Falcons heavily favored if we're talking about what happened.
You just say 11 and 26?
2024, I think. Whew. Never mind.
That's
Cast
a lot
the
of
game,
games
B-Cup.
between the two teams, and Crit, he's taking some damage here. He's dusted up, but they're going to go for Katomi. They're going to try and get this kill. Crit survives, throws a shuriken over. He's still alive. Crit still dusted, and Pure never even gets the kill onto the Bounty Hunter.
Bounty is a very tanky hero. He does have 9 armor at level 3 with only Magic Wand as his stats. Does have a Raindrop, does have Lotus.
2,000 net worth lead here for Falcons already. And we saw the Bounty Hunter really enable this Falcons lineup yesterday / this morning when it was track kill after track kill with this Bounty, and the pressure that they put on was non-stop.
Crit. He is going for the enemy XP rune. Let's see if save is going to go there immediately, because you can't allow to lose your XP rune when you have Zeus and Lich as supports. It's just way too valuable. So we might see even a TP Radiant using a scan.
Yeah, so he knows he's coming, and they'll have vision of Crit.
He's going to use the bolt.
He should. He should.
He's not going to use the bolt.
He should. Okay. Crit's going to die, but he picks up the Wisdom Rune. Amar gets the other one.
That was such a nice move from Crit.
A little surprising, as Save didn't throw a Lightning Bolt knowing that.
Didn't expect him there, because he did go through the Twin Gates. Maybe he was thinking, okay, he's going to go on his side. There's a possibility. But you also got to be careful about sending those Wolves so they can get a deny, something that Skeeter tried to do yesterday when he was playing Naga Siren. Malreen's bottle is going to get refilled.
Saw that with a lot of runes as well, getting denied by Wolves and illusions throughout the tournament when we see this Naga and this Lycan. Crit just going up into the high ground. There's a ward here for GPK out of the range of the Sentry. Amar going to have some solo time here top, so will Pure. And that means Amar's level 6. He's got himself the arena when he wants it. Doesn't take it quite yet, but Tornado EMP down to the ground. Crit going to try and run. He gets invis for the moment, though they do spot that Ob Sentry combo, and with the help of Zeus, will take it out. Miro sipping on the clarity, just getting that mana up there. He's also been left alone. Skitter Hero level 6. He's going into the Midas, almost has the gold for it. That'll help him as they continue to go through the mid-late game. Get the gold flowing quickly. Midas, track, going to be quite a bit of gold influx going the way of Falcons.
Yeah, in the previous series, we saw how good creating gold out of nothing. Tundra did have Alchemist, did have Doom as well, and also Shadow Demon creating so many stacks in the game. So it's not just about the heroes, it's also about hitting an early timing, getting that gold out of nothing. Crit, still lurking around. It's not that easy kill to get, especially with the raindrops on Pure.
Yeah, if they want to go for Pure. Right now, Amar holding a skill point. Like I said, has the opportunity to go for the arena whenever he wants it. And there's that first use of the Midas. You've got Skitter, who's going to stay down here bottom. Nobody really able to go and get that kill just yet. They don't exactly have the massive amount of lockdown, but they use that arena mid, and they will go for GPK. They land the spear. They've got 4 heroes. They'll also have some help from the Wolves. They'll also have help from Skitter. 5 heroes.
Oh,
and this tier 1 tower is also in a lot of trouble.
GPK getting tipped. Remember game yesterday, game 3, when they were playing against Talon, he was collecting some of the tips.
Yeah.
And after he won, he's like, tip me.
Sometimes the tips
GPK will remember.
Yeah, it's like a telltale game. Saw it flash on your screen for a moment, but if you want to come join us at the LAN event in 2025, the first Tier 1 LAN event of 2025, type !ticket into the chat, and also click the banner below for more information. Still sitting at about a 1,000 net worth lead as it's 4-2 for Falcons. Crit came over. He's level 5 at the moment. Blood Grenade and these Wolves save. He's got the Frost Shield on him, the Infernal Blade. 4 heroes down here bottom, but save ends up dying to those Wolves. take a big chunk of damage, and they have brought Malrine down here.
The real
Is in
fun
misery.
is going to start the next couple of minutes. Lycan is level 8, has another Hand of Midas ready soon, so we are getting there. He gets
He
that
already
level
got
11.
a kill with the Wolves, so...
This is nothing. You want the hamstring.
I'm wondering, so if it's called hamstring, you're probably getting bit in the hamstring, which sounds way worse than just saying. But if you can run away from the Wolves, maybe you can find yourself an escape. Not easy for these supports.
I don't know if you should use the same tactics as when you're running away from the bear. Like, you don't have to be like the fastest one, just don't be the slowest one.
Push someone over.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Lich and Zeus this game, just pushing each other. Yeah, I could see it.
Trying desperately to get that level 6 on Zeus and Lich, because their XP rune got stolen. At least they got that kill in the bottom lane, so a bit of an XP going their way, leaving save some of the XP. I like how Amar changes his item build. Like, he has, like, the dumbest shit in his quick buy. I swear to God. Like, he had power treads on Mars. Like, you're never gonna buy that item.
How do you call it the dumbest shit when you're the one who follows all his...
Yeah, it's just
builds.
something that he does.
EMP, blowing up crit, and they'll look for the deafening blast, but the shockwave hits 2. Waveform in, and the help from Save. Thinking about the RP there, but just the kill on both supports. Easy 1-2. Bringing over a lot of heroes for this, too. Like in not level 11 just yet, but getting there as he is looking for that last level in the Wolves. Tranks picked up for crit. We saw a track on the Zeus, but it didn't turn into anything, didn't turn into a kill, but now you finally have the Blink Dagger on the Magnus, so you can go for those tracks. You'll get that vision, and you'll be able to blink RP if you want to, or send these Wolves over, and Save sees them with the Sentry down. He needs to be careful. He'll heavenly jump away, but they're already... Oh, boy. Save.
They're not taking damage. They have 60%
God.
resistance.
Deafening blast. There's still one wolf there, and it's just such a scary sight when you see 2 wolves run at you. You're tracked, and they just know.
Here
They
comes
smell
Crit.
blood in the water. Crit getting spotted. Sunstrike. It's going to be off the mark, but unneeded. Pure gets the kill on a Crit. Crit playing maybe a little bit too far forward, but you got to try and find something with this Bounty Hunter. You really want to get it to start rolling downhill with the track.
And something we did mention during the draft is that Lycan is going to pick up Orchid after getting Hand of Midas, exactly what he's doing, but also check what Pure has been up to. This is one of the rare occasions where Morphling doesn't pick up Vlad, so skipping it completely, going immediately into Manta style, just so that he has that available for the fight.
RP, and they'll bring the Wolves over. They've got the Spear and the God's Rebuke. The Chain Frost gonna bounce around. They also brought over the Invoker. They go to the arena. Tornado flies in, hits Skitter as well as Amar. Amar gonna back over to the other side of this arena. Thunder God's Wrath, though, not enough damage just yet. They'll throw the Doom onto the Magnus, who already used RP. So is that really all worth it? Miero fights back onto Skitter, but these 4 heroes on the side of Falcons will back away. It ends up being a 2-for-1.
Not ideal Doom, but he wanted to make sure that they are going to secure the kill. Blink Dagger reveal from Mars. And now you also have Blink Dagger available on your Magnus.
Yeah, both of those coming around the same time. Magnus got his, then the Mars. And you're just now having that combination of RP Arena. Makes life for BetBoom very difficult with a well-placed Arena. Level 10 for GPK. He's going into a Hurricane Pike for his first item. Snake King, level 7. Interested to see what he wants to go to, because we know he plays greedy here. Save, heavenly jump onto the high ground. Can the Wolves keep up?
He's pinging it. GPK, please TP to the mid lane. I need that blast. I need Tornado.
Doing some damage, but not getting the kill. Still quite frustrating. Ob's about to run out on that cliff, so not going to get the benefits of dewarding that, but the vision was there for BetBoom team. And they were only seeing, really, for the most part, Snake King in that bottom area of the map.
If BetBoom can survive in the next 5 minutes without feeding away too much, considering that they are playing against those level 6 wolves, you're playing against Bounty Hunter, 2 Blink Initiators, they are going to be fine. They just need to get their some support items. Like they need some Glimmer Capes, some Solar Crest, or get the Ghost Scepter available. GPK is getting tracked by those wolves, so they know he's coming. They have sentry available.
Crick goes into the trees to shadow walk. I believe the wolves saw them go through that twin gate. They were smoked up prior, but got them the information, so they were staying back, but they've got the Sinister Gaze. He turns into the Mars, and they've got the Spear, but a good RP on a 3, and a skewer back behind the tower. Skitter going to use that ult. They'll go for GPK. They've got the track. They'll get themselves a second, the TP attempt from Yarrow, but they've got the stun. They'll get the kill onto the Doom, and that makes it a 3rd.
You're not keeping away from the wolves. That's the thing, having root mechanic on both of those. Pure has Manta style available.
But wolves are here, and again, you'll have the hamstring, you'll have the root. The chase is now on as Pure will try to use waveform to get some distance, but these wolves are quick, and if they can hamstring you again, it makes your life so difficult. The blink into the skewer, the follow-ups there for Falcons, and that makes it 4 kills overall, and the tracks just keep on coming.
That should be the tower for Falcons, and both teams kind of want to kill Rush. It's not going to be as easy for BetBoom because they don't have Lads. Usually you have that on Morphling, so you always have the sustain.
Oh, no.
Kataomi, dead.
He knows the wolves are coming. Frost shielding.
You need to hug the tower, or you need to hug GPK.
Half your life gone. You have to sit at a good amount of health, too, at all times. As the wolves continue to get information. Amar over near this camp, but they know that these heroes are nearby. They have Arena if they want to go forward, but just Amar would be a little bit dangerous. Kataomi with the Frost Shield again, having to deal 3 heroes for these wolves.
It's just so ridiculous. This also means that you're not getting any farm. Like, the amount of XP and gold that you get for killing those wolves is literally not worth it, but you also need to save your own teammates. And let's see what the supports are buying. There is Ghost Scepter queued up on save. Ghost Scepter queued up on Lich.
Malrine, by the way, spamming the voice line. This is bullshit.
That really is.
The arrow. If they just brought some wolves here. And I think that might be the plan, or just bring over an impetus shot from Snake King, quietly dominating in this game. The wolves were going for Kataomi again, and now they'll go for save. They already used the Frost Shield, but they've got 3 heroes here again, and the wolves will be taken care of. It's when he also gets that plus 350 wolf health.
Yeah, very interactive gameplay from BetBoom supports. They clicked follow onto GPK until Icon stuck.
What is that?
I don't know.
Huh. I never get these bugs in my game.
Need to play more.
I play a good amount.
I've checked Reddit, and it says that the bug, the smoke bug, has been fixed.
That's the unofficial news.
Unofficial?
But I think it has officially been fixed.
If it's on Reddit, I believe it.
Uh-oh. I don't know if I would follow that line of thinking, but to each their own. Pure level 12 and going for the butterfly. Snake King, of course, the Hurricane Pike, never afraid of getting that more core item for the 5 position. You never know what's happening when you see that icon come up above your head from the Lycan. Crit again, just trying to be a bit of a nuisance. They've got that sentry near the tower, so he stepped up for a moment. They threw the track on, and then they'll back away, but they've got that sentry by the tower. This is leaving Falcons to farm a little bit while all this time is being spent moving around and taking the tier 1 tower and backing up towards your tier 3 for Kataomi as this Centaur creep is farming. But they smoke Miero and save, and they're going to have to try and find somebody out a little bit too far on Falcons. All 5 heroes over towards mid. Maybe they'll try to bait with Pure. But it's not easy. Especially these wolves farming the mid lane and making life a little bit more difficult for BetBoom to feel confident about going to the other side of the map.
Constantly getting scouted by either Bounty Hunter or those wolves. Network has been cemented onto 6k gold for quite some time now. Roshan is going to go to Radiant's side. And as you mentioned, Pure is going for Butterfly. This is the most damage you can get on Morphling. Probably one of the more impactful items once you get it early on, playing against Enchantress, who deals insane amount of right-click damage. Same goes for Wolves and Lycan. And now you say has the Ghost Scepter available. He's fine. He's chilling.
And he gets a shard. What will be the problem is when they update the game and give Wolves the ability to hold items. Then you'll just nullify her, take the Ghost Scepter away and kill people. Pure shifting. Skidder gonna come over with that ult. They'll try to get the kill here on to Pure. They're actually bringing a lot of heroes here from Falcons. Expect a blink soon to skewer him back towards the rest of the team. Can they get there in time? Yes, they can. They'll find him, the wave form away, but the chain frost used. They've got the arena as well as the spear. Amar with the double kill. Shockwave pulled him in, and that chain frost will bounce and go to snaking a little bit more often than other heroes.
Save, try to check where everybody is with ulti, just in case if it's just bounty being very annoying.
But
the whole squad was there.
Ooh, save. Courier actually going over to the secret shop at Snake King nearby. Popping that salve and
Oh no, their XP runes got stolen again.
Oh yeah. That ain't great. 5-1 on experience runes. As they'll move over and maybe find Doom or Save. They'll throw a track on him.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
Just a 6,000 net worth lead for now. Did you like that idea, by the way, for the next patch? I was
not really, no.
Wolves can
I
hold
think
items.
Wolves are gonna get nerfed, not buffed in the next patch.
They're not strong enough. They're not getting kills in this game just yet. It could be stronger.
And we also saw Skeeter playing some of these like different carries, especially when he was playing Dawnbreaker with the Blade Mail Pipe. So more utility rather than hard carry. Just picked up the shard as well.
Skeeter, he's fine. BKB was popped by Amar. Crit will get the kill with the Shuriken toss. They're going to pop that ult on Skitter. Maybe they're going on to Pure. They do have RP, but they don't have Arena. Skitter searching, and Pure slowed up by the enchant. Impetus shot. There's the Arena. Back off cooldown just now, and allowed to wrap around Pure for the rest of the team to do the damage, and eventually Amar to get the kill.
They're baiting so hard, like they just try to, because if he's tracked, they see him, and he can't use Manta Style because there is an Orchid available on Skeeter, and then he waveforms and gets initiated on by Mars. And this game looks like BetBoom team, they don't have anything to strike back with.
No,
we saw that one Doom on almost already a dead target, so Hand of Midas drums available, and they are going for the high ground.
How do you defend against this? They've got an Aegis, they just got it recently. They're pushing in, they're keeping the map small from BetBoom. Nowhere for them to really farm, and a lot of greedy heroes on BetBoom.
Drum sold, picked up BKB. Speaking of BKB, there is also one being delivered on Skeeter right now.
Save able to back away with the heavenly jump, get up on the high ground.
There's nothing that they can do to Skeeter. If he gets a shapeshift, pops a BKB, like you're gonna doom him, he can still get a BKB off, which means that you're not killing him. The game has been pretty silent due to these wolves being extremely annoying. Kataomi, dead.
Well,
look at the damage, forcing him to pop a Ghost Scepter and also bringing him down to half HP, forcing him to use a Frost Shield.
It's really quite annoying. And even it gets you more information too, because you had Invoker who is ghost walked and the wolves get affected, then you know he's there. Shockwave thrown over. They've got the Arena. Kathomi with the Ghost Scepter again. Chain Frost bouncing away, but he doesn't have that shard, so there is no Ice Spire.
These wolves are annoying as when you're like, you know, you can feel yourself being annoying to your younger brother, but you can't stop. So, okay, so you were on the receiving end.
Yes, but I know what you're talking about. I guess in this case, you know that feeling when I'm being annoying to you?
Oh, no,
Yeah.
I didn't want to go that way.
I know, I saw you change the sentence, like, in your head. I looked over when you started.
Very difficult game for BetBoom. Seems like they don't have the counterplay. Right now, they don't have the plan. It's more about surviving, trying to get as much farm as possible on the map. It's just, it's not working out. Miro, Hand of Midas still available. As we said, sold that drums, used all of the charges. Can go back to drums if necessary, but pickoff game is really not that strong. Even though they have a little bit of a global presence from Zeus, doesn't seem to be enough. Pure, itemizing to go for Satanic next. Still far away from it. Wants to have another way of dispelling himself.
With the map so small for BetBoom team, I don't really know where they make up this difference.
That Observer Ward also scouting exactly where he's farming.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see a blink RP on him moving in that area soon. But Crit just trying to throw these tracks on, now onto Pure. So they know they see him, and that kind of means he can't really leave the base. But the way that Falcons are playing across the river and how far forward they're moving, just to be tracked up is such a deterrent. He does have that Manta, so it's not forever. We'll see. They're going for the Hex on Amar. They'll throw the Wolves at the tower. Not the most tower damage per hit, but definitely a good amount to make this really annoying. Doom used, it's onto an Enchantress. So the long spell cooldown of Doom is used. Thunder God's Wrath gets used for that Enchantress kill, but again, it's just an Enchantress. Miero, Crit on his tail. Katomi's here as well. Track is used. Midas gets expended. They can try to chase. They do have 3 heroes in the area if Crit can stay on him. Miero not really finding anywhere in this jungle spot to kind of hide under a sentry or find Crit. Tornado comes in, that lands out of the Bounty Hunter. The BKB has been popped. Miero blinks away, but the Wolves are giving them the vision. They'll even pop the ulti on Skitter. They're continuing to see him, of course.
Good body blocks.
And the body blocks are there from these creeps, from the Enchantress, and they'll be able to get the kill for Amar on Miero.
Their vision game is too strong. Summons from Enchantress, always pushing out the waves. You have Lycan with the Shard, Wolves as well, and they also have good ways. Like, you one-shot the wave with Magnus with the Shard. Amar is in.
Yeah, Arena on 2. GPK with the Tornado EMP, but the BKB's been popped by Amar. They've got the BKB from Arena as well as Skitter. They're going to go in. The RP is going to be on a 3. The Chain Frost comes through, but it's not going to really do him a lot. They hit the creeps initially, and Pure's going to be tracked up and trying to defend. He'll waveform forward, trying to get the kill to Skitter. He'll throw a shockwave at himself, but the spear is there. They get the kill on a Skitter. Track still on Pure, but they won't be able to get the credit for the kill as he backs off behind this set of racks. They got 3 there, though, and they lose that Lycan. Could have been a little bit better if maybe they had this Hex finished off for Amar.
But still, again, getting those track kills. Malrine skewers in right between them, but they still can't run away because of the combo. You have Mars who goes in first and then sets things up for his Magnus. 28 minutes in, they're going to steal another XP rune.
Yeah, stealing another experience rune, and you can get the experience of a lifetime if you come over to the the FISSURE Playground LAN event from January 31st to February 2nd. Put an exclamation point ticket into the chat to get more information and click the banner below to find out more. Smoke, Blink, and the hook stop Doom coming through onto the Magnus, Thunder God's Wrath, as well as the Tornado Sunstrike. Easy killing a Malrine. BetBoom's starting to pull some of it back, but they're going to need a lot more of that to get this game back to even.
2 good kills. Yeah. They got like 1,000 gold from killing Skeeter in total, and they just got another 1,000 gold combined for killing Malrine. Another XP rune. What was it, 5-1? Now it's 7-1.
It's a lot to a little, basically. Crit spotted, but he's pretty strong. 1v1 against the Lich. Not really much to worry about, but he's got a Sacred Relic. The Bounty's got the Nullifier.
Yeah, he wants to get rid of those Ghost Scepters and Frost Shield, so whoever gets initiated on, it's mostly going to be used on Morphling, so we'll remove that. And they also have Bloodthorn on Skeeter, so after Manta Style has been popped, he's going to go down so quickly. And looking at win probability, Aben still has a lot of faith seeing Doom and Morphling on the same team.
Do you think that this is a little bit too much?
Yeah, I would say so, but I'm also going to say that Morphling can carry this game.
Well, we'll see. Pure just trying to lock it down for him in the side of BetBoom team, but 22-11, it's far away. 12,000 net worth lead. Save, not a lot of mana. Hex from Amar, Spear, and the God's Rebuke. That's a track kill for Crit. Level 2 track going into the Lincolns for Malrine. He wants to avoid getting doomed up once more. Tormentor's back up for BetBoom.
They want it
team, and
immediately.
They need this.
Kataomi needs that shard. He did pick up Ghost Scepter as his first item to deal with the Wolves. Picked up Blink Dagger because this is the combo. Let's see if he's going to be lucky. They need this luck because this shard is one of the better ones in game, and he gets it.
Yeah, he put himself back there with the Blink Dagger to take more damage. Obviously, everybody knows the more damage you take from the Torm, the higher percent
That's
chance
how it
you
works.
get. And he did get that Ice Spire now. Pike next for this Bounty Hunter. So taking the job of what we've seen utility offlaners, but it's something to do with the fact that you mentioned with Amar and how he builds on this Mars. Not
Having that control.
Yeah. Not the typical offlaner utility build at all.
Yeah, so somebody needs to get that pipe. Could have maybe get it before Nullifier, but he's like, you know what? I have so much gold. I'm going to get Nullifier now and still go back for that pipe.
Yeah, you can't be mad with somebody who's got a Nullifier. May have wanted the pipe first, but they won't get it yet. Still, though, every track kill he gets is more and more gold for him, and they did get that kill on a save. That was a track kill. If he can get to level 18 and get the 3rd level on track, it'll be even more for him. But there is a Roche available in a minute 10, so they'll stick down here bottom. Wanting to get something out of it, but Thunder God's Wrath is used, and then the smoke comes through. Sanjin Yasha finished off for the Lycan. There's a lot of time before this Roche is back up, but the smoke, as they just sit down here bottom, won't lead to any kills unless BetBoom meet them down here. I'm a little worried. Is the 13,000 net worth lead enough? Like we've seen Lycans time after time kind of fall off pretty hard.
Like post 40 minutes, it just isn't as strong. And also, if we talk about scaling, this is not like, oh, he's going to get the Aghanim Scepter and bite one of his cores, because they're also not itemizing for damage. So it's not going to be as effective. So yeah, if this game goes super late, BetBoom, even though you're playing into like 2 RPs, 2 arenas, still double Doom and Morphling as a carry, can definitely carry this game.
They'll start to come over, smoked up. Whose positioning will be better as Pure goes back, but they've got that obs in such a good spot. It's not on that cliff, it's on that little, and I'll use this word again, that
peninsula.
Peninsula. Yep. It's not a big peninsula, but it's a little just tiny peninsula to the right of the steps or below the steps.
What's the definition of peninsula? Like what's the length?
I don't know what the exact length has to be, but it's a body of land that kind of is
like
surrounded on
9 inches. Like if it's more than 9 inches, it's called peninsula.
I think it's actually, ooh, hold on, arena and a spear to get the kill on a Katome. I actually don't think I'm using peninsula correctly because I believe that it has to be surrounded by water.
Yes.
But the shape, you understand because you all think Florida when I say peninsula.
We don't.
So
We really don't. If we're talking about some like random shit going on, then I'm talking about Florida. Some gators as well. Nice weather, retirement as well for the old people.
Some gators. Yeah. Go on in there and get some gators.
You ever tried gator meat?
I have tried some gators.
I tried Gatorade. I don't know if that has anything to do with gators.
It's made from real gator tears. Thunder God's Wrath to get some information here for the side of BetBoom team. Pure still farming bottom. Not the fight that I was really expecting. They only killed Kataomi with the Arena Spear. But they have another Aegis to work with. And this is the peak of the mountain for Falcons with the Lycan, right?
What if it's like mountain and it also has a bit of a peninsula?
I knew you were going to say that. Because I made this like structure with my hands and it looked like peninsula when I looked down. The wolves save. That's going to be a kill there for Amar, who's godlike. Throws out the witness me all chat, sprays some silver paint in his face. And the refresher being picked up for Amar soonish? Or is it just the recipe?
Let's see what he's bringing. He almost has enough gold to buy the whole thing.
Okay. Thank you. Crit, Nullifier, and had Pipe queued up. I didn't get it. At least not yet. He's got no gold at the moment. What changed here? He's got Shard, Spirit Vessel.
He had Spirit Vessel before.
Yeah.
Tormentor has been killed, so maybe he got a shard from that one, because you don't want to, like, it's not that good of a shard to spend the money on it.
Yeah, everybody's got Shard right now, too, on the side of Falcons. So their next Tormentor will give them a good amount of gold. It's, what, 280 per person? Do the math there. You can do it at home. I won't do it for you. Because I can't.
You can, but it's incorrect.
It's a lot of math to do. And I just can't.
Yeah, those schools in Florida, man.
I think throw up there. Please don't lump me in.
Back to the game, they just killed Tower with the Wolves. This shard is also so good and allows you, like, one creep wave spawns, one extra random creep wave spawns a wolf, and you're getting the gold, you're getting that lane pushed in, so they can never leave the base. I also want to see what Pure is gonna go for in the end. Picked up Casual Chrysalis just for a little bit of oomph, wants to have that extra damage, and has 4.5k gold saved up.
It's a lot of gold.
They're just choking them out. This is the classic Falcons when they are ahead.
They're choking them out, but again, I'm a little worried post-Aegis. If it gets to that point, right? Just makes me nervous about the way we've seen Lycans kind of hit that edge of the cliff and fall off hard. We'll have to see.
They still have a lot of team fight.
Yeah.
With double ulti now on Amar available, and also Malrine is about to finish off his
BKB Hex. They'll go with the arena. They'll miss the spear. The BKB's gonna be popped by Miero. These impetus shots not doing enough. He'll throw the Doom onto the Mars, who gets away with the Force Staff and is invis thanks to the friendly Shadow Walk.
Bit uncharacteristic for him.
Looking to see if he can find an entry point. Shockwave back and forth, maybe searching for an opportunity to go blink RP. But with the BKB down on Mars, maybe they don't want to commit just yet. BKB still available for Skitter, but that shapeshift will wear off in a moment. They do have Refresher for the Doom. They'll be able to refresh that, and they'll have Doom once again. So maybe if they don't show that on the Doom, Falcons come back. They try to fight once more quickly, and it ends up that it goes poorly, but Falcons just backing away, and they're not going to risk it just yet. So that really won't happen, that opportunity, just yet.
Amar has another arena in 30 seconds with the Refresher, with the BKB as well coming online. So they can wait for it. GPK sunstriking the Wolf, just showing how afraid they are. Constant damage, constant harassment. This is healable damage, but they could also split push a little bit with the Wolves. Somebody goes in, gets a couple of right clicks, then they go back. Because right now, the whole map belongs to Falcons. And look where Magnus is farming.
Oh!
And they get this kill. Any kill they can get.
Dead with the Zeus Nimbus, the Ice Spire, the Chain Frost. A good kill to get, but again, still trying to get this other half of the racks. These Wolves, man. Not just the heroes have to worry. It's the buildings just getting pressured so heavily, and now Pure's got that Satanic.
Radiant are scanning.
So no Aegis anymore for Falcons. Roche won't be up for a potential of 2 minutes. But BetBoom team, Pure's got a lot of gold. Doom's kind of got a lot of gold. We're not really feeling it from him.
Someone who has a lot of gold, Snaking just picked up Hex.
Ooh, double Hex for the side of Falcons. That is a lot of control for this Radiant lineup. Thunder God's Wrath again. Pure continues to push and farm where he can. He's going out a bit far, but we haven't really seen Falcons punish that. Pure's been able to successfully just kind of farm the waves out to about the end of the line before the curve, and then backs away, and he's A-okay. They are grouping up on the side of BetBoom team, but they are smoked here on Falcons. GPK off to the side. And he's invis with the Ghost Walk. The go for Pure. They've got the arena down. The RP lands. And can they get the kills off this one? They've got the Refresher. They've got them under the Nimbus, but it's not going to matter with GPK and Pure dying. Both heroes dead. Pure doesn't have buyback. And BetBoom team, they lose 2. And a swift move by Falcons.
This just might be it. With no buyback on Pure available, they can test it out, and they definitely have more than enough damage. They also used only 1 round of spells. Amar didn't even pop his refresher, so he has another Blink initiation, refresher ready, into the arena, into another Hex and the BKB.
Yeah, they refreshed on the RP, but didn't need to use the second one. And you could see Snaking not afraid to just be the one who stands forward and takes these buildings. The arrow comes from behind. They'll pop the Lincolns. They'll get the BKB off before the Doom is used. So
Shadow, they don't
Magnus
see him.
is kind of out of the fight, but he'll come back in. Eventually, they get the kill to both supports. They'll take up Kataomi and save. They'll look over at Miero. They'll have GPK back alive. They'll start to walk and hit these buildings with the Nimbus and the Wolves going forward. But nobody dead on the side of Falcons as BetBoom team. They're on the cusp of losing game number 1.
Not enough follow-up. They popped that Doom, but friendly Shadow, they're losing vision. And there's not much they can do. Ascetic Cap, SNY available on Skeeter. Who's going to be sieging that towers? Those couple of Wolves plus Snaking with Empower. He is the real carry once again.
It's kind of absurd to me that he's the only one that really needs to stand on the high ground. The 5 position is the one that just needs to push the buildings. Hex used, and they'll have another one in a second. They also have one from Amar. But Doom available. Everybody up for the side of BetBoom team. Sentry down, Dust expended, but won't hit anything.
They have one more fight. If they lose that fight, it's pretty much GG. They just don't have enough damage, and they don't have enough control. Even though you have Invoker, you have Lich, it isn't enough. They got a
bounty
experience,
or wisdom
second.
rune.
Yeah, second wisdom rune after taking that one at 14 minutes.
Yeah. Man, that is...
It's crazy.
The difference is immense.
Ooh, this could be spicy. Them going for Roshan, knowing that it's going to be up. It's going to be up immediately.
Thought you meant the Lich Ags that might come through. AoE Sinister Gaze. That's how you get the big team fight with the Chain Frost and the Sinister Gaze on everybody. Top half of the racks with the Wolves pushing in. Snake King doesn't have to be with the team. He can just push. There with the Wolves, Pure. Through the Twin Gate, Chain Frost. Ooh, bounced over to Amar because he came through. That's unfortunate because they might have been able to get the kill on a crit. The Kataomi has to try and leave. Roche doing some damage and will get the kill, so Roche has one. And Roche will end up dead to Falcons.
It's a nice move from BetBoom. Pretty much the only play they can do on the map right now, either to try to get a pick off, turn that into Roche, or maybe sneak in Roche themselves, but they also found crit there, and as you said, that Chain Frost bounced onto Amar.
Bouncing onto Amar, and they'll pick up that Aegis, that second life, and, well, you don't get a second life, you only live once, and you'll want to come to this amazing Fissure Playground land starting on January 31st, going to February 2nd. So type in !ticket into the chat to get more information, and then click on the banner below to also find out more.
Now Refresher on Lycan as well. Refresher, plus he has Aegis and is about to crack level 25.
Ooh. That's rough. We haven't really felt the Lycan fall off that we normally see, but you talked about the fact that they've got their other cores that are really farmed, and that's one of the reasons that Lycan hasn't felt like that normal.
It also, like, they synergize well, because both Arena and RP gives him just enough time so that he can deal damage, and there's also 2 big frontliners, also Doom being used most of the time on somebody who is not Lycan, because he can, if he gets that shapeshift, you're definitely not gonna doom him. And Falcons, they want to go in, they're drawing on a minimap, they want to go for the sneaky play. Amar leading the charge.
Looking to end the game off. They're going to shapeshift immediately. Ketomi, he's the one in the front. They've gone to the track. They'll blink forward. They'll get the Hex. It's onto the Lich, who blinked away right into the rest of the side of Falcons. They'll buy back, but they've got the arena as well as the RP. On to 4. Second RP. On to 4 heroes. BetBoom team in so much trouble. Chain Frost bouncing around, but it's not going to do much with the BKB pop by GPK. He's trying to get out of this one. They get the Kona crit, but that's all they get. This is Amar low, finally gone, and Pure. Can he hold on? Snake King's dead, 3 heroes gone, and they will get the buybacks out from all 3 Falcons heroes.
They want to end it right now, even though they use, because Amar still has his refresher available, so can come back. He bought the Shadow Blade as well. He wants to be that guy that assassinates people, even though there is bounty with the shard, so it doesn't need that extra invis, but they want to go for the end.
GPK and Miero both have buyback. They'll both use it. They have the refresher available on Miero, so he can get that Doom back, but they're going to force F away. Oh, Doom going in, but he's going to be hexed, and now he's going to be silenced up. Miero with the BKB, they get the Aegis out of their hands. Well, they use the Doom, it's on the Mars. He refreshed, Skitter back alive with the BKB, goes into the shapeshift. They get the gun to Snake, they'll take out this Enchantress. Dead for a minute and 20 seconds, but they'll go after Pure. And now focus their attention, but Pure still surviving, has some help from GPK. The damage, though, might be a little bit overwhelming. He'll wait for him back. The Nimbus was a little bit of a zone denial, but there's the Heavenly Jump. They go to the arena. It's going to be on the Spear hits both of them. God's Rebuke on a Pure. They'll get the kill. He'll buy back immediately. So still a minute and a half remaining on this death timer for Snake King, but BetBoom team sort of holding on to the tier 4 towers and holding on to the game just slightly.
Problem is, you just used so many buybacks on your side, but so did they on Falcons. Again, you are playing into Wolves level 25, so extra 2 Wolves summoned, extra creep waves, and eventually your towers are gonna die, so the comeback potential, let's see how much gold Pure has. He has 1,500 gold. Maybe it's gonna, I don't think he has enough time to buy Divine Rapier.
Maybe.
Wolves are doing the work.
Ketomi trying to stop the Wolves. Pure by himself. Where's the rest of his team? He pops the Satanic waveforms away. They pop the link as the BKB is going to be done here onto Pure. But the Spear of the Gods Rebuke. Now they've got the Skewer to take him away from the rest of BetBoom team. They've got the Chain Frost bouncing around. Kataomi trying to get the damage out there. But Pure, waveform, they're going to refresh. Once again, they get the Kano Amar. He's going to be dead for 2 minutes. Pure turns into the Magnet, skewers away. But the base is in trouble. They'll glyph. They've got the throne exposed with all these creeps going in. They go to the Hex as well as the Nullfire coming up for the Bounty Hunter. Kataomi being hit by these creeps. He'll Ghost Scepter to survive. Skitter with the BKB. He's trying to change the game and take it himself. They'll go with the RP. They've got the control into GPK. They'll take the throne, and Falcons will take game number 1.
Ooh, man. This Lycan, these Wolves kind of stopped everything that BetBoom wanted to do. The supports didn't get the chance to play the game, and Malrine with the flex.
Always flexing, always...
Nobody from the team witnesses him.
No, he kind of goes through all the emotions himself.
Rest of the team checking some of the stats, checking the graphs, what happened, how they can play better. He leaves immediately, or he goes back to sleep, as we've seen yesterday or today at 2 a.m.
He had the 5 stages of victory in that game, where he went through the cheers, the aggression, and then pulled the lever and slept. This time, hit him with the flex, and then he was well,
gone.
Walk,
just like, see you
just
later.
left. Flex, walk. I gotta go eat, and then he leaves. And
Great performance by him.
Yeah,
though.
it was a great game.
Because Mars goes in first, sets things up for big RPs. So he lands 2-3. In the end, he landed 4-man RP twice. So I don't think you can ask for anything better than this. And we got to give credit to the rest of the team again. Enchantress, he was playing it so well. Did some really nice body blocks in the top lane when they needed an extra bit of a stun. Pushing out the waves constantly. Coming into the second game, I think this Lycan has to go. Like BetBoom, it might have to go in the first phase, considering how well he deals with the supports, especially against some of these squishy supports, because they had to hug GPK throughout the whole game, and they just couldn't do anything. They were constantly getting scouted, plus Bounty Hunter on top of that, which made them almost impossible for them to make any kind of a move. A lot of the times we see BetBoom focusing heavily on the lanes, winning the laning stage, and then snowballing from there. But Team Falcons, they understood the assignment, understood what they need to do, and shut down BetBoom at the early stages of the game.
Yeah, Amar, 12, 3, and 16. We talked about this Mars. It's either Feast or Famine, but it's his best hero, just about. And he's got a lot of best heroes. So, you know, I could say it's his best hero, and he's got probably 5 or 6 more best heroes in the back. but he plays it oh so well. 12-3 and 16 makes it look easy with the Mars, but the MVP gonna be the flexer himself, Malrine. Jeez, he's on my screen. The name's right there, and I get it wrong. But the Magnus looked perfect.
He did. Also, having an ability to flex Magnus across 3 different roles for them feels really good. Same goes for Pango. Same goes for that Lycan, which we still haven't seen from the mid lane, but he does play it. So very difficult to draft against Falcons because they, like, even in the previous game, they were owning so hard, but you can see Pure really, again, pushing the limits of the hero. Pretty much one-man army. They used everything on top of him. Alacrity, Frost Shield. It was still not enough, but always a scary team.
They're the one team that makes Magnus work in all positions, where I want to see them try and make reverse polarity work.
We're not going to see that. That facet is going to get changed 100% because it's so useless.
Well, if you're watching at home, your facet is purchase ticket. Exclamation point ticket in the chat. You can find out more information about the first Tier 1 event land here in Belgrade, Serbia. It is FISSURE Playground. You can join us January 31st to February 2nd and get more information by typing in that into the chat. And also checking the banner here. Right there. Yeah, that's a guess. I don't know where I am on the screen. You see the banner. It's right there. That's more information about the tickets. And, well, that's game 1 for you to Falcons. Will it be 3 games or will it be a 2-0? We'll find out after the break. We're going to send it to a break with the highlights. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 between Falcons and BetBoom Team. We saw Falcons take game number 1 in what felt like a long chokeout of BetBoom Team by Falcons. And me and Lucas kind of talked about it in the break. It doesn't feel like there's these huge fights until really the end, but it feels like Falcons just kind of take the map away from you. And
Slowly choking you like this.
Yeah. And they just ring out, and then you have nothing to farm and nothing to do. You know, we saw the power of the Morphling at the end a little bit, but it left a lot to be desired. And then GPK, we really didn't feel the Invoker much at all.
Yeah, he was below the net worth of the Enchantress. I mean, that's why, it's because they're playing this map this well, because they have this Enchantress creep, they have these Wolves, they're constantly pushing your lanes. And on the side of BetBoom, nobody can push the lanes without showing. And that leaves Mars and Magnus with the perfect opportunity to jump. Especially with the Bounty Hunter as well, like placing really deep vision and providing you with the tracks. It's just, like, I can imagine how hard it is to play as a BetBoom against this lineup in the game. Especially with the lanes went this well for the Falcons. It's just like, it's so hard.
Look at the difference here between both teams' position 5s. The Lich 1-11-11, make a wish, and 9-5-14 there for Snaking with a Hex, Hurricane Pike, BKB, and Mage Slayer. I mean, the amount of net worth this Enchantress was getting was insane. But that also has to do with the Bounty Hunter that's giving you all these track kills that they were getting. Or even, it wasn't so many kills, but the track that's giving the information with the Bounty and the Wolves, where Lucas mentioned it, you had to basically huddle around GPK, and the supports weren't getting much of anything on the map.
Neither was GPK. That's one of the reasons why he was so underfarmed in the game, because he had to protect both of the supports. Otherwise, they're going to die. You're going to be feeding off track kills. You're going to be giving kills to Lycan as well. So very difficult situation. And I already mentioned after the first game immediately, this Lycan, he has to go. I don't know how you feel about the hero, Rezo.
I mean, I feel that those heroes that BetBoom had really could not deal with the Lycan Wolves at all. But if you have like some more tanky supports and like some better ways of... I don't even know what is the better way, because they have 100% evasion. Like, how do you kill them? They have magic resist and evasion.
I'm telling
and this talent with a 350 health.
Dark Willow, Shadow Realm, that's the way.
Okay,
you can't die. Yeah, you need heroes that can escape if you want to play against it.
What about Ogre Magi Midas? And then you just Midas the Wolves.
Yeah, Ogre Magi is good because you don't really care about these wolves. They bite you a little bit, but you just keep walking.
You're strong enough. You're good enough to just keep walking on. Yeah. But if you're logged on and in the chat, you can put !B for BetBoom or !F in the chat to vote. You guys were right last time, chat. I joined in that one. I was pretty proud of us. I'm always proud of chat. You know, you bring home the A+ test, and they're just like, look, Mom, Dad, I got this. And they came back with a nice, good prediction. They've got a lot of points so far. They've been doing well.
It's just hard to analyze, you know. Like, looking at the drafts, like purely looking at the drafts, the BetBoom lineup was like kind of good. But when you see it in the game and when you see how it's being played, what they have to deal with in the map, you know, this big map with a lot of pressure, just like without even without even showing, you're getting bitten by wolves, some random Enchantress creeps, you're being scouted, like there's a Mars jump just randomly out of nowhere just coming your way with a Magnus jump as well. It's just like, it's just too much pressure to be able to play the map this well.
And Namar, we talked about his hero pool and just having to kind of ban him, but you see the Magnus early in the draft and you assume to yourself, oh, maybe that's an Namar Magnus, but it's all three of their cores that can play it. The draft stays pretty open for them, and then they come out with this last pick Mars that has been feast or famine in the past, but he makes look like an overpowered hero.
He did. He really did that. Like, I was surprised of the performance that Amar. I mean, he always surprises me with his performances, to be honest. Like, he chooses this hero. The line is like against Lich and Morphling. It's not an easy lane for Mars.
Yeah.
But they managed to like even win that, and he was so ahead. Like, he was 1,000 net worth ahead of the Morphling from the laning stage. That was incredible.
It's insane. Like, something to maybe think about is try to kill Roche. It's hard when you are like losing the map and everything, but in the last 3 games that they won on Falcons, they killed Roshan 3 times, and they killed it relatively early on. Remember those 2 Husker games when they were playing against Liquid between 11 and 13 minutes, and then you show up with Banner and another Aegis 20+ plus minutes into the game, so it's very difficult to play that way. So they always have some kind of a hero that can threaten early Roche, and something that we talked about during the game. You also pointed it out, Rezo. These heroes who can shove out the waves without even showing. Have Enchantress, a lot of the times you would see this Lycan pushing with he also picked up relatively early shard, so that makes it like he doesn't even have to do anything. The creeps are going to randomly be spawning with those extra wolves with them, and makes it a lot difficult because you don't have the information where the enemy is, and you also are seeing that enemy needs to deal with those creep waves, which means that they're not making any kind of aggressive moves on the map.
Dude, I love the Stasyan. Just like he's in jacket, like he's
always
cold. You know, he's always cold. He's just in a jacket, just sitting there relaxing.
Gotta get better blood circulation. I feel like a lot of gamers are cold.
Yeah, because they're not moving. They're not moving at all. Just
those
sitting
hand
there.
warmers, those electric hand warmers.
You
and
have
everything.
to use the hand warmers.
He's in a parka. We're not in. It was 19 degrees out today.
Yeah.
You know, it's pretty nice out.
But you think he was outside?
You're right. Sorry. I don't know why I should expect that.
My man was prepping for this series, as we could see, landing those 3-4-man RPs.
Dawnbreaker, we've seen it be flax before. One of the things that I wanted to point out about the last draft as well is when you go to that bounty hunter and you're getting those track kills, you are allowed to have Amar build other items than be that utility offlaner, right? It was the bounty hunter that's building the nullifier, that's building the pipe, and building those items that maybe we see. Well, we saw Skitter in the one position with the Dawnbreaker, he built a pipe. And when you've got those heroes that are in the support role getting a lot of farm and willing to build it, it opens up a lot here for your cores to get, where otherwise they might be stuck getting the normal meta utility items. They go back to the Lich here for BetBoom team. Katomi going to play the Lich again despite going 1-11-11 in the last game.
Yeah, this is an okay, like, not necessarily a counter to Dawnbreaker by any means in terms of what the heroes are doing, but if you are using that Lich ulti with the facet that lingers on a target, so you have Dawnbreaker coming in to try to save it, that means that there's going to be a lot of bouncing between these two. That's one way to think how the fight is going to work out, but I also did like what Falcons did yesterday when they were playing Dawnbreaker from the carrier role, where he went for Blade Mail and understood that the rest of the team is going to be able to carry him, so he picks up a pipe, gets Aghanim Scepter, makes life really difficult for the enemy team in terms of how many heroes they need to bring to kill a certain core. Even any hero, like we've seen Dawnbreaker ulti being used on a support to save him because it's so much heal, and it's such a nice way of counter-initiating the fight from another side of the map.
Yeah. In this meta of burst, the hero is just very popular right now because it saves from the burst and it's counter-initiates. So it's quite nice. I think the meta right now is about like pushing out the waves without even showing, like with the summons. I mean, that's why Lycan is so OP right now. And after that, you have to, have these heroes like Nyx or Bounty Hunter that can just scout and, make the pickups very easy with the Vision War. I mean, that's probably why Slark is good as well as position 4. Yeah, that's the third hero that can do that, right? With the Vision War. I think you have to have that in your lineup right now. I mean, that's why Zeus is popular too, but I think one of these three, Zeus is like worse, in a way.
I haven't really felt the success of Zeus.
Me neither. I don't really feel.
We've seen it a lot. Didn't we say it had a pretty abysmal win rate? Was it Zeus that we said that about yesterday?
No, we can double check that one.
It gives you all those check marks, but it just, from my perspective, and this is not based on stats but purely feeling,
25% win rate over 12 games.
So 4 out of 3 out of
25% is fine. You don't have to give the exact number.
3 out of 12.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it feels overrated. I mean, to be honest, Leech also starts to feel overrated.
Always has this urge to do math on stream. Always gets it incorrectly.
I wouldn't say always, but, yeah.
I would say 25% of the time.
3 out of 12. Yeah, all right. Last ban here for BetBoom team. And you kind of get a 2-for-1 with that IO. I said it in the last draft. You're also kind of banning that Marcy if you're banning the IO.
Tiny's still in the pool.
Yeah. Tiny was uncontested in the last game.
Yeah. I'm down with Lich plus Batrider as a support duo. It gives you the combo as well. Always going to have a kill threat between these two. And I like anything that can reposition a target when you're playing against a Dawnbreaker so that that ulti doesn't connect.
Yeah. I mean, I like how teams are finding right now first pick heroes that can go like multiple lanes. Like for Falcons, it's a Huskar, it's a Dawnbreaker, it's a Magnus, it's a Pango. It's just like so much right now to choose from.
This is where the Huskar was banned in the previous game, but this time they elect to go with the Lycan.
Lycan is just too much, especially when you pick so squishy supports like Zeus and Lich. I don't think Zeus is going to be picked up by Save anymore. I think he's going to give up on this one.
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder if we see them adapt into that Slark that we've seen in the forward position.
Falcons turn to...
They go Tiny. So a hero that was ignored in the first game gets picked up here. A flexible hero if you wanted to go mid or safe lane. We'll see what they want out of it. But it's a double pick now for Falcons, and they're working with a Dawnbreaker. That's it so far.
One hero that was banned in Liquid series yesterday when they were playing, whenever they picked up Tiny, was Viper. This is something that they were really afraid of. And this is also a hero that Malrine loves to play. This guy plays all these toxic heroes, plus he has very interesting hero pool with this like Timbersaw, his Linas as well. So I want to see if he maybe wants to go that route.
Yeah, he does. And I think right now for this game, Falcons don't really have a way to play the same map as they did before. Maybe Bounty Hunter is going to be picked right now. No, they decided to go for the bet. So it's not going to be the same game in terms of like map pressure as they had before, but they decided to go for this, insane team fight build up right now.
Theoretically, you could keep that Phoenix flex, right? Because the Dawn can flex.
It's not an Amar hero. I don't think Amar wants to play Phoenix from the offlane. He's more of a Dawnbreaker, but looking at the amount of magic damage that they do have, if Skeeter wants to go for the same item build, if this is going to be some carry Dawnbreaker, Pipe seems like a really good item here.
I know it's not an Amar hero, but I feel like he could cook with it. I want to see him give it a shot. No, with the Phoenix. I want to see him cook with it.
No way. I don't think he's touching that.
Hasn't been playing it.
No, I know. Grim. Ooh.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's cool. Double Lich ulti. We're going back to old school. Also, something that I mentioned about Lich, you use that Chain Frost, it lingers, and then Dawnbreaker comes in, so you can use Soulbind as well. It means that it's going to connect, and it's relatively good against the Batrider as well with the Inkswell, with the Shard, because you have a Dispel mechanic. Great against Phoenix as well, something that he doesn't deal well, because we don't see the heroes on BetBoom that can kill the egg, but you also can't kill the Phantom. These heroes are not that good, especially Phoenix. Something that he likes to play into is definitely Silence.
Yeah, I like how it looks on paper, but in reality, it's not going to be, that easy to pull it off. Centaur as well. I mean, the BetBoom lineup is just like straight up, like they show their cards, they say this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna jump you. We're gonna initiate. We're gonna kill you. But it doesn't really have the strategy behind it. Like who's gonna kill towers here in this lineup? Who's gonna kill Roshan here in this lineup? There's just so much pressure for the last pick on Pure or GPK to like make this lineup really balanced and fulfill all these check marks that needs to be fulfilled in the draft.
It's a god tier lifestealer game if they want to pick it right here against Tiny, against Centaur, two supports. You don't care too much about them either.
Oh, I agree. It's an amazing lifestealer game.
Their disengage is kind of good right now with the Centaur Stampede.
Yeah, but love the combo. They do have like double toss, quadruple edge.
It's just too easy.
It's too good of a game for
It's too good of a game. I agree.
You guys make it look easy.
They do. BetBoom do actually with their picks.
This Grimstroke also blocks Pango, who was left in the pool. That's why I also think that they decided to pick it up, because synergizes well with their draft. On paper, as you said, want to see how the execution is going to be. Going to be a lot more easier nowadays, because back in the days when this combo was popular between Grimstroke and Lich, you didn't see Lich pick up Blink Dagger, but nowadays Lich, it kind of is a core item on Lich, so it's going to be much easier to execute.
And you want to know what's easy to execute? Typing !ticket into the chat. You can find out more information about joining us here at the first Tier 1 LAN of 2025 in the beautiful Belgrade, Serbia. Join us at the Fissure Playground from the January 31st to February 2nd. You'll see more Dota like this. You've got the option to infest into the Dawnbreaker if you want to have a bit of a more global presence. Would we haven't seen a lot of it, but would there be any chance at, say, Storm? Because you talked about how we don't really see Storm infest that much anymore. But would it be worth maybe thinking about that pickup here for Falcons?
Not with Puck left in the pool.
Remaining.
I'm looking for a hero for BetBoom, and I think maybe Ursa could be an overall good pick. You have something against, like later on, you're going to be having Aghanim Scepter, great for killing the egg. You also have Killer Lane when you're paired up with either Lich or a Grimstroke, depending who's going to be playing the lane with him. And not too bad of a matchup for Ursa. He's also a hero that builds into MKB, slightly slower compared to the Lifestealer, but I think they need to cook something. Morphling already gone. This definitely had to go, considering that you are giving Morphling Rage, which is something that you don't want to give him to.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Ursa is quite nice for the BetBoom in this lineup. It gives you a Roshan at least. They're still gonna have like some little problems with tower damage, but I think it's a good overall lineup with this. And for Falcons, I think they can still go for the Pango, to be honest. I mean, yeah, they have a Grimstroke, but I think it's still nice. Very confident hero for them.
Yeah, the Bloodseeker ban.
I think this team is just like Raids being comfortable over anything else. And I think they played these heroes so much that they know how to play against counter picks. That's why they're gonna choose like this comfort over anything else.
10 seconds remaining.
One last pick, presumably for
5 seconds remaining.
Pure. Could still tiny safe, right? And then just go something different mid for GPK. But they'll go Phantom Assassin. So they'll answer that question immediately. They go to the Phantom Assassin, safe lane, mid tiny, off lane, Miero, Centaur, and then your supports are the Grim Lich. And it will be that off lane Dawn, mid Pango, safe lane, Lifestealer for the side of Falcons.
It's a very good Lifestealer game, but it's also a very good PA game. And I think with this, like they don't really have a map pressure they had before on Falcons. Like it just doesn't really exist. Like only, you know, there's no summons at all. And the only thing they have to be worried about is that their jump, which is insane, is getting countered by the Dawnbreaker. But at the same time, they have Lich and a Grimstroke to just pair and kill two heroes at the same time. I don't know. I like the BetBoom draft here.
10 seconds.
I think PA is going to get farmed, and it's going to be a big problem.
It's definitely going to be a closer game than the previous one, that's for sure. That's how I see it. Want to see if the execution is going to be there between the Grimstroke and Lich. Plus, you also have Tiny from the mid lane, so they're never going to be lacking damage. But I also think it's that good of a Lifestealer game. Pango picked into a bit of a counter. I mean, he is playing at the Centaur, so they can disengage with the Stampede. Same goes for the Phoenix, and also playing into Grimstroke. I have a slight edge, 55 against 45 for Team Falcons for me. I think they're going to be able to outmaneuver, but also you got to be careful about this Phantom Assassin because the hero can get pretty insane. We saw Meke yesterday ending up the game with 0 deaths when he was left alone, uncontested. He was staying, what, like 3, 4, maybe even 5 levels ahead of the enemy carry?
It was against the Naga Siren, right?
Yeah.
So you were up against a carry that doesn't exactly get a lot of experience, but I'm not gonna take that away from your point. Well made. But we'll go into the predictions. Rezo, what do you think?
It's a tough one. It's so close. I can't really choose. But I'll go with the BetBoom just because I want to see the third game.
Okay. Lacoste, Falcons?
I'll go with Falcons, yeah.
All right. Chat went with BetBoom this time around.
I need to get more points. I have only 3. What the hell?
You're at a slight disadvantage for showing up later in the event, so we'll have you at around
double your points.
Yeah, we'll give you 6.
Okay, I'll catch up, guys.
And you'll catch up. I'm gonna go Falcons. I think they have what it takes to go 2-0, even though there are counters to that Pango early on. It feels like they're kind of rolling right now and doing doing quite well. And I think, like you said, you know how to deal with those counters and make something happen. And you got your 6 points. We
For what?
That's fair.
That's
We're
not
not
fair.
fair.
For what?
Didn't have the chance
Yeah,
to earn the
No,
points.
don't go pity on me. No, I don't need that.
All right, bring it back down to 3 points.
Bring it back
Get it
down.
out of here. We'll keep you last place unless Harry or Panda don't have
Highly doubted that they have less than 3 points.
Yeah.
Over the course of
They're
5
not-
days.
No, they're good.
be some bad predicting if so. But we're going to say goodbye to Resolution for game
I'm
number
outie.
2. Maybe we'll see him back for a game number 3. But that's all dependent on how Falcons end up playing this game and if BetBoom are going to force it a game 3. Pure on the Phantom Assassin, we'll see. I could see this kind of, like you said, popping off Mickey style. Is there anybody that may pick up a Heaven's Halberd on the side of Falcons early on?
Against Phantom Assassin, it's not a thing. Again, when you're playing against melee heroes, it's really not that useful. And also, they build into status resistance, they build into SNY, so it
it's
doesn't
worthless.
even last. Yeah, pretty much.
All right, we saw, just a couple being built, but I don't think it was against the PA. The few times we've seen the Heaven's Halberd. That's an item that can definitely use a buff. Not an item you get picked up that much anymore. That, like, Meteor Hammer seems to be ignored these days. Let's see. Niero gonna tip Skitter. Malrine against GPK. Pango, Tiny. How does this matchup go?
No one's gonna die in this matchup. Malrine, you're playing into Tiny, so he's gonna be putting slightly more pressure. Does have that Thunderbolt facet. We've seen him do the same thing yesterday. So they will have against Liquid. They used it 2 times. I think there was, because he played Pango 2 times, and he also did have Infest Bomb combo. So Diffusal Blade, Aghanim Scepter, Blink type of a build, and then go try to hunt the backlines.
Yeah, that was my question, because we talked about the different build from the Pangolier, the Echo Saber, I think, who you were talking about. But Crit, Amar, Batrider plays pretty aggressive, and early on, especially before Sinister Gaze, although these days we're seeing the 2-0-1 where you don't go into the Frost Shield, you do have that 1 level of Sinister Gaze. Celestial Hammer and a Starbreaker with Sticky Napalm and a couple of shots may not be as strong, but Pure
plants a branch even.
Trying to take the vision away from Crit so he can't get that kill.
It is a super strong lane. They're putting a lot of pressure level 1. Amar used 3 Starbreakers already. And now it's level 2. This is where you are going to be starting to play slightly more aggressive. Crit already used his Blood Grenade. Let's see what he's bringing on the Courier.
They go for Pethomi. Sinister Gaze, though, leaves him vulnerable to a Starbreaker. Crit gets first blood, and Falcons start exactly where they finished game number 1.
Usually Lich plus Phantom Assassin is an extremely strong lane because you have that damage mitigation, you have mischance as well, so pretty difficult in terms of physical damage, but they don't care about physical. Like, they have the spells to kill you, and also Lich needs to be very careful. Once bounce back from crits, Flame Break, and you're gonna die. You're gonna be in a really tough spot, but they also used a lot of mana though, so Amar needs to bring in some extra regeneration.
Definitely does. And you can see what's coming through for Crit. The Wand, another Blood Grenade, a Sentry Ward, so they are looking to maybe play aggressive again if they can pick up the mana, maybe pick up that 3-minute Lotus Petal. And over mid, it's 16-5 here for GPK. Hard to stop him from CSing in a lane like this. He hits pretty hard. Malrine, though, only has himself 10 CS, so behind about 7. Not terrible overall. See how much he can keep up. The hero for me to keep an eye on, and maybe not in the early parts of this game, is Grimstroke.
Okay.
Yes.
He did go for Instigate, so can detonate it early, manually, if necessary. Fine Art is really good one. This is the one that can surprise you. You can curve it. You can also stack the Ancients. You can clear the Ancients if you don't have anyone else to clean it. But this time around, you're playing against the Batrider, so want to have that instant dispel.
Definitely. And the Batrider, Blink Lasso, we'll see how quickly the Blink Dagger is picked up for Crit, especially when you get something like First Blood that bumps you up pretty fast. But GPK, he's really dominating for himself. It's not like this massive lead. He's not doubling the CS, but not really missing much. So dominating in that sense over the average one. Skitter in this top lane with Snake King. Could be an aggressive lane. Phoenixes are known to play pretty aggressively with Fire Spirits as well as an Icarus dive, but you're not really looking to be getting a kill here on Mir on the Centaur. He's just too tanky this early on.
They could potentially. You're playing into Lifestealer. Not the easiest kill to get.
Flame Break, but a jump back.
Every single time they use either Flame Break or use Starbreaker, he needs to run away. Needs to be able to jump out.
He can, not the longest cooldown on that jump. In between it might be where they catch him. They've got this ward on the high ground that's about to run out. Avalanche thrown over. Malrine dealing with the toss damage that was coming his way as well. And you can see the split of the net worth only about 200, but there's the Inkswell. That'll pop. Skitter in trouble. He'll die to the double edge. Fire Spirits and some right clicks from Snake King. Niero just kind of standing his ground to get a double edge again. And the right click just not enough. Leaves him at 15 health. But he knew.
Tower armor actually keeping him alive, and the extra bit of regeneration. Skeeter dying in this one. No open wounds, 2 points in Ghoul Frenzy. Ghoul Frenzy, the best ability in the game. Does have Rage as well. He does have Rage, yeah. Just had to double check, because there's been a lot of games recently on Dota Pro Tracker with Lifestealers picking up Unfettered.
Stroke of Fate again with the Inkswell. Skitter just got back here. Crit's gonna go and play aggressive on Kataomi. We'll get the kill there, and they'll take out the Lich. But Lich for a Lifestealer, when you compare the two, isn't exactly that great. Yeah.
Oh man, he's gonna need to recover. He's in a difficult spot. Pure.
He's in trouble. Blood Grenade slows him up, but he jumps the other way. Flame Break connects. He's burning low. He's alive for now. They want to get a Celestial Hammer, but he'll pop that stick. He's got a good amount of health to deal with. Celestial Hammer lands on Pure for a second, but now the attention's on Akatomi as the Starbreaker will go and hit onto the Lich pretty hard, but now Pure is going to be dead to Crit as he solos over. Crit gets that, another Celestial Hammer, and they'll get both kills in this lane. So they played this perfectly. Their target focus was perfect.
Yeah, it was such a clutch play, because they did also pull him right when he used that W from Dawnbreaker.
That was
and
really
then
well
Crit
done.
chased him down. Pure will TP back to the bottom lane. Malrine, he's already
here.
there. He waited for him.
Oh, Skitter just had this happen to him, and now Pure, he's in trouble. 5 seconds on the jump, but good turns from Malrine with his Thunderbolt facet. Avalanche, one right click, but Crit still alive. They've got the haste on GPK, but he can't do anything with the lack of mana. No toss to throw. That's
Soul Ring was available, but did not want to chase.
In his
Haste was also running out. The map opens up for Falcons. They did kill Skeeter 2 times in a row. We got to give them credit, especially to Miero, who did put second point in double edge. Wanted to have that extra bit of damage against the Lifestealer.
Yeah, they did equal it, though, with the kills on Pure. Both these heroes sitting pretty even in net worth. Hoof Stomp, double edge, Dawnbreaker coming in. Solar Guardian used. Amar's going to go over and look to get the kill on Miero. Celestial Hammer a little bit off the mark. He'll pull it in without jumping to it, but it doesn't matter. You've got the heroes, and like you said, with Lifestealer, you can make sure that you're able to get the kill on Miero, and they do just that.
Mario is level 6 already, level 6.5 compared to Centaur, who's only level 4. So that global presence did really surprise them. GPK. His first rotation wasn't really successful, but looking at the tower damage, they're going to be able to take out this tower, it seems, and bottom tower is down to 100 HP.
Inkswell, Flame Break, but the Inkswell will explode on the Phoenix. They've got a double edge and a kill here. Amar thinking about diving, well, no tower there anymore, but thought about going maybe in with a Celestial Hammer throw. Dawnbreaker throwing that hammer. The great Olympic hammer tosser. Pure in trouble. Thunderbolt. So you can tightly turn, go back and try and beat up this Phantom Assassin who's not level 6 yet. Swashbuckle, shield crash, and a kill on a Pure once again.
Insane amount of damage. This Thunderbolt facet, it got buffed, then it got nerfed, but it's still very strong. You can see how he's connecting. We see it mostly from the mid lane. Off laners do pick up the other facet so that you can get that extra shield. extra barrier, playing into 2 heroes, and Skeeter is slowly recovering. This is the 3rd death of Pure, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 0, 3, and 0. Also, there is no way for him to itemize differently. A lot of the times when he's playing these different carries, he tends to go for different itemization in case he needs to come back to the game, sorry. But this time around, he's playing Phantom Assassin, so that Battle Fury needs to come out.
Yeah, and, you know, he tries to jump away and get into the creeps and find himself an escape. But you can jump into purchasing some tickets if you put in ! ticket into the chat. Find out how to join us at the first Tier 1 LAN of 2025 from January 31st to February 2nd. Get more information by typing that into the chat or pressing the banner below. 3,000 net worth lead here for Falcons already. Avalanche and a toss with an Inkswell. That's a dead Phoenix. Easy pick off for GPK, opening up the map a little bit more here for Pure, who's about to hit that level 6.
Speaking of map being open, they killed 2 towers. 1 in the top lane, 1 in the bottom lane before 10 minutes. And Malrine also has Diffusal Blade at 950. Let's see if he gets the rune crit. He's going to be securing that top rune. The rest of the BetBoom team is in the bottom, so GPK is going to pick that one up.
Turning to daytime, Dawnbreaker getting the information with that innate. And Amar, he's top of the net worth, going into the blade mail, then the pipe.
Definitely a really good pipe game. Most of the damage on their side is physical. Not the typical Amar item.
Yeah, I was going to say, but nobody else really gets a pipe on this team. The Bat Rider's going to go blink, if anything.
He's getting so much farm priority, clearing all the stats, because Lifestealer can't do it. He doesn't have Armlet. Seems like he's going to be going for Radiance immediately after finishing off Orb of Corrosion.
And he's been sitting here pretty idle in the top lane. Marine, Swashbuckle has the Diffusal, so he'll use that inhibit. But
faking that they are making a move.
Yeah.
Checking who's sitting behind him. It was saved, so he revealed himself. Both supports on BetBoom are level 6. So want to see that big combo. This is, if you execute this, if you're there at the right time to pop those 2 ultis, can change the whole fight. This is also the reason why Amar is going to go for pipe immediately after the blade mill.
Just sustain the name of the game. Does he go pipe Crimson next?
No, there's no physical damage. If he wants to get the big item against Phantom Assassin, he can pick up AC later on.
Okay.
Might just be Aghanim Scepter afterwards.
Yeah. 60% evasion. And having that better Dawnbreaker ult is always quite nice. Moving it around. They smoke up on the side of BetBoom team. Malrine just sits here mid. He got himself that Diffusal before the 10-minute mark. We saw that. GPK looking for an entry.
Malrine, he knows.
Already
he scanned them, immediately high 5, goes back to farming the jungle.
They haven't found anybody just yet, and it doesn't look like they'll find anybody. Still have half the duration on the smoke. Maybe they get Snake King, who's been farming bottom alone. He's, I'd say, level 8 already.
Radiant are scanning.
Yep.
He's getting a lot of experience here, and they didn't even steal that first Wisdom Rune. That was the name of the game previously in game number 1. They stole all but 2 Wisdom Runes in a 45-minute plus game. Made it very hard for the supports to feel like they could survive or really do much of anything with the lack of levels. But they do have access to Chain Frost and Soulbind already. Pure trying to farm as much as he can, wants to get into the Battle Fury to get up and running. Flame Break, Miero was looking for the stun, starts with a double edge, but they'll go to the Rolling Thunder. Solar Guardian, Stampede.
He's faster than the Stampede.
Thunderbolt is making it so he keeps up with you stampeding. They need to be careful in Avalanche, but Malrine's going to be able to avoid that swashbuckle onto the low ground. He'll use that trusty shovel in the water, guaranteeing him that water rune to get a little bit more mana.
BetBoom will need to use this combo. If they keep, like, 2 supports are very good at fighting, but they're not good at farming. They can't push out the waves. I see that Save did opt to go for more points in Inkswell. so not prioritizing his own game, which makes his jungle farming or wave pushing very difficult. So now both supports are sitting in the mid lane, while you have Crit who's stacking, and he can also farm the jungle himself.
Yeah, he can take that big camp if he wants, just to push him even closer to that Blink Dagger that he really wants to have for initiation. Inkswell GPK, he's got a Blink of his own, goes towards this regen rune. We'll fill up that bottle. He's sitting at level 10. Pure, we've been talking about it for quite some time. He's trying to go into the Battle Fury and get it at a quick enough timing where maybe this Radiance doesn't feel as devastating coming out from Skitter, but Skitter's farming quite well. He's got a stack to try and go for. Open wounds on a Miero and looking for a stun. Feinting it, finally throwing it and backing away from the Lifestealer. But Malreen's coming over, and if BetBoom reinitiate, they might be in for some
They're
trouble.
still going to chase. They know that it's stacked, so knowing that Centaur wants to farm it.
Diffusal, Sunray,
No
Miero in
Stampede for
trouble.
5.
Yeah, no Stampede for 5, but now Supernova used, and the right clicks come in from Skitter. They'll get the kill, and Supernova's down, but they'll also work on this stack to get more gold for this Lifestealer.
15 minutes in, yet to see Soulbind, Chain Frost. GPK, you mentioned that he has a Blink Dagger, so that's going to be a good way to play with the Grimstroke, utilize his shard. Naomi. Both supports want to pick up shard of their own, pretty much. It's very valuable. Save has 700 gold saved up.
Not bad. But you look at the supports on Falcons, and they're way more farmed, especially Crit.
Amar knows something is up. He's pinging it out, does not want to go to the lane. Instead, he's going to farm the outer ring. Ancients, feels like there's a gank coming up. Both offlaners going for pipe. This is one of the rare occasions where you don't see Centaur with Blade Mail. And he also did go for the facet to the not the workhorse, it's called the horsepower, but still picked up phase boots because he was playing into Lifestealer, wanted to have that extra armor, wanted to have that extra move speed so he can play the lane.
Yeah, otherwise he would have been struggling to survive with the aggression. With both the Phoenix and the Lifestealer, like you said, it's not a killer lane, but it definitely could have been a killer lane if he didn't have that extra little bit of movement speed. It's not the most action-packed, but right now, Falcons, they're the ones who are kind of choking out the map here and there. They took out those two side towers, side lane tower tier 1s pretty early on. They never took the mid-tier one, which is a little bit of a surprise. That entry point into the Radiant side of the map.
Because they made moves on both sides, and then got a couple of kills, which turned into tower kill, but never really smoked to the mid lane. Again, they're smoking to the bottom part of the map. Pure. He is pinging it out. He knows something is up. He sees that Dawnbreaker is pushing that extra creep wave. Rest of the team ready to back him up. We might have a big team fight now.
They're sitting on the edge, on the cusp of wanting to fight.
Crit with the freshly bought Blink Dagger would definitely love to initiate.
Not finding anything, though. The vision from Falcons isn't amazing. A lot of vision there for BetBoom team with their 2 wards across the river. Avalanche on the edge, but Snake King immediately goes into the Supernova. Quick trigger on that. No real follow-up either, but that was just more of a deterrent for him getting a kill on the Phoenix. Something I maybe would rather have, considering the Avalanche, and maybe he could have tossed him back, but it didn't feel...
They were close enough
also
for the
confident. Yeah. Definitely felt like there was some follow-up, and if you put an exclamation point F, you could follow up on everything happening with the FISSURE Playground. Follow us on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitch, and find more behind-the-scenes action here in Belgrade, Serbia. Things stay quiet. Save continues to farm. Radiance finish for Skitter. Spirit Vessel for Snake King, and they're going to infest in a Crit who's got this Blink Dagger. They'll move over and find Kataomi, but the Sinister Gaze, I don't know if it's going to matter. He's not actually popping out of the infest just yet, but the Stampede gets committed to get this Lich out of harm's way. The Radiance is burning the Blinking from GPK. The Chain Frost not going to bounce to anybody at all. And now with the Rolling Thunder near this cliff, they should be able to control up this Grimstroke and not allow him to get the Soulbind out. Sunray onto Mero, and now they'll use that lasso they didn't use on a Cat Deomi. They go to the Sword Guardian, they have the control onto the Centaur with no Stampede, and 3 heroes are dead. A double kill for Malrine, and Falcons continue to make it look easy.
Falcons are such a good team at reading the map, knowing their timings, dodging the ganks, and also going for the right pickoffs, not overextending. Crit jumps in, understands that we don't need to pop that lasso. We're going to save it for a bigger target, forcing Centaur to use the Stampede, and then they get the Stampede. Because there was no Stampede, they got another lasso, they get another kill from it.
It's a good job here, too, from Malrine to keep this Grimstroke from being able to do anything. No Ink Swell, no Soulbind, no nothing, and Grim doesn't offer anything to the fight. And after they baited out this Stampede, there's nothing for Miero to do once he's in.
Pure has BKB available. That's going to be now the item that allows him to join the fights.
But will be enough? Of course, there is the lasso that goes through debuff immunity. So if they can get that lasso, maybe waste a few seconds on that BKB, could mean trouble for BetBoom team. Infest once again. Malrine's going to be the one who's infested. They'll pick up that illusion rune and throw it into the bottle. This Radiance is available, and they've got the damage. They'll look for the Rolling Thunder. Save going to die, and so will Cat Deomi. Oh, double kill for the Tormentor.
BetBoom team and Tormentors. Name more iconic duo.
Hall & Oates.
Who got it in the end? It was Save who got it. Okay, so he can buy something else. Maybe a Glimmer Cape. Maybe try to go for... Yeah, because this is a good shard. To disengage, a good way of dispelling things, especially good against Lasso.
It's a little worrying that Tormentor has half the kills that BetBoom team has.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Shard flying out for snaking. They'll have that Sunray during Supernova, and it looks like maybe they'll smoke up here. They did group up, but they aren't going to smoke. Back off to get their Wisdom Rune, and maybe Falcons go for their own Torm with less death. Wisdom Rune for Crit. He's sitting level 11. Just about level 12, and Lifestealer going back from the Orb of Corrosion, Radiance, now back into the
This is something that he did yesterday as well. Extra bit of a slow, Radiance for farming, and then goes back to Armlet so he can toggle, then back to SNY to have that extra tankiness and status resistance. Skeeter's gonna be the one getting it, because Phoenix just picked up his, as you mentioned, and also he's been holding onto that Philosopher's Stone for a good 2 minutes now, so that's going to be some extra gold from him.
Amar almost has this Ags. This kill is going to be pretty important in slowing down this Aghanim Scepter, but it's by a tier 2 tower. The Avalanche is on the edge. They'll stampede. They'll toss him up into the air. He's got the blade mail. He's got the pipe. He's pretty tanky. They haven't gotten the kill yet, but eventually he finally dies. Nobody rotates to the tier 2 tower to try and maybe defend this. Instead, they were maybe hoping somebody comes through the Twin Gate, and so far nobody doing so. Maybe they go through the Twin Gate and defend the tier 1, but that's not going to happen either.
They're waiting for them on the Twin Gate just in case they want to go through the rush. Crit did plant Observer and Sentry.
TP back, GPK.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And is that Ags being picked up for Grimstroke? Is he queuing that up? Yeah.
Okay, wants to scale, wants to have a big item. Gotta be good. Creating illusion out of Lifestealer. Debuff immunity. By debuff immunity, he does have 95% magic resist, or 90? 95, yeah.
The fastest Roche you'll ever see. Both supports going for it on Falcons. Whew.
We'll need some kind of a help. This is gonna take forever.
We've got it. Don't worry, cores. We don't need your help.
And speaking of Aghanim Scepter, Amar just finished off his. So that's the big one, where he can time it. It's very difficult to play. Like what BetBoom just did is they did go for type of a play where they can find Amar, because if they go for the other target, he comes in with that ulti, makes it a lot more difficult to grab the kill.
4 heroes by the Twin Gate on the top side of the map for BetBoom team, and they're not coming through just yet to Roche. But they do have that obs for Crit, and he's going to start to sit here by the Twin Gate. Nobody comes through, and instead, there's
Both
the Aegis in the
camping
hands
the Twin Gate for the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, except one team got an Aegis. They don't.
They don't want to go through the.
Yeah, they TP'd mid. They didn't go through the Twin Gate. They sent the Phoenix back mid. Nobody goes through the Twin Gate, so you're just kind of hoping that somebody would step through into the trap. It's like the stick in the box one where you're just hoping something walks on by, but nothing did. Pure, top of the net worth by 2,000 net worth. This is similar to that Mickey game where he quietly just got all that farm.
He's been pretty silent, involved in only 1 kill in 25 minutes. Got destroyed in the lane, but still got a relatively good timing on that Battle Fury.
Is this enough for Falcons?
This is
or
the
is
same
PA
thing
gonna pull
that
it back?
did happen when they were playing against the Team Liquid yesterday, where they were trying to force the high ground and got destroyed. Mickey got a triple kill. Let's see if they can do it one more time. Quick, because by Skeeter.
Skeeter is going to be okay. There's the silence. The Rolling Thunder comes through. They'll go to the Stampede, but they're going to try and get the Grimstroke out. They've got themselves the lasso. It's going to be on to GPK, but do they have enough?
Oh, Chain
Frost
Frost.
bouncing around the Sword Guardian. Going to come through. They go buy back on Grimstroke. Infest for the life back, but the right click's coming in from Pure. The Flame Break's going to be there. They go to the Sinister Gaze. It's going to be on a Skeeter, but he's not taking much damage. They get the kill to Kateome. They go to the Soulbind. They'll take the Aegis out of the hands of this Lifestealer. Soulbind connects. The double edge is there. They'll take out Amar. They'll look over at Crit. That's a second. Skeeter needs to run with BKB running out from Pure, though. Let's see if he chases. Swashbuckle. Skeeter in trouble. The toss up, the kill. They get the Lifestealer. Everybody trying to leave. The Hoofstomp's not in time to stop this Phoenix, and it's a triple kill for GPK. They'll hold on, they'll buy back on the Grimstroke, but they lose only both supports.
Save did buyback. In the end, he gets a couple of spells, but we still are yet to see the big combo that they did go for with this Lich and with the Grimstroke, but it was not enough. But we could see the damage coming up from Phantom Assassin. 8.5 thousand damage in the previous fight.
It looks like they might be able to get Pure, but he stood his ground and stood tall.
Yeah, he has Satanic. I really like his item build. It does Chain Frost look like it's going to destroy the whole thing, but then immediate Infest into the crit just so that it doesn't bounce.
Bounce over to the creeps, unfortunately, near the tier 3 tower instead. And you see Pure here. He is just stepping up to fight Amar. The Soulbind is very annoying, and the Avalanche came through. They were able to get the kill into both Amar and Crit. Meanwhile, they just got a kill into the Phoenix. All this replay is going on. Skeeter had nowhere to go except into a grave as GPK. He got a triple kill. So GPK doing well for himself in that fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still very far away from MKB on the Lifestealer. He's now building into SNY, which is perfectly fine. It's just that you're not going to be able to deal... Yeah, he looks very dead on the screen. You're not going to be able to go through that evasion on Phantom Assassin. So carry-to-carry matchup until he gets MKB is going to be a lot more difficult. So what they need to do is try to kill off these 2 supports immediately. You need to be aware of the Stampede. Problem is GPK is also getting a lot of farm. He does have BKB, he does have Echo Saber, and will be going into Kanda next.
It's a surprise to see Skeeter, who it felt like had an opening or an open map the entirety of the game. He is 4,000 gold behind Pure. Obviously has a Battle Fury, but he's behind the Tiny too. I'm not sure if I quite expected that, considering how it's felt for Lifestealer in the game so far.
It did, but he also got killed in the lane, had TP, got killed again. So his Radiance timing has also been delayed.
They did that to Pure, though. They also killed him 3 times to start the game. It'll be Yasha, Sanjin Yasha soon enough for Lifestealer like you were talking about. Blink Dagger for Lich next on the agenda. And Phantom Assassin looking for an MKB of their own.
And he's going to get that in the next minute or so.
And Grim's going to have that Ag soon enough.
Dire are scanning.
He's 2 components away, but eventually he'll get there. Miero just trying to farm up. They've got 4 heroes here with the Infest and a crit. But can they find anybody with Stampede available? Crit throws down the obs. They have the Sentry, the blink over to Pure, but he
not the target that they can kill.
And then they go for the Solar Guardian. The right click's coming in. They'll pop the Infest. They go for Kateomi, who's going to chop out that Chain Frost, bouncing around from Crit to Skeeter. Miero
already used the BKB.
All right, they got the kill into 2.
Mar's
They'll look
dying.
over to Mar. He'll Celestial Hammer down to the low ground. They've got themselves the lasso into the Supernova. Pure will try to get a kill into Crit, but this Supernova's going to pop. He got back to full health with the Satanic, but everybody here for the side of Falcons, making sure that this Phantom Assassin doesn't get away this time. Pure's dead, 4 gone on the side of BetBoom, and Falcons looking for more. Can they get a Flame Break to push back GPK? They can. Starbreaker stopped with the toss up into the air. Skeeter there.
No mana for BKB.
Got no more mana with a Diffusal from Malrine, and it'll be a full team wipe for Falcons.
This
they
is the
also
fight
killed
the Falcons
Kateomi's
need.
Courier with a gem on it.
Yeah, it was.
But,
They got it.
Couriers and
they
gem.
picked up the gem. That was lame, Crit says. They're very happy about this fight. Exactly how the fight needs to go for Falcons. Initiate, kill off those 2 supports before they can get the spells off, and they kill them off almost immediately. And Amar was tanking quite a lot of damage on the side, forcing Pure to use his BKB because of the Blade Mail. And what a nice connection from Malrine. Gets that 2-man stun, and look where he is. He's stuck on the other side with the Soulbind. The Phantom Assassin is still a mean hero. Look at her here. Goes back to full HP. Even with the Spirit Vessel on, he does dispel it in the end, but almost kills Crit.
Yeah, hit him for 1,200 there to get back up to full. It's the BKB, then the Solar Guardian dropped down, and they had that control just to take a couple seconds away from that BKB on Pure, which now, obviously, it's getting shorter and shorter with each usage. If they do the same thing, it'll be even more effective percentage-wise in the BKB time.
Yeah. And the reason why he's going for that MKB, playing into Radiance, playing into Donald, with 60% evasion, win probability sitting at only 55%.
This is
so even Gaben knows that Phantom Assassin can still carry this game.
1 dagger and I die. Phoenix, BKB is queued up next. Ags 1,500 gold away from this Grimstroke. Bloodstone for the Dawn.
Amar loves Bloodstone as an item when he's playing Mars, bigger arena, bigger spears as well. And he also, what level is he right now on Dawnbreaker? So yeah, about to crack level 20, that extra Solar Guardian radius plus also bigger Solar Guardian with the Bloodstone is gonna make it the whole screen.
It's a big circle. That is a really big circle. We'll see what they can do with the circle and what they can do with the pick-off potential of the lasso as well as the Infest and the Rolling Thunder, just trying to get these kills onto the supports early enough.
Kateomi, he wants to die.
Do you want?
Close.
There's 2 kills for the Tormentor, but you don't want to make it a 3rd.
And he didn't get it. A bit of a bummer for Lich. First, Grim gets it. Even though it's a good shard on Grim, I would still prefer to have it on Lich. And he also did go for a bit more defensive. Did pick up that Solar Crest.
This MKB could have been a difference maker in the last fight, right?
Yeah.
Smoke up with this MKB. Roche, it's up. It's bottom. And so are Falcons. Well, most of them are. They've also got Malrine off into the triangle. They've got the Dawnbreaker back at base. Amara trying to get to that level 20. They've got level 3 on the Supernova if they can get this egg out. They'll throw down the Vision, but there's the Blink with the Ink Swell. They've got the control on a crit, but can he stay alive? They've got the Solar Guardian. They go to the lasso, and now they've got the control on a Pure for a moment. They get the kill to Kateomi. The Starbreaker is going to be used with the BKB coming out for the Phantom
He's
Assassin.
not life-stealing.
The chase is on. The Satanic is popped, but he's not life-stealing, and now needs to run. Jumps in, finally gets a little bit of life-steal, gets back to about 67% health, but will eventually die to Amar. 3 heroes down to the side of BetBoom, and Falcons play that perfectly and bait in BetBoom.
Amar was still level 19 before he joined, so the circle is going to be even bigger next time. Miero trying to run away.
Yeah, BKB, Celestial Hammer. Now the Hoof Stomp not going to matter. Miero, Sun Raid, and killed off. I mean, this fight, BetBoom gambled, and they exploded into a bunch of different death piles as Falcons shut
Peter,
them
he
down.
was infested. They were so ready for this type of a fight. Even though they were sitting on that Observer and Sentry Ward, they were very ready to counter-initiate Donald. That's why this hero is so popular. Makes you almost invulnerable, because you don't have, like, sure, in terms of burst damage, you have Tiny, you have Phantom Assassin, but if you see that Dawn ulti coming in, you also got to be careful. Do I pop a BKB? Because with Aghanim Scepter, he can time it. And now 15,000k, that'd be quite a lot of lead for Falcons, never seen before in the history of Dota, and forcing them to use the glyph.
Malrine.
Malrine.
Here to try
Malrine.
And kill, save. Okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, he TP'd out. Easy peasy. TPs towards bottom, because while they were getting these kills and cleaning up the team fight, they never took Roche.
Could be pretty big. You got to take out Pure 2 times. We've seen that he can deal insane amount of damage, and this Roshan's going to go down so quickly.
Crit's got to throw a flame break in here.
It's too late.
I don't know. He's got Blink. He's got Blink. He's got Blink. Go! Go! He tried to Firefly in. Whee. Well, Radiant get the kill. They get the Aegis.
This could backfire potentially.
Yeah.
Not going for Roche, instead
shocking.
Diving the fountain with the with
Rolling
Pango's
Thunder.
Rolling Thunder. And there is an XP rune on the enemy side of the map, plus also Tormentor available, so Pure can go for that one.
Kind of scratching my head there. But we'll see. I mean, bold move leaving Roche alive.
2 towers,
We'll see if it pays
Tormentor,
off.
and the XP rune if he wants to check what's happening on the right side of the map.
That being said, the scan connects on these BetBoom heroes. They got the Wisdom Rune on the other side, so it won't be a complete steal, but they are TPing back to the outpost. And Rolling Thunder coming through, landing in on a Pure.
He can't TP out because of Dawn ulti.
TP out and then drops it down, and you're right, they get the Aegis. So now they're going to focus their attention on a save while he respawns on the Phantom Assassin, but Phantom Assassin now doesn't have a TP, goes after Crit. They've got the inhibit with the Diffusal Blade, the Blade Mail's pop. You've got no BKB, and they'll get the kill on the Pure. He's dead. Again, Snake King, Stampede, and the Hoof Stomp, so they at least get Snake King for their troubles. But they lost the Phantom Assassin.
Twice. This is pretty massive. It's such a difficult game for Phantom Assassin to jump in, even though there is the spell mechanic with the Grimstroke. You need to be able to follow him in the adventures, which is not that easy. Plus, you're also playing into Lifestealer with the Aghanim Scepter right now, so he can infest you, still deal damage, and also 2 BKB piercing abilities. And, man, Amar picks up Octarine Core, lowering the cooldown with whatever he has as a talent. He's also going to buy the item to have even more of that. So
yeah,
20 seconds on Solar Guardian on 15 and Solar Guardian Radius, so he goes for Octarine and Bloodstone.
Skeeter. Toss up into the air. Solar Guardian. Oi! He was dead so quick. And they really expect all that damage to come out, but the Celestial Hammer, Malrine gets the kill there on Aketheoma. They don't have Pure for another 23 seconds. The silence will follow this Malrine Pangolier, but nothing going on. They'll back away. They lost Skeeter in a heartbeat. Quick damage.
Not respecting the damage. Even without Phantom Assassin, GPK, he is ready. Level 21, Conda, Echo Saber available. And also Grimstroke with that Dark Portrait.
Yep, that Ag's finally finished. Going for the Ghost Scepter next. Saved all that gold up just for the Ags. We'll see if it's a big enough item difference. It might not be, but you said it's going to be good against that Lifestealer. And Pure, going into the Basher, he can't BKB TP out at all. So you have to be confident in going for kills. You BKB TP out, there's the chance you get lassoed, the Solar Guardian gets dropped on you. I mean, you don't really have an escape plan. You're in. That's it. No exit strategy.
With the Stampede, they could reset. Maybe some Frost Shield, Ink Swell on top of him, but not going to be an easy one for him. Good thing is he has 2 very beefy boys in front of him, Centaur and Tiny. And now Amar will get the Shard, so debuff immunity on Starbreaker.
strength it takes to break a star. See it in Hollywood all the time. Anyway, Falcons, they're up.
Hollywood
14,000
Hall of
network.
Fame, or
There's not much more to be said.
okay.
Pure looking for the basher. A little bit more control for him while he tries to take out these heroes on the side of Falcons. You see the damage is there, but he just doesn't have the extra control. Like he's lacked that extra oomph.
Dire are scanning.
Falcons, Roche, a long ways out, are just going to do what they do best, and that's farm the map.
Radiant are scanning.
And they've got such a massive lead. They really don't have to force themselves into anything too dangerous. The bottom set of racks are gone. They tried to go for mid, but the tier 3 tower still stands. You've got racks there as well.
Two big items on BetBoom team.
Yeah.
AC just picked up, and also Basher on Phantom Assassin. But I love the itemization on Falcons as well. They are itemizing for multiple ultis. Both Amar and Malrine are going for Refresher.
Yeah, Mario.
Mario will need to have an item in between, maybe eat his ag, so that's quite a lot of gold that he needs to save up, plus also have buyback. We're talking about 8,000 gold that he needs to have in the bank.
Mario might be able to do it with a plumbing job on the side. But you got to save that gold to have the... Okay. Ooh, crit. Blink out and avoids maybe the Phantom Assassin spotting him and killing him very quickly.
Yeah, that was a good one.
They do smoke, and let's see if they find anything. Snake King on that little cliff. Technically surrounded by water. That would be a peninsula.
Yeah.
I think it's, yeah. I don't know. I won't explain peninsula again. Pure just continuing to farm. Sitting fourth on the net worth. He was top for a while, but they had those couple of kills, especially the one with the Aegis, that really sat him down. And they'll smoke up his 5. Looking for Falcons anywhere they can. But they haven't found him at all. Even though they've been so close to each other in the last 2.5 minutes. Infest crit all alone with the Lifestealer inside, just hoping to find a pickoff, but they are just sitting bottom AFK. Dawnbreaker gonna pause, so maybe it's that plumbing job that Mario's got to take care of.
He just got a call from his brother.
Luigi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting closer to that 25, so we'll have lower cooldown available on his Starbreaker. With Shard, it makes a lot of sense, and also Facet.
Well, while we're paused, we can remind you, type in ! ticket. That's singular. But you could buy multiple tickets. Come join us at the end of January 31st to February 2nd, to join us at the first Tier 1 tournament of 2025. But let's see which one of these teams will continue their upper bracket run in said tournament in the Fissure Playground, on the Monkey Bars, in the Jungle Gym, and in the Dota game. Malrine off into the trees, but both these teams not finding each other at all yet. Kind of just avoiding each other.
Waiting for the next Roche. It could respawn potentially in a minute. Falcons, they do not want to risk anything. That second Roche that has been stolen away from them, even though they got the Aegis almost immediately after, and a kill afterwards, feels like this is something that they wanted to have, correct?
Good job.
Very quick fingers.
Though. Pure almost level 25. Skitter only level 23, but going into the Bloodthorn. Late Orchid pickup, then you just go straight Bloodthorn. That'll be good against this Phantom Assassin. If they can continue the control, they should be able to kill the Phantom Assassin pretty quickly. And the big fight will most likely happen at this next Roche. Wisdom Rune picked up by Skeeter, and he's now 1/4 of the way to level 25. But things stay quiet. They smoke. They stay silent in the night, on their tippy toes, hoping to find something. The crab on his back is in smoke, though. And that might give them away.
Not how it works, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Pure, Katomi. They'll lead the charge. They've got the Infest. It's on to Malrine. They're up onto the high ground.
Naomi
On
leading the
stats.
charge.
They'll go forward. The Avalanche is going to be off the mark as Crit blinks back. Rolling Thunder coming through to the backlines. They want to go in onto this Grimstroke, make sure that the Soulbind isn't there, but they lost Crit already, so they don't have the lasso. They'll go to the Stampede. The Dark Portrait was used on Malrine. And now he's going to refresh. Rolling Thunder once again, save. He'll end up dying to the Rolling Thunder of Malrine. They'll go after Snake King, who's one shot from dying. This Stifling Dagger slows him up, but the Solar Guardian right on top of the Phantom Assassin. They'll pop the Infest. They'll go with the Celestial Hammer on a save. They'll get the kill onto the Grimstroke, who just bought back. BKB from GPK. They go to the egg, but it's not going to be enough from Pure, just right-clicking it down and making an omelet. Toss up into the air is Amar as he gets thrown on a Skeeter, but on the back lines, they've got Malrine going after Miero. He's disarmed for the moment. Now Amar going and focusing his attention on the GPK. They'll chisel away the Tiny and take away his life. But it's still Malrine up against Miero. The battle of the M's. Have they tried turning it to Wumbo? It's Wumbo damage coming in from Pure as he crits up Malrine. The Infest, though, from the Lifestealer. Skitter inside the Phantom
holding on to
Assassin.
BKB.
He'll jump over, goes after Amar, but they go to the Satanic. The Phantom dies. The damage on the Skeeter. It's not going to be enough just yet with the BKB being bought by Pure. Celestial Hammer gets away, but he'll stick with them. Now he's got the crit, gets the kill on Amar. Miero's live with a little bit of health. They go to the Sword Guardian with the buyback coming off of this Dawnbreaker. Amar in with a Celestial Hammer, looks over at Miero, but the Havoc Hammer's not going to hit, and they'll be able to survive with the Stampede away. Pure TP's out, so does Miero, and they'll both escape the grasp of Falcons.
Man, this was such an insane fight. Falcons, first of all, Pango rolls in 22 seconds of Rolling Thunder with the Facet, uses Refresher. Like, there's nothing that can really stop it unless Phantom Assassin wants to go in, commit with the BKB, gets a couple of bashes, and he finds Grimstroke in the back lines, doesn't commit fully, goes in, and then finds him again with the second Rolling Thunder, but you can still feel the damage coming out from Phantom Assassin. He's been holding on to that BKB for a really long time, playing on a difference away from that Rolling Thunder, and still dealing 10,000 damage in the previous fight.
This time they left Roche, but it's going to make its way back to top, and they will be here for the side of Falcons.
Fight was going on for so long that Amar with Octarine and level 15 talent, sorry, level 20 talent, did come back into the game by using the buyback and using another Solar Guardian.
Malrine will be up in 15, also has a Refresher in 10. He could TP to the outpost. They're going to try and get this third Roche. So Ag's Blessing, but they're coming through. Malrine up in 4. Shiva's off the mark. Roche kind of giving up position. They smoke up to make sure that Roche doesn't give them away. Inkswell, the vision is there. GPK, it's going to explode, but Crit goes in. He's looking for the lasso, but the Avalanche comes out with the flame break.
Already used.
Pushes GPK to the low ground. He'll blink away. Now they've got the Stifling Dagger, the Soulbind, but nobody's coming out just yet. There's the Phantom's Embrace. They've got the Silence. They go to the Solar Guardian. That's going to be on top of this Bat Rider. The Rolling Thunder from Malrine's going the other direction, looking over at Pure. He'll roll up for the moment. They've got the Celestial Hammer as well as the Starbreaker to get the kill on a save. They use the lasso. It's on a Miero. They've got the control out of the center with the BKB, but he's trying to run. Skitter hitting through it. They'll get themselves a second. He's got buyback, but nowhere to TP into that's close enough except for the tier 2 top. Skeeter dominating in this fight and trying to continue it on as they'll finally buy back on Miero. They'll look over at GPK. They've got the Sunray, but a Stifling Dagger on Snake King's not much of a deterrent. He'll instead Icarus dive back to his team.
Again, 2 Rolling Thunders used because he has Octarine core. He's not afraid to pop it immediately, and they had to commit with the buybacks, but look at where the mid lane is. Bottom lane is also pushing in. These are 45 minutes.
BKB getting popped immediately, but Snake King's not going to be able to survive. He has buyback. He has an outpost to go to. They've got themselves the jump over with a shield crash once again. They get the kill to Kateomi, who doesn't have buyback. He's dead for 70 seconds. They go to the Solar Guardian coming through. GPK's in a lot of trouble. That'll slam down. They get the kill to the Tiny. He's dead for 94 seconds. And Pure, bashed off with the Swashbuckle coming in. Pure's going to be lassoed up. They get the kill to the Phantom Assassin. And 4 heroes are dead on BetBoom.
And while all this was happening, I did mention the catapult wave. They
look at all the creeps in their base.
They killed the base. They killed one side, and they're also putting in some pressure onto tier 4 towers. One tier 4 tower already dead. Looking at the buybacks, Pure does not have it for 80 seconds.
Take a look as they start with the kill on Snake King.
Falcons are fighting on their own side of the map, so buybacks for BetBoom are not going to be as effective. You need to come TP to that tier 2 tower in the top lane while they have an outpost to TP to, and these lower cooldown abilities with Octarine core did make a lot of difference. And Malrine getting that bash immediately, starting to high five and immediately tipping Pure as well. Man, this guy is on to something.
Take over the outpost, and they've got an Aegis. Ag's Blessing. That was picked up. Who took the Ag's Blessing?
Radiant's top tower.
Let me just double check.
It's not been used yet. It's not been
I think, okay. Gonna be crit. So double lasso.
Okay. Double lasso.
25 seconds. Glyph. Used for BetBoom.
Banner, Rolling Thunder. They'll go all the way. You could go with a fountain. I mean, if that's your prerogative.
Wait,
sure.
this is banner against banner. I've never seen this before. They zoom out a little bit more. Creeps are fighting and they're not dying.
Guys, there you go. Banner v banner. That might have been the first time in a pro game. Pure back alive. Everybody here for both teams, but let's see how Falcons want to play it. Amar going to go back to farming, knowing he's got that Solar Guardian to join in at any time. Abyssal 4 Lifestealer is in the midst of being built. They'll get the Basher out of that. And stay nearby is a Tormentor and the Shard for crit. Gets an Ag's Blessing and gets an Aghanim Shard. That's a huge influx of gold.
Aghanim Scepter is the big one. Also, looking at what Amar is doing, he did buy Kaya Yasha. Like, this is the build that nobody else ever will do. Somebody will try to copy it in the pubs, but none of the pro players are willing to do anything like this. Because maybe there's something to it if we're talking about the cast speed as well. This guy loves to have, like, big abilities when he's playing Mars with the Bloodstone, lowering the cooldown with Octarine. I just want to... I need to test it out after the game, because if you have like more cast speed, maybe the pulses are also hitting faster, which means that he's doing more healing, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. I understand. You're going to copy his build. I get it.
In the demo mode, we'll give it a try to see how it actually works, check the numbers.
Ooh, Hitch a Ride.
That's the big one. Whoever gets initiated on, like, you can use that as counter-initiation.
Lasso on the both GPK as well as Pure, but Pure's going to try and jump in and get the kill on the crit. They go to the Rolling Thunder. Hitching a ride is Grimstroke. It's a free ticket. Pure going to jump back to the rest of his team. They go to the Solar Guardian. They get the kill on Kateomi. They'll jump in. They'll stun up Pure. He's in trouble. Oh, God.
Have buy.
He does have buyback. Will have a second chance to defend the base. Save. TP's back home. But GPK, not so fortunate. He also has buyback. They'll force the GPK buyback. Pure gets the buyback of his own. The Avalanche as well as the toss that's going to be through onto Malrine. No shield crash. The rest of the team looking over as Pure now up against Skeeter, but he's starting to run away. The Stifling Dagger onto the Lifestealer. Flame Break pushes him back. Now the Abyssal, they go to the Infest, they've disarmed him, they've got the Hitch a Ride, but now Miero's got to get out of here, but instead he's hitching a ride further into the fight. Snake King's going to be dead. They look over at Amar. Amar's not got a lot of life left, but they'll get the kill on Miero. They've got the Stifling Dagger, they get the kill on Amar, and Pure's going to start to fight Skeeter, but they go to the lasso. It's going to be on a 2 once again. Crit, double lasso. They'll look over, they get the kill on the Bat Rider. He's going to fight himself, the Lifestealer. The Phantom Knights gets the break onto the Lifestealer, and Skeeter needs to run. They also use that Dark Portrait, so his own image is following around. They've got the Infest ready to go after Pure, but the crit is too big. They'll take the Aegis. The Rolling Thunder comes in once again. Pure trying to defend, trying to jump back. He goes over to save him, pops that Ghost Scepter to survive a little bit longer. But Malrine, Skeeter's still here. There's the Infest into the Phantom Assassin who jumps over to the rest of the side of Falcon.
Can they kill him?
That's a huge mistake and a costly one at that. That will probably cost them the series as he jumps in, gets infested. They'll clean up a third. They'll take out Pure. They'll look over at save. It's just the supports trying to hold on.
Malrine is doing way too much work in these fights. He's using like 3-4 Rolling Thunders in the middle of the fight. Skeeter has Infest ready. Malrine ready to jump in one more time. They want the Megas.
A minute without a core. I don't even know how you defend here.
Amar's going to have his buyback available in 5 seconds. So let's see if he decides to pop it, come in with the ulti, and try to end the game.
Sinister Gaze, they'll get the kill easy on Kateomi. He's got buyback. And Skeeter, Malrine, they'll defend the Inkswell, the buyback, the Solar Guardian. There's nothing they can do for this one. They'll infest back into Malrine. They'll get the Solar Guardian down onto the Grimstroke. GG is called. Falcons, they secure the 2-0, and a top 3 finish at FISSURE Playground is guaranteed.
Ooh, man, what a performance, though. They were...
Once again.
And back to
back
bonus.
to bed.
Yeah. You know what he should do? He should roll up, because he's playing Pango, and he's playing it so well.
He's the Pangolina.
He is the Pangolina, as he said before the game, before the series. man, what a performance by him. I really love the itemization, going for that Octarine, going for the refresher as well. Those 22 seconds of being almost invulnerable with the double roll-up, disrupting the enemy backline so many times, and also to point out Amar's itemization, going for the Bloodstone, so the bigger AoE with level 20 talent as well. And Pure seems to be
trying to figure it out.
Yeah, trying to figure out, explaining what went wrong in this game, because he was also owning. He definitely did, but I don't think we've ever seen a single combo between the Grimstroke and Lich.
No, not with the Soulbind. I had to give it a thought in my head and kind of go through the entire game, but it was such a tough game for Pure, right?
It was.
There's so many things that stop him from having that escape. Yes, you've got the Stampede, but once that's down and once you commit, you're it. The Solar Guardian, especially with the Ags, you drop it down at your leisure and just make things super difficult for the Phantom Assassin, who's really the only one in that game that felt like you had to worry about. GPK was doing some damage, and he did have that kill on Skeeter when he was going for the tier 3 mid, but other than that, again, it's kind of a game where GPK, I wouldn't say feels invisible. I think that's too much of an insult to what he
had a good game. He definitely did. It's just that they couldn't
enough.
find any openings. Their supports were having a really good time in terms of levels, getting those level 6s at 10 minutes, but we've never seen them pop off. Those smokes that they tried to make a move, Malrine scouted them out, used the scan, found them, goes back to farming the jungle, and also both supports on Team Falcons, they were doing quite a lot of work in the jungle. They were getting the farm. You could see Snaking ending up the game with his BKB, Spirit Vessel, AC in the end. So he was so farmed.
Yeah, he was. So, look at the damage numbers here. Skeeter's 53,000 damage. Malrine, 50,000 damage. 40K. Your cores are doing so much damage, and you take a look at Pure, yeah, he's outputting damage, but it just wasn't enough, and you can see the other cores just not really doing as much as the side of Falcons, which is clearly obvious. It was a 2-for-1 when it came down to kills, and your MVP is the guy who flexed, slept, and also got a bunch of kills and control. It's Malrine. 50K damage, 70% kill participation.
Yeah, he wasn't even
13-1 and
6 slotted. He wasn't even ready. He can still upgrade his Blink, upgrade his Basher. He can upgrade his Diffusal Blade and has an extra slot. So this is why Pango is such a menace. And we see them flex from the mid lane, from the off lane as well, with the different itemization, of course. But this was something that I haven't seen in quite some time, because Pango has been almost unkillable, and those backlines, they couldn't deal with it. Usually, like, they also picked it into Grimstroke, which is considered to be a good counter, even though we don't see too much of a Grim, but nobody was staying on top of it. They understood the assignment. They were like, okay, we don't want to see those bounces between the Lich, and we also don't want to connect with the Grimstroke, those two ultis onto two people. So it never came into the play.
Yeah, it didn't really come into play, but what did come into play was Snake King's play, and we've got an interview with him and Nat. Let's take a listen to what they have to say.
I got Snaking here. We're having a bit of a chat here, and we're going to break down this series too for yourselves. Game number 2, it went way longer. I came up here. I thought you guys were going to be finished 20 minutes ago. What happened with that?
I think we made a lot of mistakes due to the fact that it seems like we wanted to have fun. So it is what it is.
I did see Malrine rolling up there as Pango, and he's going for the fountain, and he blinks back out. Do you guys have a conversation about that? You guys love to fountain dives. Is that like a team conversation at all?
I mean, the fountain is a big no-no for all the ex-Tundra players, but for all the kids, it's like literally, it's like the most appealing thing there is diving fountain. You know, that's how you really show how you're the boss. But to me, the fountain is don't want to go there unless Amar's Bristleback, you know.
That's the only conditions that you could possibly do it. But for yourself, though, yesterday was kind of bittersweet, right? Last night, you guys got the series win. That's how you ended up here today. But you also lost the Ench streak, okay? Are you picking her up a lot because you really want to start that streak again? Or is there something more to this hero?
I mean, the streak was just a happy accident. I think we had no idea the streak even existed until I think ESL made a post about it, or someone did. And then I was like, oh, it's pretty cool. And it's sad that it ended. I don't know the exact number the streak ended, but you know, hopefully I'll be able to do it again.
And did you feel like, a little bit of respect towards you when they banned it in game number 2, that first phase ban?
I mean, I think it's just a BetBoom specific thing, because I think they always struggle against the Zoo heroes on me. They used to ban my Chen because it's really good versus Safe's hero pool, and then they ban the Edge because it's for the same logic.
Where is the Chen then?
I mean, the hero sucks. It's only good if I think it's a good game. You know, I'm not gonna pick it unless I see a good game for it.
Yeah, that's totally fair. The other thing, though, being a support player myself, is how do you play against a Phantom Assassin? I feel like every time, you come up against it, you just get burst, you can do nothing as a support, but you guys were living through it all.
I mean, you can see my items. I had BKB and a plate mail because I understand I just need to survive and not die to PA, but he still killed me anyways because it's PA. It's just you try your best to stall for as long as you can, and then once his BKB wears out, he's really weak.
And finally, with this victory for you guys, you're back top 3. Does it feel good after a little bit of a slump in the past few events?
I mean, obviously it feels great to be back on top again because I think in our previous 2 events, we didn't have a great showing. It was a crappy way to end the year, but nonetheless, looking back, it's like we had an amazing year. You can't ask for too much, so can't be too greedy. So happy nonetheless.
Of course, and look, off to a great start for this year. But look, Snake, and congratulations again. Thank you so much for joining me. For now, we're going to head back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Nat, and congratulations, Snake King. Top 3 finish for himself and the rest of his team for Team Falcons. They look pretty damn good. They joined Tundra in the upper bracket final. That's going to be during the main stage, the LAN portion of this event, which is what's coming up not tomorrow, but the next day, January 31st. We've been talking about it. Exclamation point ticket. Get more information. Do your thing. And you excited for what we've got left in this tournament?
Oh, absolutely. I'm looking at some of the matchups. You have Tundra against Team Falcons, which is going to be a very interesting one. These are some old Tundra members, some old teammates playing against each other, and the lower bracket as well. Heroic going to be playing against Paravision. This matchup also going to be very, very spicy.
Yeah, it looks like a fun day of matches and a lot still to come. And let's take a look at that bracket. We'll throw it on the screen for you. We've got the lower bracket. These guys are guaranteed 1 BO3 in front of the crowd. We'll see if there's crowd buff for any of them, but it's Heroic against Paravision, Talon against Team Liquid in the first round of the lower bracket, and then those winners take on the losers from today's upper bracket semifinal. Heroic Paravision take on BetBoom Team, and Talon Esports Liquid will take on, the winner of that will take on Team Spirit. And of course, top 3 finish for Tundra and Falcons. They play each other in the upper bracket final when eventually that comes during the main stage, and winner of that goes on to the grand final, which will happen on Sunday, February 2nd. It's a lot of good games.
A lot of good games, that's for sure. And
this is our schedule for the first day of crowd work. You guys can come, watch some great Dota. Heroic Paravision for elimination, Talon Liquid for elimination, and then the winner of the first match against BetBoom for elimination as well. First game is 12 o'clock noon CET. I don't know what that stands for. I'm American. I don't know what CET is.
Central European Time.
They have that?
Yeah, we do. We do have our own time zone. Oh. But it's going to be a good one. And also, Talon against Team Liquid. Man, Talon, they looked really, really good. Sometimes they do get stomped, but I think this matchup is going to be very interesting because Team Liquid right now, they don't look their strongest.
Yeah, we've seen better from them. They had a little bit of a struggle when they were trying to get to that qualification initially. They started 2-0. They lose 2 BO3s in a row to BetBoom and Paravision, and then they finally got the victory over Extreme, and that put them into the playoffs. But they're immediately knocked down to the lower bracket, and life gets a little bit tougher for them. And they play Talon, who's been no slouch at all.
Talon can really play some good Dota. If they get the good drafts, if they do play around Natsumi, if Mikoto is getting some of his better heroes, this team can pop off and close out the game relatively early on.
Yeah, definitely the facts there. And what other BO3 interests you in that first day?
I mean, Tundra is going to be playing against Falcons, right?
Not in the first
not in the first round.
The Heroic
you're right,
Paravision.
Heroic Paravision is going to be also the good one because Heroic looked unstoppable in the Swiss.
Yeah.
And then they just lost. Like, they didn't look too good in that matchup that they played against Tundra, but also a team that can bounce back. I think they got slightly outdrafted in that whole series, even the game that they did win. So I think they are going to come back stronger, and Paravision as well, a very scary team to play against.
And with the 2 BO3s today, what's your biggest takeaway?
Biggest takeaway, that BetBoom can still bleed. Falcons, they seem to be having their number throughout whole 2024. We talked about their win rate head-to-head. It just feels like they can do it. And Snaken talked about it as well in the post-game interview about how he is the guy that plays all of these summon heroes, and they also picked Enchantress. They did pick Lycan as well, so the two supports don't really match well against the playstyle that Falcons does have right now.
That is the truth, and I think that's all we got for you today, right?
I believe
don't
so.
If there's anything else, I think there's just the goodbye. This has been the official broadcast. The next time we'll see you will be in front of a crowd. Get yourself a ticket, but you've got to sleep right now and sleep tomorrow before we get to the arena. We'll see you later. Get out of here. We'll see you for the arena event, and I'll pick those up. We'll see you later. Bye.